It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. The heart of Massachusetts should be freedom, justice, and liberty. Freedom like pilgrims from Plymouth Bay. Salem trials had justice too late. The sons of liberty spilled the tea, and then the redcoats spilled their blood. The shot heard around the world rang out from the Bay State. Boston strong and ready to defend. It's where revolution started and ends. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. Quincy Market, Freedom Trail, Charles River, Boston Harbor, Bunker Hill, Griffin Wharf, Fenway Park, Omar Charge. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day.
Boom.
Good morning.
Hey, I just want to say something real quick. Safety, Kitten Police just sent out a tweet about community advisor. There's a large police presence on the area of Will Drive in Canton, which is like literally a mile down the road from me. There's a suspect that might be armed. Police drones, canines, and Massachusetts State Police air wing are on the scene. Photo was attached to me, the subject. I just tweeted it to you, Tom.
Okay,
so
cool.
I don't know what that's literally a mile down the road. You know what the dump is? If you left my house and you're gonna go to the Rotary kind of thing, when Stoughton towards, well, anyways.
Police station, same thing, kind of?
No, back towards me a little bit. All right, do you know where the railroad is? Where you got the trains keep hitting people? That area right there? I don't know. You know, the MBTA trains were hitting the cars?
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Right near there. So, yeah. And I want to just give you a heads up, people. I don't know how many people are here in Canton, but I get all the doors locked. But if you hear shit going on, it's just me. I don't hear any choppers or anything, but yeah, I just got it. But anyway,
yeah. You know what's funny is, oh my god, you know what? We need to see this. This is infuriating, man. This pissing me off. This is making me mad the more I watch it, Mike. Check this out. I'm sorry. Watch Hardman, okay? Watch Hardman.
Oh, sorry, I was just saying that. Oh, I didn't realize.
Out of nowhere, boom, right?
Yep.
Look at him.
Yep.
Mike, is he not got a fighting stance?
Oh, no, he's aggressively walking, no doubt.
Right out. Watch how he reacts. Watch his hands.
You're in violation. You're trespassing. You know it.
Okay.
Okay. So what do you want to do? You want to go in and speak to the judge?
Sure.
And take it off or leave?
Sure.
Or are you going to be placed under arrest? What do you want to do? She doesn't.
What were the options?
Take it off and go talk to a judge, or leave, or get arrested.
No, arrested wasn't an option. Take it off.
You just
go
said,
see
back
the
it up.
judge, or leave.
Nope. Get ahead. Back it up.
Okay.
Right there.
You're going to be placed under arrest. What do you want to do?
Oh, all right. Yep. Or placed under arrest.
Yeah.
And he's giving her. He shouldn't be giving her any options. Right.
This is the same one he let go the other day. You understand? It's the same exact sweatshirt. He said, just like you did, hey, it's okay to stand here. All right, it's okay to wear this.
You read that? You read that to me. Don't. It's not legible.
Criminals control Norfolk County.
I know what
by
it
microdots.
says.
Microdots.
You know what it says.
That's look at Minion Mike. Watch Minion Mike. Minion Mike's baffled.
Yeah. Mike.
Watch, and Mendoza just says she has no comments right now. That's all he said.
Watch Hardman react.
I want to answer the question, sir. I'm an attorney. All right.
Of Canton communities there.
Where was she going? Look at trooper behind him, trooper in front of her, trooper behind her vehicle. Where's Erica going?
Nowhere. Down the buffer zone.
She said, okay, here. And she put her arms behind her back and watch his hands. Watch his hands, Mike. She said, okay. She didn't go anywhere. And by the way, I mean, where's the female cop, Mike?
Yeah, we don't. Well, there was one there the
Where's
next day,
the
bro.
female cop?
There was
Pretty
one there
sure
next
you
day.
can't touch her. No, you can't touch her. Watch. See his hands?
Oh yeah, I do.
Don't cooperate.
Don't
you
get
kidding me?
rough. Don't get rough.
Cooperate and don't get double.
Double.
What should be in charge with?
4 stages, dude.
Where was she gonna go?
All right. Are you sure about that? Yep.
You got
Even
your girl.
Randall's
Yeah,
is like, are you sure about this?
That is wrong. That is
Yeah.
wrong.
Like Canton Community TV was right there too with getting it on film, dude. Just so you know, he's
That's
got it
good.
all.
Thank God. Listen, look like other people have it. People who have that, thank you for recording that.
I'm not a hoe. Thanks for the $20. I met
Thank
you
you
yesterday.
so much.
Much for showing us where to park. Had a nice
Oh my
day.
God. Yeah, you guys were great. Thank you for coming by. No, it was nice to stop by. Mike, there's so many people just come and just want to just hang out. Nice. Thank you very much for coming by. Nice to meet you.
So hey, no pickleball in Canton.
Oh, that's good, right? What
Yeah.
else? What else can they do to save money?
Oh, that was 800. Off the rip, right? Who knows about what do they call that afterwards? You know, the amendments, or they were going to put it on a soccer field right across the street from on Pleasant Street, right across the street from the Resi.
Okay.
If you go over that little bridge, you can look to the right, you see the Resi on your right. If you look to your left, there's a dirt parking lot. There's a kids' soccer field right there. It's beautiful. Walking trails and it's Pesquite Farm, and they're gonna put it right there. I just want to play pickleball. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Go join a gym. You know, like seriously, $800,000.
That's a lot of money. For what?
Like, don't you think like, okay, we're gonna go no bid contracts, just make sure Johnny Colcutt's
How many
gets this.
overruns, Mike? How much an overrun?
That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, right. Yeah. That's how they bleed us, guys.
Yeah.
Did Tom get a report on his assault?
You think any cop wants to do a report on another cop? Let's see. It was hard to even to do that. I'll say it. It was an issue. Dedham wasn't nice. Man.
Yeah, no one's nice
Not
to
nice
us, Tom.
people. Not nice people there. Oh, there's Aussie. Good morning.
Hey, Aussie, thank you so much for yesterday. Thank you so much for yesterday.
Did we find out about those 2 questions I asked about?
I saw your text.
Yeah,
I was completely jumped last night. Sorry.
Yeah. But no, just keep it in the.
Oh yeah. If I hear
there's stuff happening, but we just don't.
I want to just call them.
You want to do that? You want to give them a ring?
Well, not on this, but like
no.
Yeah,
No,
yeah. Hey, we're just so no. I don't know if we want to mute it, but I mean,
there's got to be. Can I go there and get a list of what happened? There's got to be.
Tommy, after dealing with Dedham,
yeah,
I don't know. You know what? You got tenacity, dude, and I'll give you that, man.
Stay out of Dedham, Tommy.
No, I'm listen. I'm moving to a different town.
As long as it's not Dedham or Canton, we're good.
How about Stoughton?
That's too close.
Please. I got this. Let me.
Shelby, what's up? Good morning.
Good morning, guys. I figured I'd pop in to say hi before court starts.
Joe.
I know. Thanks so much, buddy.
Dude, thank you very, very, very much for that. You are such a big supporter of this channel and seeing how other people, I mean, it's awesome to see that. Buddy.
Tommy, I'm not going to lie. I'd like to see you move to Canton. I'm not going to lie. I would like to see you move to Canton. I would absolutely fuck. I would absolutely.
Are you on drugs?
Mikey, that's like you aren't the only one getting shit.
Yes, we can walk our dogs together.
All right.
You can film everything.
All right.
No, Tommy, you gotta go
think...
live in Mike's basement. Just be a basement dweller.
Man, you can stay in the upstairs bedroom.
All right, there we go.
Oh, look, you're all right. So yeah, upgraded.
There's a master on both sides of the house, Shelby.
What, you think you want to get the master bedroom?
No, no,
There's
no.
two of them.
It's two different wings. Forget it. You wouldn't understand.
Stop it. But just like
Jeez,
this
we
shit
knew
right
Mike
here,
was
like,
loaded, but we didn't know we was that loaded.
No. Listen, Mike.
Stop it, you crotch goblin.
How do we fix this? Right? Listen, no, legitimately. How do we fix this? We know what the problem is, right? We know what it is. The problem. We just got to be able to fix it, right?
Well, I think we got this is the beginning stages of it, obviously, right? And
yes,
right, the ground level. Right, we thought we had a win with the buffer zone, and as long as we didn't wear anything with FKR or the judge sucks or whatever you wanted to do, we were good.
Any identifying item. What if the dude?
But it looks like to me, Hardiman has the discretion to say whatever he wants and feel like whatever he's doing, like, you know what, guys, we're bored today. Let's go fucking bust some balls. And then your case, exactly what happened. That guy told you it was good to go there. Fucking Brennan pulls up. We catch him on film. Parks on a public street. Not like you chased the guy. You just followed him. Trooper comes up to you, and then he goes over to Brennan. Brennan whispers something to him. Next thing you know, fucking you're getting chased out.
Yeah, no, we don't want that.
If I know about one of my tenants, like, oh yeah, Pleasant Street too, man. Whoa, fuck.
Dude,
why don't we just make that a content creator's house? We all live together during the day, and we just.
Oh my God, we can do, dude. We can live stream it.
Done.
No.
We would get nothing done.
No. We're live. People will watch us from around the world. Will watch the content creators create the content.
Right.
We'll wire the whole house.
We can pay the rent for we can pay the rent for all the donations we get.
Dude, reality TV Karen Reed style.
Yes.
Then, like, if Will comes to town,
that's right. The guest room. That's Will's room.
Yep. They get to stay for nothing. Come in.
Absolutely. Yep.
Hey, Glock for me. I think you're onto something there.
That's a great idea. Oh my God, the money we would make.
She needs to free up one of her other rentals when I decide to take off and run from here.
No, we can just
come to the East Coast.
We can wire the entire house and just make it like pay.
Have cameras in every. Like, here's the content creators having breakfast together.
Yep.
You know. And then they're getting ready for their shows. Who's on today in the morning? Who's on this afternoon? Who's on this? You know. Tell the creators never went in the house.
Yes.
But he's right. Make my name today. John Cold Cuts Conley.
That would be.
I was
something.
dying. And you didn't see my comment. I was like, John Cold Cuts Connolly. I was like, are you kidding me?
Wow.
Well, you can't use Crotch Goblin anymore because that's like that's now my name.
Okay, you got it, man.
You got to go back into all Aiden stuff. He's got so many of them.
I know. I'm gonna write them down.
So good. Listen,
Sammy says this ain't the Truman Show.
It can be better. I'm telling you, that would.
I like that idea,
man.
I'm telling you, man. You can do a lot from that, and we don't still have to do the Karen Reed case. We can do
exactly like Big Brother, just like kind of like that.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Diddy.
We can do the Diddy case from there. This is what Diddy was doing to Justin Bieber.
No, listen, we can have. No.
We'll just have a closet full of baby oil.
So many ideas. Baby oil. I can't even talk right now. I can't tell you guys all the stuff I have. Oh my God.
Well, none of it's coming to the house, just so you know.
No.
Just like Jersey Shore. Yeah. We'll call it, it's on the Resi, so it's right near the Resi. We can, we can do the Murray Healy shutdown of the school. We can keep after the Canton police. We can keep doing courts, live stream from court. We can have all this living together, going there during the day. Some people spend the nights, whatever. People hook up. You have all these relationships happening and stuff in there. Oh, crazy.
Meg P, we might have. There's drama, but there ain't any drama in between all of us.
No, that'd be fun.
The whole CPU crew.
That's a good question.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Think about all the cookouts and the bonfires and go fishing on the resi, all the shit we can do.
Smoke
No,
the
I'm telling you.
No
It's gonna be-
swingers, but no swinging.
No,
No swingers.
No,
no,
instant.
no.
You get instant banished for life.
You
gone.
can't
No
hook up
questions
with
asked.
anybody else. You can't
No.
do any of that stuff. No.
And if it happens, everyone gets to take all your stuff and throw it out the window. Everybody.
Yeah,
It has to go out that window. That's it. Everything you got out that window. That's the rule. If you break the rule, everything
have
that's
a
inside
specific
the house
window we're throwing
goes
it out?
out one window. That's it. Everybody's gone.
Same
No
window.
drinking. No drinking.
Nope.
No drinking. I'm okay with that, but
Everybody's like,
I'm okay with no drinking, but Tom and I can't live without we can't live without the smoke. So
Yeah.
no, we'll
We can have
grow
a
our
smoke
own
room.
there.
Smoke room.
Tom,
Yes,
Mikey,
yeah.
I still want to get you stoned one time.
Oh, Mikey, that would be
Oh.
funny.
All
Just
right,
me,
I'm out.
please. Just
Yeah.
us. Just it will be nice.
Yeah.
Can we do
I'll do
that?
it. I'll do it. Yeah.
Is that
I'll do it.
Can we do that? No, listen. I know Grant does it, and I don't want to be like Grant, but like,
You can't alter your mind while you're on a content creator. No. What you do before and afterwards is up to you. Because
Yeah,
there's little kids watching and shit. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
exactly. But that's what like I think they'd ding us if we smoked on.
Well, I've seen the Glare do it.
I don't even want to go there.
I would go.
No, they would not ding us, Tom, because we're 18 plus. We believe me, we made sure that we put in 18 plus content. So
Right.
But
I don't even want to question it.
You could do a late night sesh with people sitting around talking, passing a bong or whatever. Yeah, definitely. Sunday night sesh, on CPU, and just talk about the cases that are going on. Yeah, kind of cool.
Listen, I was trying to catch up on Diddy. That dude is messed in the head. He ain't getting out. They got him on RICO. They got him on the RICO charges.
He was a fucking beast, dude.
I sent Carrie Ann a link.
oh my goodness. So we get
She doesn't need to turn the camera on if she doesn't.
where's my
doesn't want-
mama, my other mama?
But
just give Mike an edible.
No,
Tommy.
no edibles for Mike. Mike has to smoke.
oof. Okay, what's up?
I get when you come over sometime, I get some bongs for you,
Okay.
like Grateful
Listen,
Dead bong.
yeah.
What?
No,
Yeah.
yeah. They're probably collectible.
Like you turn the water and it sucks it in. You turn the water again, sucks it in, and turn the water and sucks it in. Yeah, I
Okay.
get some shit, dude.
Oh, you
Yeah.
invite Tom, but you don't invite me. I'm over here going
No.
bongs.
Yeah. I'm sorry, crotch. Goblin. I got bangers, with for all your everything.
I just
Wow.
got super excited.
Shelby, how are you doing over there?
I'm okay.
Yeah.
I'm okay. Yeah.
All right.
I've not felt good the last 2 days. So I went to work this morning and then they told me that we have plenty of people. So if I wanted to go home, I could go home. I'm like, bye.
See ya. Peace.
So,
Yep. Sweet. All right.
but yeah, I'm a big cannabis supporter. Yep.
What do we think about today, guys? Who's gonna get
Oh,
called? Who's coming up?
That's a good question, man.
Did they finish that lady?
No, I
Yeah,
just went through.
no, yeah. I think
Oh, it's funny.
That
What
girl.
did you look at? You use a microscope to look at the glass. Okay.
And that's Lally, just
Yeah.
filibustering.
Oh my
But
god.
I think I'm telling you right now, guys, that girl, she's a lady in the street, but a freak in the sheets. Yeah, I'm telling you. Don't you think?
That I don't even know how to even. I
Did you see her? She's got this wild look to her, like, oh yeah, I'm smart and I'm sexy. Yeah,
maybe she can find somebody. I don't know.
she's married.
All right. Good.
People are pissed up. Like, no.
No.
Bongs.
Oh, so there was something I saw from where was it? Let me look at that. It was at Diddy's Twitter page, and he posted something. Put it all together.
Was what? Diddy's what?
right here. The new filing. Let me share it for everybody. Share screen. Boom. New filings in the Reed case. Erica Walsh, Jason Grant, and Tom DeRosa filed requests for review per supplemental order regarding the buffer zone.
Oh, here it is. Yep.
So,
That's Erica.
yeah.
That was horrible, man.
Yeah, that's Jason. Freedom of the speech.
He left. He left.
Corinthians,
Right?
love, love. Corinthians is freaking love, dude. Out of the, he's getting it. No way. Then me. There's the me.
Now comes.
Yeah. Thomas George, a citizen of the Commonwealth, and pursuant to the court supplemental order regarding the buffer zone, requests immediate review of restriction imposed by Massachusetts State Police. The court order says, irrelevant, any person whose activity has been restricted by an officer enforcing this order may request review by a judge of the Superior Court, which request shall be heard as
Exponentially.
as possible. On May 19th, DeRosa was peacefully filming the exterior of the Norfolk Superior Courthouse from across Pearl Street. When Massachusetts State Trooper said, okay, as to where DeRosa was standing. Nevertheless, Massachusetts State Trooper Sergeant Michael Hardman suddenly snapped and assaulted DeRosa. He violently grabbed DeRosa by the arm, injuring him, and dragged him across High Street. Now, Cass Corner from the courthouse. The injury shall require medical attention. Hardman had no lawful reason or probable cause, yet he's embroiled by the buffer zone order. Even though Judge Canone issued, why is that? I can't read that fucking thing.
Recent supplemental order that
The supplement doesn't restrain Hardman and no other state trooper intercede to tell Hartman he was out of line. Haha, right? No other trooper said time out, right?
Right.
State police have essentially taken the communicated their position that nothing has changed. Hardman decided he could still, under the pretext of buffer zone, assault and injure DeRosa, even though he was where he was told he could be, and was not any path used to enter the courtroom, nor was he protesting or otherwise influencing any witness or juror, let alone attempting to do so. In light of the immediate review is required. Mark Mendoza. So
Jesus Christ, man.
Yep.
And now you gotta go tomorrow.
yeah, tomorrow at 3:00. So, I mean, what's he say to that? What's their excuse?
Well, I think even Erica said, I want to see a judge. I honestly thought I heard her say
Exactly what she said.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. And then once Hardman started putting her in cuff, I think Mark said, don't resist.
Right.
Right.
And nor would she, right?
Right.
Nor would she. Good morning, you.
Gunny,
Miss Carrie.
Crotch Goblin.
Good morning.
Hi.
What's
you
up,
guys hear
Gunny?
me?
Yeah.
We can hear you.
Okay, so Mike, real quick, are you ready?
Yeah.
How long have you lived in Canton?
13 years, 14 years. Yep. You get that? Oh, okay. Yep.
Carrie.
Yeah.
Hello?
All right.
13 years?
14 years.
Do you remember the Sykes?
The what? Okay, here.
Carrie.
The Sykes family.
No, I don't know anybody. No.
Yes.
I married into Canton.
Do I need to get my headphones?
Yeah.
I just can't hear you. Or maybe you
Yeah.
can't hear. I don't know.
There's a delay, Carrie. I don't know if you're doing something else, but if you're doing something else and you go back to StreamYard, you can't. You can only do this. That's it. If you do something else, it mutes the mic.
Anyways, I like the blinds.
Okay.
I'm watching you. That's kind of cool.
Kind of weird, isn't it?
Kind of freaks me out. Like,
So
what? Last night was Nacho night.
I think so. Did they raise some money?
Yeah, I don't know how
Yeah.
much they did, but yeah, Nan was there at Nacho night. The place is packed, man. Wow. I don't know if they're all Nacho night people, but the place is busy. Anyways,
Yeah. Let's check this
Nan
out.
doing
Hold on.
Nan doing the rounds.
Nice.
Oh,
nice.
cool.
So that's still growing.
Okay, cool. What's up?
Wow. So again, right, Mike, all these donations, 50, 25, 25, 25, right? That's a lot, right? To raise $1 million at all those donations.
Say that one more time. Tommy, I'm sorry, buddy.
To get $25, $50, 25, 50, 50, to make $1 million out of donations, out of $25 and $50 takes a lot of donations, Mike.
Oh yeah.
So
I did the math. Remember, there was like 11,800 people that donated, and the average donation was like $83.
Yep.
But I'm sure it's gone up now.
What else is there? What's up with the chat? How's the chat doing out there? What damage done to you? How many lifted you? I saw you in a sling. Yeah. So he used one hand to grab the back of my arm.
It was at Noah Pizza. Okay, I'm sorry.
And he grabbed me with his left hand on my left arm, and he used his right hand to put up under my armpit to pick me up and kind of use my arm as a lever and chuck me across the street. So I don't think he realized how light I am, we'll say. And I came off the ground when he was picking me up across the street. That's why I'm like, dude, I got legs, I can walk. So from where I was to where I ended up, I was carried pretty much.
He ragdolled you, Tom. Let's just call it what it is.
Yeah, that's all it was.
He
And he was
he
ready to go.
he's got 100 pounds on you, easy.
He had that adrenaline going that was just like all over it.
Yeah, he loved it. He probably hasn't put somebody in bracelets in a while.
Remember, I'm telling you, I was almost convinced that they have a pool going before. I'm sure they want to arrest me. Mm-hmm.
Oh, damn, dude, they want to arrest you. Are you shitting me?
Trooper Pauled me. I just did a pirouette. Trooper Paul.
He Trooper Pauled you?
Yep. Trooper Pauled me.
God.
Carrie, it's probably latency or delay. Take a peek at that. If there's other things running, sometimes it'll just make StreamYard straight. It's just weird. So
I can't believe Norm died.
Who?
Norm from Cheers.
Did he?
Yeah.
Well, Mike.
I don't know, but I grew up at Cheers. You grew up at Cheers? Like, it was kind of like a show that
Okay. I remember he was at the bar. Me, the Glera was walking with a cane. He wrecked his knee pretty good, right?
Hardman got him too in the back alley.
You know, and Eric is in cuffs. Like we're not getting younger, Mike. None of us are getting younger. So, and for the people I saw yesterday, nice to see everybody. And I met two very nice ladies at Stop and Shop yesterday, Mike. And they watch us all the time. And I will say, Mike, we have the best people. God loves us more than everyone else. I don't care what trial you're looking at. Don't care. None of that will ever matter. Karen Reed trial has brought together the best people that we could ever ask for. Do you realize that? That's pretty. See, that's kind of a bigger story than I think anything is how the people Oh no.
What's up? Maybe it's just the video.
No, I don't think so. Oh no.
Oh, it's 9:02.
Oh no. The fan's not running.
Is the crotch gobbler on it?
Oh
Let's see what's
man.
going on.
No, that was a live video. If that fan dies, what are we gonna do?
It is dead. Yep, it stopped.
Oh no.
Say a prayer, everybody,
Oh,
please.
we gotta play
I'm
taps or
working on
something.
it. I want to make
I
sure
think-
that it's actually.
Yeah, Channel 25 has his fan stop too.
Oh my
So, you know.
god.
So it is okay. So it's not us. All right.
It's not-
Oh, the
That's what I
power.
wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
The poor fan. Quick CPR the fan. Someone freaking spin it. Something. The fan stopped. It's like the Truman Show. He's walking out the door. It's all over.
Tom, we should get Mark Rendoza on sometime next week.
I already talked to him about it.
All right.
He's on it. And Miss Noma gifted 1 membership. Thank you so very
Oh
much.
man, thanks so much.
Sweet.
I know. I think the fan needs dusting. I'm not gonna lie.
It's not spinning. Usually there's a bunch on the leading edge there. Like just dust. Nothing. Even the fan gave up on the Commonwealth.
Stop it, dude. You're killing me. That was funny. I haven't heard you laugh like that in
Dan's
a long
like,
time.
fuck this, I'm out.
Oh my god, dude.
That was freaking good. Oh man. All right, hold on. Let's try this again. Oh, there you are. Hey,
Hey, Gunny.
Hey, is that
what's up,
better?
lady? Yes,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay,
Hi,
so I had to
Mama.
put my headphones in, and I was hearing you twice. So,
Oh, that
Oh my
sucks.
god.
You don't want to do that.
Carry the
So,
fan.
anyway-
stop.
Did
Oh
you hear
my
me,
God.
Mama?
I can hear you. Good morning, baby girl. So really quick, Mike, what I was getting at was if you've been in Canton for a while and you know the Sykes family,
Mm-hmm.
and do you know my property in Canton? Do you know what I'm talking about? What house is mine?
I know that you have some, and I kind of know where it is in proximity. Yeah.
So out back, there's like a hunting lodge kind of structure. And
Okay.
it's pretty cool. It has exposed beams and a huge fireplace all built in and dead animal heads
Nice.
hanging all over the place, So of course, Skip loved it when we went and looked at it. But anyway, a lot of the Canton cops were raised back in my backyard. We made
No
it into a
shit.
6-bedroom house, so it's being rented out right now. And I designed a beautiful concrete pad out there for parties and stuff like that. And the property is fantastic. But anyways, yes, wouldn't it be wild to put a whole
Content creators.
Yep, be the content house. That would be
Telling you.
something. Carrie, we could wire it
for years I wanted to make it a sober house, but
Oh, this is so much better. Oh,
So,
and this
we
is a
could-
revenue maker too. We could charge
Yeah.
big dollars.
We can pay like anybody that streams there pays money to
Oh,
to the
yeah.
donos to pay for rent
Yeah.
and stuff, and yeah,
well,
I
I
think
mean,
we try it.
Carrie,
I think
if I ran that by Skip and we did the numbers, it would happen. No, I'm serious.
we
there's
have some
that's
things
a
to move
no-brainer.
around right now anyway.
Carrie, we have the. Oh my God, you didn't want to get there. I'm just
all the boxers come live with us.
listen. We could go any. We could take the show on the freaking road.
I get an RV parked outside,
mobile.
right? We'll sell out the Barstool Sports eventually, make millions.
Oh,
Hey,
listen,
John's got-
I had
John's
two
got a
beautiful
trailer.
I had 2 beautiful campers out there, and the tenants that are in there now were putting their trash cans up against it. and rodents got in and literally ripped out the inside of 2 beautiful campers. One of them I hadn't even used yet.
Oh my gosh.
We have
So
John,
Story.
so if
Got-
we have to. It's not getting used for anything right now, so.
Oh my.
I mean, listen, I got bedrooms at my house right now. We could all go live here anytime that we wanted because this place is like a damn retreat.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can sit up by the pool. Yeah.
We don't talk about that. We just
No, that's,
Oh my
that's,
God,
our,
I
that's our
know.
private retreat.
yeah.
Nobody
Yes,
knows.
That's what I'm saying.
Secret.
No,
Yes.
we don't talk about that. No.
Listen, I feel like over here is like our, what do we call that again? Oh, our spiritual war room. And this is where we, true or false, this is where we meet when we got to work shit out.
It's where we meet, period, Carrie. Your house is where we go.
We go where the light is.
That's disinfectant. That's disinfectant.
I'm working on this.
But anyway,
Somebody-
so I thought that was really funny because I was like, you know, and listen, the first week that we moved in there, you know how, Mike, you know how when you're going down Pleasant Street and at a certain time of the day, you can't take that left?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So every single one of us in the first month that we lived there got pulled over by Officer Sykes
For taking that left.
for taking that left, who was raised in that house, right?
Oh my
So it's
God.
a riot. But yeah, Canton's its own little community over there, man. They don't like outsiders.
You don't say.
You know, say I could tell so many stories. It's not even funny. But
Well, how do we, Kerry? How do we fix that? I mean, we're doing a good
oh,
job.
what do you mean? We all moved there.
So there you go. We have the
Every
content house.
single one.
But that's just a vote. I mean, do we have that much power that we can, if we can influence the town of Canton?
Yeah, because it starts at home, right?
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does.
So you think by moving content creators into a house?
I think by moving decent people into a neighborhood that's been generationally sick.
Yeah, but no one's going to leave the house anyway. Nobody needs to leave the house. Everything gets delivered.
eh.
We live in that world now.
Oh,
Like
listen, here's a funny story.
Remember Sandra Bullock and that? What was that long with the disc?
Listen,
What movie
Mike,
was that?
are you
What's
ready
up,
for
babe?
this, Mike? I come
Yeah.
home one day, right? And I'm all excited because I had just ordered like my first block hoodie way back when Berkowitz was still trying to give me shit about my license to carry.
Yeah.
And the whole, like this whole private squad comes running up my driveway at the same time as my mailman because they're there to intercept a package.
For what?
Okay? Because the package weighed the same exact weight
Is it
as it
9?
would have if I was getting a brick of pot from Oregon. Because at the time, I swear to God, and I said, hey, you guys are more than welcome to open this package right here. I think you'll appreciate it too. But it was crazy because they tried to intercept it at the post office, but my mailman was already en route. So this whole interception happened in my driveway. It was freaking hysterical. And sure as anything, what is it? It's a Glock hoodie.
Oh my God.
And do you want to know how I got my license to carry to be unrestricted? Because you know it's up to the town, right?
Right.
It's up to the chief of police to decide whether or not it's restricted. So I got it and it was restricted, which means you can only go like to your club and back, right?
Right.
So I write Mr. Berkowitz a little love letter that lets him know the kind of work that I do, and then asked him if he ever had a child that was, you know, dealing with a rape crisis situation in the middle of the night, would he want to send me out unprotected with my 5 feet tall?
Yeah.
I said, because I work with the population the police department just doesn't even want to deal with.
You're right.
So, time
So
out. Listen,
unless, if something would have happened to me, my husband will own you and the entire town of Canton.
Yeah.
can Tatiana, can she try now to get into seeking justice? Because like it's weird. Like would make sure like we unblock her,
Yeah.
but it doesn't get unblocked, and then you try and unblock her again. It doesn't, and it does work, and then it doesn't work. So is she in?
I just went and unblocked her, so she should be
Yeah.
able to get in if she refreshes. I just did it and saved it.
Oh, that's
Pamela, it is not a red town at all.
Yeah,
I'm
she
sorry.
is. Good morning.
Problem
Good
solved.
morning, Tatiana. Sorry about
Taya,
that.
you're all set.
That happens. Anyone that's blocked, sometimes it's in
Gunny, you would think it'd be a red town though. This place.
You would,
Right?
but let's talk about it. Police unions and things like that, they always vote blue. You know what I mean? And that town is,
I know.
again,
It's weird.
generational fire department, generational police department.
Yeah.
It's a thing. It really is. And in a small town like that, it doesn't take a lot. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right. It does.
like,
It really doesn't.
it devastated me about the Kelleher with the camera thing because he's a part of my range. He's a member of my range. And that just devastated me because I really, really adored him. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And yeah, I mean, it was when the shit hit the fan in the town, I was devastated because those were the best years of my life. I still have 2 houses there, and that's another thing that pisses me off, right? Because I pay town taxes for 2 houses in that town, but I don't have a voice.
That's right. You don't.
Fucked up.
Well, that's right. That's all.
No, it is. It is, Kerry. It really is. And of all people, you're more vested in the town than some of the people that are actually making the bad decisions for the town.
Well, of course. I used to be on the Canton Town Youth Commission.
No, stop. We don't go in there. That's another story. There's too much there. We're not. No, not
Mikey,
today.
there's so much.
Today.
We don't even have enough hours in the day.
Not today. No.
Well, when we come over for the content creators meeting this spring or summer, we'll have a content creator cookout. We'll
How you guys like my bathrobe?
I didn't know you were wearing. It looks like a hoodie.
I know it does. A hoodie.
I'm trying to regulate my body temperature. I'm losing today.
There you go. That would be something, huh? Even just getting out, just like a cookout there would be really nice.
Fantastic.
You got the room for it too. I mean, the layout and everything. Yeah, you're good. Let's talk Karen Reed stuff.
Let's.
How bad is it for the freaking prosecution? How are they not all just like bailing on right now?
If I was that guy, I would have walked out day one and never went back.
Right.
Brennan, yeah.
Right.
I mean, you're getting paid, but is it worth the money?
No, you talking about the guy on the witness stand yesterday?
Yes.
Him?
Yeah.
Mike, when Skip got home, I was like, you gotta sit down right now because I know that me and Mike, Tom, while you were gone, me and Mike were literally pissing in our pants. And I was like, we should be handing out diapers in this chat right now because we were just dying. We had so much fun. It was wild. Wild.
That's why
there's so many good jokes.
Love the chat. We got great people here. That's just what happens when that happens. That's the result yesterday.
Listen, they effed with the wrong family. I got Kitty walking across my keyboard here. But they messed with the wrong family. They hoped that she would plea out. Let's talk about it. If she had done that, she would have already been done with her consequences by now. So she could have taken the easier, softer route, which is what most people do, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, my love for Karen is because she is standing tall on the bull stuff and she's not going to cower to it. She's not going to cower to it. And we need to stand behind her until this whole entire state is put in check because it goes all the way up, way up.
Stop right there. Here's the problem. And this is where the content creators kind of lose them brass balls. They don't ask, why did he die? Why did John O'Keefe lose his life that night? They're all saying, look at the corruption. We can point at that. It's visceral. We can see it. Look at the corruption. Look at the corruption. Look at the corruption. But why? Go back further. Why?
It's generational, bro.
They're allowed to get away with it.
Yes.
They're allowed to get away with it.
You want to talk about a blue line? There's a blue line in Canton that's so strong.
Dude, there is no line. You can murder a cop.
Tom, when Whitey would disappear out to Cali, right?
That's the
Where did-
only other time
Where
that would be
did
allowed to
power
happen.
transfer to? Where did all that money go? Where did all that power transfer to? It transferred right over to the other people he was working with, the Boston Police Department, the Massachusetts State Police Department, and the Boston Feds. Cut it out.
Carrie, you and I know when someone went missing, no one went looking. End of story. That's the problem. How many
Listen,
times did someone
my
not
family
go missing, not go looking for him? Because I saw him 3 weeks ago. He's good.
Tommy, my family lived through that part when people were getting thrown off the project buildings, but
Yes.
nobody ever asked why.
Exactly. Oops, he fell down. Let's fix that. That's what I'm talking about.
They would say, "Oh, he threw himself off the building." Oh, really?
They
Or
don't.
did he owe a bookie some money?
There's so many people right now looking at the person on the ground. No one's looking up at what happened. That's what I'm saying. Me and Mike we're getting shit for it too, because the people that have power are wielding it. You're telling me that anybody that's related to the Proctors in Canton in this movement, why would you trust them? What friendship are the people to you if this is beyond your principles? If murdering somebody, if taking another human life is okay with you in any way, and you're friends with somebody, whether it's okay, I don't want anything to do with you. I'm not going to call you.
Because you're next as soon as you piss them off.
You're part of the devil. You're bad. I don't want anything to do with anybody that murders anybody ever. Not in my life. But these people, some of these maybe content creators, may have ties to the people who can sleep well at night. How do you sleep at night?
Well, and that's why I had family division. That's why part of the Callahans had to cut off the other part of the Callahans, because our family's longshoremen. And you know what was going on back in those days, IRA, shit like that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're going to Northern Ireland. Pack the boat. Going to Northern Ireland. Wow.
That's why I laugh when I got all these people being like, "Oh, I'm from Southie, I'm from Dorchester," and I just giggle because I'm like,
Yeah,
okay.
If you only knew. If you only knew.
Yep.
There's a book called Boston Organized Crime.
Yeah.
The longshoremen,
right? The longshoremen. Yeah.
They're back.
Hey, Quincy, the Quincy shipyard. Remember that place was cranking?
Yeah, I remember that now.
Hey, when we were kids, before 9/11, they didn't have the security gates up there, right?
No,
and so on family days, they'd bring us all in, and we'd do the the cookouts, barbecues, and whatnot, right? And my cousin and my cousins, all of us, we used to jump in those containers. And one time we jumped into a Heineken container with some Lay's potato chips from the Lay's potato chip container. And we had ourselves a good time.
Yep.
Holy shit. Is that in Quincy?
Southie.
Oh, Southie. Okay.
Yeah.
Man, remember?
No shit, huh?
And you gotta remember, Mikey, too, that there's only X amount of longshoremen in Boston, right? And you have to be, back in the day, you had to be a direct father to son relation.
I was just gonna say that there was no outsiders.
Very small community of these HNICs down there, right?
Yeah.
In fact, Mikey, if you go down, where's the really fancy street there that cuts off by the little store? Was it Chapman?
By the store, what Casey's is? Okay.
Where the road splits. And
yeah,
there's all those beautiful old houses, mansions.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll give you that one. I'm pretty sure.
So there was a family down there, and the man that owned that, one of the men that owned that house was a longshoreman, so he obviously knew my grandfather. So when I was running meetings all the time and stuff like that in Canton, his wife was in program, he was in program, blah blah blah. Before they passed, they're a lot older than us. And wow, man, talk about they had 8 kids. They were living like super large.
Dude, they make so much fucking money. They make so much. They're a union, first of all, right? Aren't they unionized? I believe they are
Yes.
unions.
However, they're like the one union around that all of those crazy restrictions that were going on during the CVID was never even an issue, never
Right.
even brought up.
So the ones I knew were fucking Goliaths of men. Just
Oh, yeah.
size 16-foot boots, fucking hands the size of
Twice
baseball.
the size of a big guy's hand.
And he
big.
goes, you know how we get so
Mint.
big?
They were mint.
You know those big ropes that you see from the big ships, the ropes?
Yes.
Yeah, because we pull those
That's
fucking things. Yeah, pull them in by hand sometimes. I'm like, holy fuck, dude. But then
Check this out. My daughter does that.
what?
Yeah, she trains with that big rope. She
What
takes
the
it and
fuck?
she throws it
Oh,
and snaps
I'm not even
it up and
talking
down in
about.
the air.
I'm not even
Oh, yeah.
talking about my baby girl. I'm talking about my daughter is a longshoreman now.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Well, that
shit.
explains it. Okay. The same one that trains.
I knew this. They used to all drive in a van, and they used to just get picked up someplace because they didn't live in Southie or whatever it was, and they'd all drive in together. It was like a gorilla fucking van. There's just all these fucking guys just hunched over the seats and fucking big dudes, like 6'6", fucking. Yeah, you know them all. They're all big dudes, and like they're all the whole family. The son's like 16. He's like 6'3", 210 already. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? And they just rough going, seaworthy fucking guys that just bang it out, man. And they make great fucking money. They make stupid money.
Yes, because they have contracts, right? So
And they see everything. They know everything that's going on down there. Yeah, they know everything. Everything.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're not supposed to be down there and you see something, well, they know everything. So you might not be seeing anything.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I used to hang out in Quincy Marina at this bar, Fishbones, and a couple of them would come in. They were retired or whatever, but they were just big men, like fucking huge shoulders from all the ropes and fucking shit, and like wow.
Yeah, it's hard work, man, and they're doing it in the weather. They're doing it in the weather. Oof.
They do it all year long, but they had a great pension. They lived well. But they worked hard for it.
Oh yeah.
Sure. They worked their fucking asses off. They didn't miss a day. Snow, sleet, rain, fucking they're out there.
Oh yes. Delivering goods, man.
Yeah. God bless them.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't want to fuck with any of those guys in a bar if they had a couple drinks and they just would I would never ever, because they can be loud, they can be whatever, but they're fucking.
Well, they
big
also
men.
think they own all of Boston, so there's
yes.
that.
I picked that up pretty quickly, but I'm like, these guys are so fucking big, you wouldn't stand a chance. Even if you would stand up with one, there's another one that's just gonna grab you and throw you.
Oh God, yeah.
Family.
Yeah. I didn't realize they were family till like a year or two into it. Like, oh, so you're cousins with, and then I realized that it's a small community of people, families, probably a dozen or so families, right? And they're all
because they had to be father to son relation in order to pass down that card.
Do you think it was just because of the, hey, listen, no outsiders, it's just us. We're gonna keep it on the DL, and just keep your head down and keep going, kind of thing.
I'm sure it was a little bit of that, plus a little bit of family, wealth and investment, right? So if you stay and you put your time in, so for example, if my daughter stays and puts her time in and does all that, her card can then get passed down to her son. So now my grandson has a set for life job too. And don't get me wrong, man, you got to go down there every single day for years.
Oh, you got to work. Oh yeah, no, there's no
hours.
You got to be solid as you can.
Yeah, no, we're talking like unloading those ships overnight in the snow, in the sleet.
End of story. It's done. You're the guy that gets it done. Been there, done. Yep.
Yeah, they all have
my cousin has worked his way up where he's one of the HNIC crane operators. So he's
he's inside. He's out of the weather.
Taking all those big Merc containers and placing.
I wouldn't do it. No way. It's too high up, man.
He's the one that pulls them off the ships, right? And then Kellyanne's job is to go in and she does the Coney cranes, which is she goes in and she's driving the machines around that are then picking up the boxes
They're moving them.
and moving them to where they need to be. And they have a whole grid system and a digital chart shit because all those boxes have to go right into the right place.
Hold on, guys.
We're on?
Counsel at sidebar right away.
All right. See you all later.
She just walked in at 9:30.
Nutty, we need more stories like that soon. I got to hear all the stories of this.
Oh, I got good shit. Yeah.
Oh,
All right, you guys. Have an awesome day.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right.
Bye.
Idea.
Yeah. That's funny. You know what comes in and out of that port, dude? They control the port. Like, I didn't want to get into it. I didn't want to get into it with
Yeah.
it. Like, if you want like a Ferrari shipped to Italy that's stolen,
Gone.
that's who you have to go. That's who you have to go see.
Gone.
Goes into a container and ends up in fucking Portugal and
they
whatever.
line the containers with lead so you can't have a tracker.
That's right. Yep, that's right. Yep.
Yep.
Wow.
Easy.
Wow. She's part of that family, huh?
I'm sure they have special containers. The cars are all just sit right in. Boom. Like
Tommy,
special like designed that way with special front shit. Absolutely.
So when I say cars come into the porch and stuff like that, everything comes into that. Weapons, drugs.
The cars aren't empty. Every square inch is full because it's money. Every freaking square inch. Yeah,
Jesus Christ, man.
Imagine a car and then packed with little bitty like bricks of like. Imagine Hershey bars. You know the regular Hershey bar? It's kind of thin. Imagine packing a car and then Hershey bars in around the car so that you don't have any space because every space.
Coffee beans.
Yeah.
That's fucking awesome.
Yeah. We got good people, Mike. Told you we got good people.
That's connected people.
Shh.
That's what that is. I don't
talk about
whatever you want, but that's connected. And this man.
Yep.
Come on, give me some Lou. That's Carl wearing his Boston PD pen. Take it off.
What are they looking at?
The sidebar. Do we have volume yet? Oh, it's muted. Okay.
No, they muted it. I think I can go full screen here.
God save the fan. Hey, Peggy.
Yes.
Oof. Oof. Hey, I wonder if she's going to be going on a bender this weekend with Memorial Day. I'm just asking.
I don't know. She's had a lot of loss in her life, man. I don't envy her at all.
It's a happy looking bunch, someone says. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Oh, there she is, Louie.
Yep.
So I wonder who won the lottery for this upcoming week. So we have a half day tomorrow, allegedly. No court Friday and no court Monday.
I'm hearing rumblings about no court tomorrow.
All right, I heard that. Yeah, Nikki Haircut said something yesterday.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens.
And then they're gonna be done pretty soon, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, they're not calling any popo, so.
And that's kind of telling, isn't it? I mean, how can they rest when they haven't proven anything? Like, what?
Yeah, it all came down to Shannon, like, to put the timeline together, and
we didn't even hear Trooper Paul.
Nope.
Wow.
Nope.
Kevin the Leprechaun say no court tomorrow or Monday.
Right. Like so they'll court Friday or no court Thursday.
All right.
Thursday, Friday, Monday.
Yes.
I don't know.
She just does whatever she wants, anyways.
It's like the huddle. You go down there, I'll throw it over you. Bang left.
Yeah, Friday was scheduled a no court day, but we're thinking it was supposed to be a half day. Yeah, no problem, Kevin. Don't worry about it, man.
Please be seated.
Good morning, jurors. So an issue has come to my attention that is going to make it necessary that I talk to each one of you individually over at sidebar with counsel. So that process will take a little while. So I'm going to, don't speculate as to what I'm going to talk to you about. Please, when you go back to the deliberation room, talk about anything but this case, and I'll see each of you individually. And the process may take time. The cameras will be shut off, and I'm going to talk to the lawyers about whether no filming. All right, send you back, and we'll get back. Thank you very much.
I tell you, it's about Bev's faces, man, and Peg O'Keefe.
No way.
What do you think it's about?
So maybe somebody influenced the jury. Something. They're gonna come back and say, you guys saw a Karen Reed sign at an intersection on your way here on the bus, and because you saw it, mistrial. Something like that.
Stop it.
Oh, I'm serious. I think she would do that. I absolutely think she would do that. If it's not going well for them and they can't win, that Bev has the friggin' the emergency. She has that red button, that emergency button. Bam! Mistrial. All right, we're out of it now. She just saved Hank Brennan's ass. Hank gets to do it again. Tell me I'm wrong.
I'm not gonna say because anything is fucking possible in this fucking corrupt
Isn't
county.
She has the nuclear button, buddy.
I'm telling you, the trial is not going well for the Commonwealth.
Exactly.
It's not going to get any better once the defense starts putting their direct on.
We can't win. So what do we do, right?
Yeah, we take our ball and go home.
Nuke it. Mistrial. Nuke it. That's the ultimate X boom. We'll do it again. There's no other way. Why would she need to talk to every single juror? They had to be together as a group to see something to be influenced. And then she's got to make a determination. Well, they're getting rid of a member.
Well, they're gonna.
I mean, that could be possible, but I mean, I don't know.
Well, they're gonna start picking them off now. All the ones that are voting pro Karen Reed. Oh, interesting.
They can tell that, right? Just by their demeanor.
Yeah, you can see when Bev is looking over at the person on the witness stand. She's looking right at the jury.
Listen, what happened last time when they kicked the juror off? They didn't do this last time. They called the individual juror up.
Yeah, the one and only, and she started crying, and she was like, "This is not fair." I didn't talk to it, and it was just John Fanning's word. Hey, we saw her at a bar, blah blah blah.
Now, if Bev nukes the case, guess what goes away?
The buffer zone.
The buffer zone too.
Yeah.
She's got more reasons to hit that button than not to. And she can blame the jury. They said they didn't see any sign, but I don't believe them, so I'm gonna say mistrial. I don't know why. And again, why would the attorneys need to be there too to argue? Obviously, the person's biased, not biased. This person's telling the truth. I mean, that they want to fight for every every juror. They picked them, right?
Yes. Yep.
I mean, I don't know what else, Mike. Why else? To every
It's
single
definitely
juror?
it's
Every
definitely a
single juror.
juror. Yeah, it's definitely a juror situation.
Is Aussie still
Um,
in here? Aussie would have an idea. Because I mean, I don't spend my time in court, so I don't know the reasons and how and what authority the judge has
well, it
in this
has to be.
area.
It has to be because they're calling all the jurors up, right? I mean,
Aussie, I'm gonna send you a link, if you don't mind, because I'm confused so much today, man. I don't know what's going on with me. It's just a day. You ever? I don't. Yeah.
what you just say? What the fuck is
Nothing.
wrong?
A lot.
What time did you get up today? Midnight.
No, Mike, I slept a lot.
Oh, is that why we started a half an hour late?
Yes, I couldn't get up.
Wow.
All right, I sent her a link. And this is cuckoo. We don't. I mean, Barry, you're right. We don't know what it is. I mean, does she wanna? Is she gonna ask each juror? Do you have plans the long weekend? Do
Yeah,
you
she-
wanna? You know, do we
she-
want to finish it up tomorrow, or do you want to just call it and do it Tuesday? Right? Is that something
Should-
she could even be asking them?
I can give you Thursday, Friday, and Monday off, and we come back Tuesday.
That's an
Why-
option.
Why wouldn't she do it all together? Maybe she wants to just get a vote from everybody individually, kind of thing. You're saying?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yep. That's my thought. It doesn't have to necessarily be bad, right?
No. I mean, after the ass kicking with the man Shannon yesterday,
Yeah.
I think even Brennan's like, get me the fuck out of here.
And even Megan, it could be something dumb.
Joe flip ahead. Death, taxes, and shenanigans in Dedham. Court has been delayed this morning. Judge Bev says she will need to talk to each juror individually at sidebar.
Right. So, I mean, it could just be, listen, we can just finish. We can spend a little bit longer today and we'll be done. Give you Thursday, Friday, Monday off, long weekend. But it must have to be majority vote, right? Or
Ted Daniel. Judge Coney says the camera needs to be shut off so she can question each juror individually because of an issue has come up. She didn't say why. Judge Coney tells everyone to exit the courtroom, and the court security tells everyone to leave the second floor.
yeah.
Nobody can wait outside the courtroom, apparently. Okay. Wow.
All right. Well, so that kind of escalates that again, right?
Well, she's hiding everything, dude. She's hiding,
Well,
she's hiding.
no, she's probably just trying to get an independent without it
Dude,
being
she-
biased in any way by the
Well,
people.
she's clearing the whole second floor.
Yeah. Hey, Aussie,
Hello.
what's
you hear
going
me?
on here? Do you know what's going on?
Hey, it's you
Or
again.
what could it be? What could it be?
No freaking idea. What it could be. It could be a Ranger shit. I don't know.
Did we wake you up?
It was
She's-
late out there.
It's 10:30. It's 11:40 p.m. now, but not
All
really.
right,
I'm laying back, relaxing. Because hang on, let me just see what it could be. It could be a juror's outside exposure to info, maybe. Could
Yeah.
be juror misconduct. Could be a falling out from that witness screw up yesterday.
What do you mean?
What witness screw up?
The man Shannon?
The mansion dude.
Yeah. That thrashing. So, do you think the judge has the ability to say mistrial, like that nuclear option, because it's going so bad for them? Like, is that an option, or is that just no?
I don't know about nuclear option, but what she's done this morning is announce and on the record voir dire. So she's going to voir dire each of the jurors, which means it's big. Whatever it is, it's big.
Holy
Maybe
shit.
one of them went and looked up, man Shannon's details. I don't know, honest. It could be a whole bunch of things, but it's serious. Whatever it is, it's serious, right? It's more than it's more than someone, pulled a face in court.
But Aussie, the way they did the jurors last time when they kicked them off, they just said you, and you're gone. Right? They removed
Right.
3 jurors, right? They didn't voir dire everybody, right?
They didn't voir dire anyone for the juror A and juror B. They got asked questions at sidebar, and then they got dismissed. I don't know if that passes as a voir dire or not, but I mean, I don't know. Like, she is so unpredictable. I don't know what she's having kittens over. I mean, obviously she's having kittens, or she wouldn't be doing this, right?
Yeah. And she came in at 9:30. So what's that tell you? She came in, called them to the sidebar, the 2, and then said that.
Ah.
And Karen was
tells-
whispering back and forth to everybody in the court. So I wonder if, people have their phones, right?
Yeah.
Not the jury, but yeah. They probably put it
Yeah.
into a locker when they go into,
Yes, Miss Namer. Obviously, she has grave concerns because she didn't pull any of this in the last trial. Like, she didn't do a full shut the court down and have a voir dire day. So this obviously is something to do with more than one juror.
All right. So if somebody was at the intersection with a sign that said "Free Karen Reed" and the bus drove by it, that an issue?
If they saw it, no, because the way that she was doing voir dire to choose the jury for jury selection, even that was incorrect. Like, suggesting that if they'd heard about the trial, they couldn't be impartial. That's not how it works. You can hear about a trial and still be on the jury and still be impartial. That's not how it works. People say this all the time like it's supposed to mean something, but legally, just because you've heard of a trial doesn't mean that you can't be a juror. And you should be asked, okay, you've heard of the trial, but can you remain impartial? So that's what it should rely on, not whether or not they've heard of the trial. So if they drove past the sign, the question's still the same. Can you remain impartial? I mean, we rely on jurors to be honest in their answers, obviously.
I'm gonna ask directly. Hold on 1 second. I might know somebody.
And it could just be they concocting bullshit, just like they did with
Exactly. They could be setting the groundwork, right?
yeah, what's his fucking name again? Flanagan? I can't think of his name for some reason.
Fanning.
Fanning thing. Obviously, they're not going to pull it with Fanning this year. Who is it? Come on, guess us. Who is it that did it this time? Tully?
Yeah, Tully. He's been missing.
Oh, that's right. You have somebody there, Tom. That's right.
Yeah.
MIA. Tully's MIA. Who's been guarding the area where the jurors come and go from?
Not hardly.
Yeah, exactly. We don't know because we don't even go back there. Like where they bring the jurors in is the back of the courthouse, and where we walk and how we walk, we can't even see the back of the courthouse. It's just that the way it's laid out, you can't see it, so nobody even looks. No one goes down the street.
Well, I'm on the side of the chat here that something's going on, and it's obviously going to be effing with the jury again.
Yeah,
So,
Aiden just tweeted Karen Reed trial. Day 20 starts off with more shenanigans and skins. Each juror being brought up to individually to be questioned by Auntie Bev. No idea what this is about, but of course this happens in this trial. Rigging the jury is the only way Hank Brennan can avoid an acquittal.
obviously.
Yep.
And again, Beverly has the nuclear button. She can say mistrial. Even though the people say that they didn't see a sign, she can overrule their thought and say mistrial. Because what else do they have? They can't win.
Well, it would be
Yeah,
shocking if she does say mistrial, because then we got to go back to a new trial again. I just don't think she's gonna. She was so desperate to get this trial date underway. She was desperate to get. There's a lot of things she's done out of pure desperacy. Like, you can't tell me she's ruling on this normally like she normally does. She's ruling on like she's desperate. So I don't think she's going to call a mistrial. I think she's culling jurors.
But what would she be polling the jurors about? It has to be all
Culling.
culling. All right. I see it.
Culling them, like getting rid of jurors.
Because they're already biased. Didn't the jurors ask the judge not to make faces or something?
Right.
Or
Well,
interrupt the defense or something like that.
she can't kick him out for making faces.
But didn't the jury ask the judge about that? Anybody? I thought.
Well, yeah, they wanted to have all the questions not being sustained. They wanted to hear the whole answers. That was
the jury want to hear the reason for the objection, the grounds for objection.
Thank you. So
Okay,
the jury's
that's
also,
what it was.
yeah. Thank you.
All right. So
maybe they've been talking in the back room about why they're not getting grounds for objection. She's like going to crack up at them about that.
Oh, well, see, there you go. That if she heard something, there you go. That she can run with that. She can make that work in her favor.
She could, yeah. She could run with that. They were talking about it
And it makes sense too, doesn't it?
What fucking makes sense in this trial?
Yeah,
like,
I guess. I just, this is
trying to make sense of shit that's going on in this trial is pointless.
Get it out of your system. I mean, what else we got? What else can we do, Aussie, that's never been done? Like have the defense guy start working for the prosecution? Like, I don't understand how else more we can screw this up. This is Massachusetts, right?
Look, we all knew they were going to screw with the jury, and one way or another they were going to screw with the jury. She'll use whatever she can to screw with the jury that looks legit on paper. So
if Karen Reed gets found guilty because of what they do to the jury by culling people, I think the entire country would be in an outroar. Like, they would be pissed if they're trying that hard.
Well, they did it last trial. They did it last trial, and people weren't. I mean, locals obviously were pissed, but the entire country wasn't.
Right now, everyone's watching now.
If they pull it again, we'll see. We'll see how America reacts. I'm still waiting for America to be outraged. Like, I see the locals are outraged.
Yep.
I see sprinklings of, well, I mean, just look at my my SJC Bev report card.
Yeah.
You know, people are not expressing their outrage. The people that have, I've only got maybe 200 votes in out of what I've got, you know, nearly 20,000 subs. So people are not outraged enough, obviously.
Wow. And I mean, it could be anything, right? It could be something really bad. It could be something that's just nothing. Could be right. It could just be nothing. This could be just part of the tainting of the jury, or something. I don't know.
I would say this time around, Bev's probably not winning the jury over. I just see a lot of stuff going on with her facial expressions and stuff. I feel like she's probably not winning the jury over. And I base that on them specifically asking to hear grounds for objection. They obviously realize something weird's going on if they're not hearing those grounds.
Right.
You mean the jury's smart?
Right. The jury's smart this time. They're not buying the shit.
Wow.
I mean, that's just a guess. I don't know. But keep an eye on Aiden. Is Aiden in the courtroom today?
No.
Who's in there today? Did we get a glimpse of who is in there today?
Same. Everybody's the same. So it goes week to week, Aussie. You get to put your thing in by Tuesday, and then you pick for Monday who you get, if you're going to be there for the whole week. It's not an everyday.
So Sue's in there today, right?
So yeah, losing there. No, all the regular players from yesterday are same there.
Your gal Lou.
And my girl, yeah.
Oh, Press has been kicked out. Press
That's
is
what I
kicked out as well.
The what? Yeah, everybody has. The whole second floor was kicked out.
Leave and take all electronic devices with you.
I would think so, yeah. Yeah, the Glare and Nan Attorney Gallagher is in the Reed bench. Ted Daniel is tweeting. I got that. I've been reading that, but they don't know what's going on.
Nan's in the gallery.
No, yeah, Nan's in with the Reeds. Yes. Yep.
Ted and Sue are both tweeting. I don't see anything
I
there.
saw Ted. They were removed already, and then they cleared the whole floor. And Ted just said, "But I just kind of repeated to you." But this is. I don't know if this is normal shit. I don't know what this is. I'm sure.
No, this is not normal. This is not normal.
The watchers are going to fucking berserk right now. You know what I mean? What? I've never seen so many law tuners go. I've never seen this in the 15 years I've been 25 years I've been practicing. So I had to shut my window. Hold on.
Will's not posting anything that I can see. Well, probably because he's in the gallery and not allowed to, but I don't see anything that I can tell you that what's going on. The second floor. They're searching the second floor. What? And hang on, wasn't there something going on just before with the wasn't when the cops doing like a manhunt just before?
Yeah.
Could it be anything to do with like that?
What's that?
No, question everything. If it was one of those kind of threats, they would have everyone out the building. They wouldn't have them sitting in the gallery still.
Yeah. They're looking to talk to the jurors. No bomb threat. They have everybody out of there. They're gonna probably bounce. They're gonna probably bounce somebody.
I reckon they're going to bounce a juror, but I don't know what for.
Yeah, exactly.
Everyone's saying they're getting rid of somebody they don't like because she spoke up.
Yeah, that's exactly that's what gets you off. If she doesn't want to be around and spend her weekend worrying about a case, you know what? I'm out of here. I'm gonna start speaking up and bitching. You're gone.
That's from an insider saying that. So someone actually does know something from the inside. I can't say who the insider is. I just have a friend who sometimes gives me tidbits because he lives in Canton and he hears the streets talking.
They do whisper up here. They do whisper.
Yes. There's whispering going on. So it's a she, might be a juror.
Yeah.
Who spoke up about wanting to hear grounds for objection? Was that a female juror? Or was that just jury panel asked someone to pass a message?
They might have talked during lunch and probably said as a collective group, we would like to hear what they're objecting about. What's the actual, which is just a normal, I would think a normal question if you knew what was going on and paying attention. But, Also, so I live in Canton as well.
Yeah, I realize that.
All
this person who whispers to me occasionally said he heard Judge Bev's husband saying stuff before the trial kicked off.
Oh.
Like he was there and he heard it himself. Can't really say much more. Like identifies who they are, I guess, but I want to get people into trouble. But apparently before this trial, just before, it might have been just, there was a couple of different incidents, but just after last trial, he overheard Bev's hubby saying something, and then just before this trial started, he overheard something. So yeah, we knew they were going to try and cook something up, right? That's
All right.
basically what we overheard.
So like someone that may be there may have called somebody, right? And I can tell you that two seats, if two people were talking about the guy without a diploma and it was overheard by a third person, she's going to question every single person and yank them two people out.
So it could
If
have
I
been,
was a betting man, because if this was to happen like that, it happened to somebody exactly like this in the past, to this person's legal problems. Same thing happened to that person in the past. So it's kind of
someone's still,
going in that direction. But yeah, nobody. That's what it's looking kind of like.
okay. So I figured it was probably to do with the jury. Yes, like there's no way the jury was sitting there going, "Oh yeah, this is all cool and normal for you yesterday and the day before." There's no way, no way. And so I figured it was probably something to do with, maybe they looked up his credentials, or even
if they spoke about him, the guy without the diploma, just that communication there, and someone overheard it. That's it. And then she's going to question the entire jury.
And it's an issue that came up, over the past couple of days. And he's the only issue that's been on the stand the past couple of days.
Yeah.
It seems to me like it's going to be related.
And it's going to take all of an hour, at least, because you have to talk to every one of them, right? Individual. They got to come in and out. 18 of them, right?
Yep.
So there's 18 people that can't talk about the case.
Lawyer, says this can only mean a few things. Most likely that something has come to the attention of the lawyers or a judge that a juror has said or done that may cause one or more jurors to be excused. Everyone remember the movie Jury 2? Juror 2?
Juror 2, yeah. Well, I haven't seen the movie yet, but is that what happened in the movie?
I guess so, yeah. This is just, this is lawyer, saying that, but it was lawyers or the judge that brought it up. So I don't know who it was. Obviously, Lally and those guys have their backs to the jury when they're up at the front of the desk.
Yeah, but even if they talk amongst themselves on the bus, and it's overheard by somebody,
You think that's why the court officer was sworn in?
When Bev walked in, she didn't ask each juror, even off the bat, did you all not talk about the case? She didn't say that this morning. She said it last night when she left, right?
Right.
She said it every time, but she didn't even say it this morning. Right away, call him up and talk to him. And she came in late at 9:30, so she must have had a meeting prior. Or you know what? Even if they queried the freaking internet searches and two people searched that guy's credentials, done. I don't trust the state police. I'm sorry.
I don't know, man. It's never good.
I'm just getting juror conduct. No matter what I'm looking up, I'm getting juror conduct. This is typical behavior by a judge for dealing with juror conduct, not necessarily misconduct, just conduct. It's all about ensuring a fair trial and impartial trial process, protecting the trial's integrity.
Well,
Except
Yeah.
we're talking about Bev here. Like, hello. I reckon she's up to no good too, Bob Weir. Like, we all got our spidey senses tingling now.
Yeah.
We've seen it a lot already. There's too much mess around. Yeah.
Yep. We will see what happens. I guess when the this is just my prediction, when the media is allowed back in, they will tell us if someone's missing.
True, and she'll have to. She's putting it on the record, so she's gonna have to tell us, isn't she?
She's putting it on the record by doing this voir dire outside of, you know, anyone listening, but it is on the record. She's just not telling us what the record is.
Someone's saying there's a police presence at court
Well, there is every day.
at the church.
There's a police presence at that place that you spoke about this morning, a mile away. For that,
Oh,
maybe.
kid. Okay.
Remember
Okay.
that?
Yeah.
I think there's a lot going on.
All right. Okay. So the guy that's armed and walking on the wheel drive down there. Okay.
Yes, sir. I think that is two different things.
Is anyone streaming outside? Is Aiden there?
No.
Gonna make me get in the car and drive there, aren't you?
No.
Yeah. Do
I
it.
can get there. I can do it.
Do it.
Oh, don't. We're good.
Listen, I'm in my pajamas.
Stop.
Tell us what's going on. Go do it. Tell us if there's cops around the courthouse. Tell us if anyone's talking.
47-minute drive.
Oh, okay.
And that's
Don't do
actually
it.
good. It's actually
That's
good because
freaking
usually it's a
long
lot
way.
longer.
You know, I wouldn't do it. Just to find
He
out
went
the
there
gospel.
twice. Yeah, he went there twice yesterday. Up and back. Up and back.
Is Claire? If Claire is in the courtroom, he's probably not able to reply to anyone, though. Get your case.
Yeah, if they're outside the courtroom, as you know.
You ready for this? John DePietro says this yesterday. You ready?
Oh, I know. What a
No.
fucking
1/3 of the jury are not in college graduates. 50% are not in LinkedIn. This is no idea what the defense is talking about. How does he know 50% of the jury are not on LinkedIn?
He has to know the names.
How do you find the names?
He has to know something to be saying that.
You're gonna need someone's name to find them on LinkedIn. But that's jury tampering right there. John DePietro. And he wasn't in there this morning when we looked. Did we see him in there? No, he didn't. He wasn't there. He's not in the courtroom. Not in the
Well,
courtroom.
God, I hope he screwed up and he's the one that's getting his
Oh,
Yeah.
desserts. Wouldn't that be good?
And
Has
and that,
anybody contacted you? Yeah,
and,
you're
that,
right.
and that would absolutely have the judge query every single person about it, at least. Right?
Well,
Well.
let's just say DePietro knows all this stuff, legit. And one of the jurors were contacted by an outside entity at all,
Yeah.
like anybody. Yeah, they want to know about it. Yep.
Hmm.
But I'm
Even-
speculating. Yeah, I would know.
Even if he was just rage tweeting for clicks and likes, as people are suggesting, he might have
Yeah.
screwed up there because that definitely suggests that he knows who the jurors are.
Exactly. Exactly. It could be about DePietro. Barry's correct. And you know what? If DePietro knows two of their names, they're gone.
He's implying, this is what Sleethy says, he's implying that he knows the names of all the jurors and was therefore able to search for them on LinkedIn. So this was
I'll
all
tell you
going around yesterday afternoon.
And he was
It
taking
was.
pictures. Remember, we caught him taking pictures at the beginning of the trial, Mike? We
Yes, we
caught
did.
that dude taking pictures.
He was, wasn't he? He
Yes,
was
he was.
literally filming the jury.
What a guy. And,
God, I
and
hope
like,
so. I hope it's all him, and I hope he gets kicked out and banned from ever returning.
Imagine if it was Turtle Boy.
Party, party. DePetro got kicked out. Party. We were going to party for that. I'm going to party for that.
DePietro already knew a jury who was planted. One juror gave him all the info to be leaked.
How do you know that? Shantae's Inferno.
I know.
It would be freaking good. I hope it is. Hope he gets arrested. Yep, me too.
Wouldn't that be spectacular if you got arrested?
We watched him. We watched him with his phone, put his phone up and go around. We watched him do that.
And he is he's McAlbert, dude. There's no doubt about it.
He was with Jen McCabe. He was hanging with Jen McCabe.
He absolutely is a McAlbert.
And you can make that connection. So what does that tell you? They're the ones witness intimidating. They're the ones jury tampering. What'll happen to them?
Imagine if they came forward and said, someone from the last name Albert or McCabe contacted me and offered me money. Oof.
He's also reporting stupid shit. Like one of his things was about AG and Karen arguing, apparently loudly at the table.
Oh yeah. he's probably shitting himself right now.
I hope so. Personally, I hope he's wearing cuffs right now, going, holy crap, what did I just do? Even if he's only just doing it to shit stir, I still hope he gets arrested for it because it does insinuate he's got information, right?
Yep.
Hell, Turtle Boy's getting arrested for insinuation, whatever they want to insinuate out of whatever it is that they feel like clipping.
Exactly. Yep. So right on the money. Yep. Exactly.
All right. I'm gonna get myself into the head frame that rather than this being a disastrous thing, it's a good thing because DePietro is involved somehow.
Yeah.
He tweeted 32 minutes ago, right before all this blew up.
Did he really?
Last tweet. That's what they're saying in chat. Let me look. I think I've got him blocked.
I might have him. You know why?
I got him.
He took a picture with me and he went viral. His picture of me when he's like a couple million hits. He was shocked and he was talking about it.
All right. Yeah, 36 minutes ago. That's his last post, 33 minutes ago.
John DePietro show? Is that where he's posting on? Or...
Yeah.
Oh, he blocked me. John DePietro has blocked you.
Huh?
I'll show you.
Well, I blocked him, so he thinks he's...
I never even said anything to him, I don't think.
Yeah, I'm still... Oh. Now, that's his fucking... That's his pen, dude. His blocked you is your pen. So you still have him. Because you're reading it right now.
I don't think I can't respond, right?
Hang on, let me put it up. Let me put it up. I've actually got all his tweets. I blocked him, so I still got all his tweets. And then after we do this, he might block me.
No, he doesn't. I don't. Yeah, he's like, let me tell you something, Turtle.
Turtle. There you go. I've got all these tweets.
This is the one that's probably, this is from 5:20 at 9:51 a.m. In my opinion, 1/3 of the jury are not college graduates. 50% are not on LinkedIn. This is no idea what the defense is talking about. I have no idea what that means, but that's what he tweeted.
Do lawyers get to witness the interview? It has to be.
Yes, they are now. Yeah.
It can't be ex parte. It has to be with both lawyers present from both sides.
Yep.
He's the snake. Exactly. Leaking jury info. Shantae, I agree with you, but I'd rather see, verification. I'm a verify everything person. John DePorter, you're talking about DePetro?
Yep. John
No,
DePetro.
no, Denise B. She may be talking to him because I sent the judge a photo from Twitter this morning.
Who did?
Denise B says that in the chat here. Yeah, taking pics of the jury last week, right?
Yes. Yep.
We need receipts.
No, we watched him live doing that though. Like everybody watched him live. It wasn't like a little thing. There was no doubt about it. We saw him.
Yep. Yeah, well, there's nothing on his Twitter that gives anything away. So, you can just hope that he's the one that gets called in and chastised.
Well, yeah, that's all. If it was anybody, look at us. I can't even stand on the sidewalk, for Christ's sakes. And he can do this, right? And get away with it. What's that tell you? Unreal.
Everyone's speculating. Clara, 1 minute ago, Bev is questioning each juror individually. Nobody knows why. Any rumors you hear are exactly that. Rumors. I'm in the courthouse. Nobody knows what's going on. Anyone who says they do is lying.
Mm-hmm.
That's straight from Will, by the way.
Yeah.
Let's have fun with it anyways. Sue O'Connell, my Subaru's ready. I'll pick it up after jury duty or after court today. Please wash and vacuum. That's her tweet.
Thanks, Sue. That was really helpful. Bloody awesome. We're all going to live through the day now, knowing that, Sue.
Aiden Kearney, did John DePietro commit jury tampering? This is very concerning. How does John DePietro, a propagandist for Hank Brennan, know about these personal details about every juror? Any comments, John DePietro? Listen, Turtle.
Listen, Turtle.
You know what's great is when he does this live, people in his chat go, "Oh my God, Aiden's right behind you," and he'll stop and he'll look right behind him. It's funny. I get him every time too.
Is that why he keeps turning around and looking?
Yes.
Like,
In the chat, they say Aiden's behind you, so he stops and he looks. He's not there. Just messing with him. It's a beautiful thing.
That's hilarious. Who else have we got? Let's see if Meredith is sending anything out. No, nothing from Meredith.
Is Nan's not tweeting anything, is she? Oh.
Nan is
LaFaro.
On the phone, maybe? I guess she was on the phone.
Lawferio. Here we go. Nan is saying,
So confused.
nothing from Nan for hours, like 11 hours. So 12 hours.
Here it comes, jury tampering by Goat Boy, but he's not there. Oh God.
It makes sense to us. We again, if he
We
did
think
have
the worst.
pitches, could he do a Google search on the pitches? I bet. I bet you
What's
he
that,
can do
buddy?
that. I bet you he could, if he took those pitches, right? He could
Yeah,
do a
for sure.
Google search on the pitches and find each person based on the Google. Google machine.
Oh, I wanted to see if I had that video. That's right.
And if he knew that, that's
Oh,
a little wrong, dude.
oh.
And again they accuse us of trying to go after the jury. I don't know anyone that's even looked at the stupid jury ever.
Someone's got some major feedback happening.
Would it me?
Maybe.
I don't know.
Is your phone on?
No, my lawnmowers are. I get the.
Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it.
Landscapers are here.
So again, this is kind of messed up, isn't it? This whole, wow, this is messed up.
Well, they were all in a little huddle too, so I think actually the defense knows what it's about.
Yes.
See their little huddle before
Yep.
Luke said that. All right, I'm just gonna mute and go make myself a fresh coffee. I'll be back.
I'll get anyone else, please, while you're here, hit the like, subscribe, share button. If you want to share this stream, we love that. That's great. It's gonna be a long day. I'm gonna make another pot of coffee.
See you later. I got it
right there.
You got it, bro.
This is Mike. This is insanity, dude. Like
unprecedented.
Like front seat too, front row. And look at Dave doing stuff. Dave's channel. Yeah. Listen, I'm making coffee. I'll be right there, guys. Like, subscribe, share, and I'll be right back.
Smoke them if you got them. Go ahead, light them up. Go outside. Aiden's calling out DePietro. It's a shit show. I love it. I don't know, guys. I can't find anything, so just gonna have to bear with it. It should be too much longer now. We got some slight turbulence at 24,000 feet, so we're about 15 minutes from Boston. Please buckle up, put your seat trays up, and pull your seats forward. And it looks like we're going to be building a content creator house in Canton. Yes.
Christina Rex says the defendant has a right to be present for all aspects of her own trial, replying to someone asking, was she allowed to stay?
I would think so, right? Yeah.
I forgot about Christina Rex. What is she saying? Jury issue. Jury is here now. 9:31 a.m. Judge tells the jury an issue has come to attention that makes it that she needs to speak to each juror individually at sidebar. Will jury be sent back to deliberation room? Our jury will be sent back to the deliberation room. Everyone except lawyers are asked to leave the courtroom. Only lawyers, the judge, and individual jurors will be in the room while this questioning happens. Media were removed to the first floor of the courthouse to wait. Karen says she believes the prosecution's case has one more week. Hanley will be back tomorrow, which is today, not in the morning. They're going to take another witness out of order, we are told. But I don't think they're doing that now. Looks like they're doing this instead. Any news over there, Mikey, that you can see? LTL
What's he
Sources
say?
tell me the courtroom was cleared at the break by Bev.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's still all about DePietro, and the other regular reporters like Ted Daniel and are just saying the courtroom's cleared. They're not saying like what it's about. No one knows.
No one knows.
Yeah. John Cole Cuts Conley's in the house today. The reason why I called Cole Cuts is that saw him at a store and all he had was cold cuts. Anyways, anywho,
Oh my. Okay.
What's the news?
Coffee's brewing. We're all set there. That was a challenge.
I
Man.
thought you were off talking with your sources.
Yeah. That's what
Tabasco.
they think two people were being targeted or selected out. So
Yep.
if DePietro knew even two of them, they got to all be questioned, right?
Well, I hope it's two people the defense have picked out because of DePietro. That's what I'm hoping.
I don't think the defense is happy. So if DePietro's falling on the sword per se for somebody, how do we, if they know that this is going bad, they release him on the jury, right? Make him the bad guy. Restart the whole trial again with new people.
Oh my God. That's going to cost Karen a fortune.
I think if that ever happened, because you know how Bev likes to mistrial everybody. I mean, the Chestnut one, which is pretty cut and dry. Michael Chestnut from Weymouth. The guy was hiding. The cop walked by him. He took a rock. He threw the rock at the cop's head. Hit the cop, knocked him out. Took the gun that was in his hand.
Wow.
And shot him in the head. And then after he did that, he was walking in between houses, and there's a lady that had a glass window, like a big bay window, and she's standing there and she saw the whole thing. So he put 3 rounds into her. Just a lady that heard the shot got up to her. She was in a bathrobe. She walked over to the window and he saw her and pop, pop, pop. And then he went, I think they got him in the woods, and he ran out of bullets. And the dog went after him, and yeah. I think that's the
and Tommy, I just sent you an ex to Petro taking the pictures.
Nice, because we did see that, and you guys are the best, because you guys even pointed it out too. Our chat rocks, man.
Listen, Turtle. He's gonna get a T-shirt made for that one.
Fill me in on what the roo-roo was this morning with the manhunt this morning. The cops had drones out with someone.
Well, so right down the street from my house, about a mile, there's like a road called Will Drive, and it's filled with like construction companies, a landscaping company, a dog.
Like an industrial area.
Yeah, it's a dead end. It leads right into woods. And there was a guy walking around there with a gun making threats. So they put out not a shelter in place, but just a heads up from the PD on a tweet. And then they said that the state police and everybody was around there. I have not heard back yet. I might have missed it, but I have not heard anything in terms of it's over with yet. There wasn't a stay in shelter or anything like that. So this is the DePietro thing right here. Yes. That's when he was allegedly taking pictures.
So he did tweet that he was going to be in court today, and then he's not in court today. Interesting.
Oh,
No, DePietro.
Oh, he's not in court today.
No.
Apparently.
Ooh, that's right. I didn't see. All I saw was Lou.
Yep, we didn't see him.
The Smurfs have the most creepy predators working for them. Indeed, they do, Cynthia. The Smurfs is what Baker calls them. The blue people.
Why would you, if you were trying to would you be that stupid to
yes.
actually
yes.
post it? Okay. All right.
Yes. and
Yeah,
and
here's it.
he's biased a lot, and he's not even fair. He lies flat out, completely comes out in
Mhm.
left field with lies.
Yeah.
I've dealt with him outside the courtroom. He's not a nice person.
Listen,
Say that.
Turtle.
He's got he's kind of got more of an attitude when I talk to him, and I don't know why. I've never had words with the guy, but whatever. This is interesting, Mike. What
Because the
else is
gent.
going to happen? What else haven't we had happen in this case? What haven't we
Well,
had? Listen, we
you
had
know,
That's the shorter list. What hasn't happened is the shorter list.
yeah. So John DePietro just tweeted 3 minutes ago, no press in courtroom or second floor, 18 jurors to speak with. So it'll be a while, which means I have to go onto TV. And then Auntie Deb goes, what channel? Listen, Turtle. So John DePietro, we go. Yeah, here we go.
I'm looking.
Go to DePietro.com is his website, which is DEPETRO.com. That's his website.
All right, I got some of his Karen Reed trial 20 hours ago, 1 day ago, a month ago.
And then he just did a picture of Karen. An issue has come up. Judge in Karen Reed case says she must speak to jurors. He won't be able. No one can reply to his shit.
Why? Because he blocked everybody. Is that why?
Yeah. No one can do anything with this stuff.
Jeez.
So
So
I got
he's
two
there.
lawyers weighing in. What Carl Steinbeck says with a question mark. Commonwealth still reeling from disastrous aperture witness, now seeking removal of jurors that couldn't hold back their visible reactions, question mark. Michael Welsh from Michael Welsh Law says Judge Canoni has ejected the First Amendment from the courtroom in the Karen Reed trial. Potential jury tampering afoot. So a couple of lawyers waiting. Does Bedero say anything yet? Where is he? Bedero. Let's see if he's got anything to say yet. 2 hours ago. Yeah, I've only got a post from him 2 hours ago, so before this was called.
For whatever reason on my phone, my Twitter doesn't stay current. I can't get it to.
Someone in the chat just said the fan. They're replacing the fan.
Is that what it is? Gotta be the fan. Fix the fan.
They're giving the fans
Somebody said this morning, even the fan gave up on the Commonwealth. I couldn't believe it. Hilarious.
The fan was just called the sidebar and asked why it's not working any longer.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any other lawyers. I got Jabroni Jay. He's scratching his head. Doesn't really have much to say, just scratching his head.
Yeah, what can you say, right?
Yep.
All right. So does this now change anything, or is this like if hypothetical? Just play it out.
Because it changes who's on the stand next because they're using up that time now.
Is that what? So they have X amount of time and that's it? Is that what they say?
And then they got the girl that was on yesterday back in the courtroom after. So the time that they said she couldn't make it, so they put someone else in this morning to fill in that period. But now that's being filled in with this, they're probably just going to go back to that girl that was yesterday. I can't remember her name. Hanley? Is it Hanley? I can't remember her name.
Remember her name.
I'm shocking with nouns. But that's just my prediction. I'm not saying that's exactly what's going to happen, but yeah, they did say Christina Rex reported yesterday that they were going to push her forward to the afternoon and put another witness in between. That looks like it won't happen now.
Okay. Wow. This is crazy. Like, you can't
Wacky
make.
Wednesday. Wacky
Wed-
Wednesday.
I don't. Is this the justice system for someone charged with murder? Is this what happens? It's not like she did, a big school shooting, right? This is not her running 30 people over, right? That would do a crowd. This is a one person who they won't even admit as a police officer. This is one person, Mike. Is this normal for one person, Mike? Look at this, Cynthia. Why is it that the Commonwealth can have witnesses on for weeks, but Bev wants the defense to be finished within a week or two? Because that's what she wants. Wow. Yeah, what's next? I don't know. I mean, I don't even want to think about that. What is next? What's coming down the road, Mike? What do
Yeah.
you think?
I think a juror's going to get dismissed. One or two. You got 18, you got 18 of them up there.
I forget the name of the movie, but all the way through it, the superhero in the movie or the lead actor is always going, "What now? What now?
What
What
next?
now?"
This can only happen in Norfolk County.
And this is a murder trial, and this is how we treat this. I hope what's his name? The guy, the dude who accused of doing his wife in. What's that guy?
Walsh.
Yeah. I wonder if his is going to be this intense, right?
No, probably not.
Why is this different? Why is there so many issues here? Why is it special, right?
Well, I think someone just put up the GoFundMe for the new fan. We're gonna have to raise some money.
Speaking about Mark Randoza, his charity is the one that's helping us fight this. We need to
I
support
actually
that one.
watched Mark Rendoza and the other guy starts with M. I can't think of his name. They both did interviews with Ricada Law in the last couple of days. So interesting tuning into that. I know a lot of people are down on Ricada Law at the moment, but I am fully in support of him cleaning up his act. He's been sober 8 months, I think he said now. So
Good for him, man. Yeah, got to start somewhere. So congratulations, man. Every day's a battle, and I hope he wins it today, right? And that's
So
all you
do
can
I.
do is win it today. Don't worry about anything else. Just win it today.
Win it for today. So I'm going to probably include him in some of the mashups in the next few weeks just to help him, getting back on his feet with his channel. Because I do believe that he's cleaned his act up, but we'll see.
Yeah, that's on him, right? That's nice of you to give him a shot. That's the stuff that makes you sleep good at night. This is Mark Randoza's resume, I'd say. He's licensed Nevada, Arizona, Florida.
All Massachusetts federal, all Nevada federal, and all California. Wow, he's got a resume.
Uh-huh. Is this good? 1st, 5th, 6th, 7th, 9th, and 10th?
Yep, that I don't know that there's any others. Is there any others? That's pretty much all of them.
He's the guy that's defending us, all of us. And we have to support the people that are supporting him. And I can't find the link to it. I'll find
Here's
it.
something that I learned interesting yesterday. You know how on the Aperture website they actually have that watermark across everybody's CVs over there?
Yes.
The watermark is I forget what it is, not to be used at. Hang on, let me see what the watermark is again. There was a couple of things that came up. The bar dinner as well. I'm going to talk about that. It gives us something to cover the dead air with. The watermark over the employee CVs that reads "not for expert designation. I'm wondering, is it referring to copying the CVs? You can't designate.
Oh, yeah, it's not a certified copy, right?
Right. So, but what it actually does is it does two things. It stops people from copying it and trying to present them as formally as an expert in litigation. But it's also like a legal disclaimer. Like if you grab this resume off our site and list our guy in a court filing and it turns out it's outdated or inaccurate, not our fault.
Right.
It's kind of a disclaimer as well.
Yep.
But the fact that the documents that he submitted to the court did not have that watermark on them, those are not covered by this disclaimer because they didn't have that watermark on them. So I found that interesting. A lot of people were asking what that watermark meant. So I looked it up. That's what the watermark means, essentially.
Is this here? Again, it's stuff happens that we don't even know about, right? Behind the scenes. How would we know that? There's no way.
Right. The other thing that happened is they posted on their LinkedIn last week, 1 week ago, that they had a dinner. Aperture Northeast team was a platinum sponsor for the Massachusetts Bar Association dinner in Boston.
Right. So they're kind of close.
They're sucking up to the big wigs because the Bar Association's the big wigs, right? It's the judges and it's all up higher ups. It's not just rubbing shoulders with lawyers. It's the actual Bar Association. So that's interesting. Wonder if Bev was there.
I don't think we could FOIA that, could we?
I get my co-counsel up here with me now. We're good.
There you go.
Yeah.
I wonder if we could find out if Bev went to that function, Mike, or was part of that function, or spoke at that function, or got paid to go to that function.
The Bar Association dinner.
Oh, that was put on by Aperture. Was the
Sweet.
Aperture? Yeah, Aperture was a donor.
Sponsor.
So if they hire Bev to come and be a keynote speaker, they just pay her. Just pay her to show up and talk.
Yeah, you can get paid after, after hours and stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Well, postpone the show.
Being a sponsor of the event is different to being a donor. It's two different things. Just
yes.
To clear that.
Yes.
And there's no way we'd be able to get Aperture's books to find out how much they paid someone to just show up.
That would be stupid on her part. Absolutely stupid on her part.
So yeah, it was before, anyone from Aperture started testifying, but it was during the period that they were, dreaming up a new timeline with Hanky Yankee.
Hey, I just have a quick question. Did they ever find that vehicle? Remember that car, Mike, that went behind?
Yeah, it's on microdots.
Did they what happened? Whose car was that? Was that Allie's? Did she find another dog?
Higgins moved it, dude.
Was it Higgins' butt? Because they looked like someone walked out.
It was in the way. If you want to go to microdots, it's in the way back, and they actually highlight it going backwards. Yeah.
So it wasn't a car moving through the parking lot like we thought?
No, it was a parked car that Higgins moved, and then he comes back into the screen after he was in 4 different cars. He was in the Jeep, the one next to him, the one, and then the little one when he opened up the side, and then he moved that car in the back. He's got a lot of explaining to do.
There's another one going around where someone is actually walking under that street light at the back there.
Back here?
Like there might be another person there in that lot. I'm not paying any attention to it because it's just like the trying to play that fuzzy in that area. Trying to play that fuzzy sound of Karen saying I dropped John off, and then Kerry goes, yeah, I can't hear that. So when you do something like that, you play a fuzzy picture or you play a fuzzy sound or something that's not distinct, they can
Right.
just easily shrug it off. So I don't want to give it any air. It's just a waste of air.
Gotcha.
It's yeah. I don't see it. Well,
That's
actually, I
a
see it
small
now.
clip.
Watch here. Watch right here.
It's a small
Watch.
clip.
That's it. That's
But
it.
where it is, you know, Aussie, I have a question. You know how these machines overwrite each other and they overwrite and they overwrite and they overwrite? Is the data that similar that's pulling it from another spot, do you think, just to be quicker when it caches?
You're talking about the system, the recording system at the
Yeah.
Kent.
That may be an artifact.
Oh well, look. One of the reasons.
Like a
Look,
screen burning.
we've got like 50 degrees of artifacts between us and the actual file that this comes from. So what we're actually seeing could just be, you know, the way the snow is blowing and creating a blur, which is then filmed by the pool camera and then lowered in quality and streamed to the internet, which makes it look like something else when it gets to us. There's all that shit going on.
Yeah.
But the Canton PD cameras, they do overwrite their own. There's a new file, so there shouldn't be the overwriting shouldn't be causing artifacts from, you know, a previous video or a current video. It's just overwriting that data position. It overwrites all the ones and zeros. So no, you can't have artifacts introduced from that.
Okay.
But what we're seeing here, this is 5 generations of streaming code, of encoding going on.
Yeah, it's not direct. It's not raw file. So
It's not a raw
by the
file.
time we get it, it's not going to be what it was originally.
Right. And even things like the camera, the pool camera itself can introduce a complete screen wide artifact because the refresh rate on the camera filming it is different to the refresh rate on the monitor that it's filming. You don't know that you're not seeing artifacts from that sort of shit either. No juror tampering, lol. Let me see if we've got any reports from the courtroom here.
One of our friends is actually in court, okay, for a ticket that she got while she was in the buffer zone and she beeped. They gave her a ticket. She's here
No
fighting.
shit, really?
That's why they're all there. All the women are supporting her. Yeah, it's like it should be.
little Jack Bob Alessi is. Holy shit, dude.
That guy got it going on.
Holy fuck, dude. He's
He's got like
jacked.
7, maybe 6% body fat. Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's a juror thing. I really do. I think it's
Flip, what's up? Good morning, Flip.
Flip ahead. Bev was dismissing juror. She talked to that juror individually. In another instance, she brought a group of 3 to a sidebar for a conversation. Talking to all the jurors individually is new. Definitely interesting. This is the route from the Albert's House Johnson with the white dots. Present every single house or business that has a security camera. Why is there 0 footage of Karen driving home? The library footage is missing 2 minutes worth of video between 12:37 and 12:39. Now, who would go by the library at 12:37 and 12:39? I believe that footage was clipped because it shows Karen's taillight was fully intact. And again, I trust 0 digital evidence from this district attorney. When Fanning and Crawford have a digital editing company, that everything gets sent to them outside of the DA's office where they can do what they want with it. And then it gets sent back to the DA's office and they receive it as the same people. And then they present it as evidence. I trust 0 in that. 0. Anything you see is an illusion. You're lucky you see what you do.
Yep.
They're just
Exactly.
too dumb to get rid of it the right way, so it's never to be found again, idiots.
Exactly. So
Oh.
that's a third reason why you don't trust any of the footage and sit there and study it, looking for shadows and shit. Because
It's
some
already,
of them
it's already
they
messed
click
with.
themselves.
Yeah. I mean, you're looking at something that's been highly modified. And they're presenting it as raw, and it's not. So
She's gonna get
Miss-
back and go, all right, we're gonna take a break now.
yeah, I know, right? Miss Noma, thank you for that, Miss Noma. I appreciate that. I really do. Same Shelby.
Listen, Turtle.
Wow.
Morning break, everybody. Bev needs her White Claw.
This is just insane. This, if you think about it. And then no court Friday and no court Monday.
Nope.
So what the defense is gonna have, what, a day and a half to close?
Simon's saying the court will be back in 5 minutes in the chat. I'm not sure. Kyle, Sharky. Thanks, buddy.
Let me check update. No update.
Let me look
Yeah.
at the you got something?
No, like there's no update.
Any fan?
Right. So
Everyone's still guessing. Everyone's still guessing it's DePetro too.
I know. Because no one on our side would do that. He's definitely on the other side. So if this happened, this is the other side influencing the jury somehow, some way. Even if they know who he is.
AKRs are saying Karen Reed's at sidebar because she's taking a plea deal.
Wow, they are on crack.
It's just a joke. I think it's just a joke. It's something Baker Road. I'm sure it's just a joke.
See, I think the Commonwealth they're so deep, and it's so devastating, and they know all the jurors are against them. I don't put it past Bev to make this issue up. I just don't. I think she wants to hit that mistrial button. There's too many. If she hits that button, all the buffer zone stuff goes away. All the Commonwealth's bad witnesses go away.
Yep. God, I hope this is over to Petro and he gets kicked out of the courtroom. I do.
I hope he gets arrested.
And then we can tie him, be pictures of him and Jen McCabe together. How's that not witness intimidation? It's against her specifically.
I've seen those.
Yeah. How can that not be? You know, that's direct or indirect, right? Is that what it says?
Jury tampering is actually the bigger crime here. Like jailable offense.
Hey, FBI, you listening, bud? Wow. And you know what? Annie Elise is witnessing this, and I'm so glad this is happening in front of her eyes. Now she can talk.
That's right. That's right.
Now
that's
she
right.
can say this is bullshit with her own eyes, and not be influenced by us because we don't want to, right?
All right, so they're heading back into the courtroom now. It says. She
All right,
said.
let me pop the fan up. Hold on, boys and gals.
Yeah, the fan's still dead.
Oh, I'm shocked. Man.
Yay, the fan's back. No, court is in break.
No. Yeah, man, that's not right.
RIP only fan.
Yeah.
So many good memories of that fan, you know. No.
Well, I guess we all know, the fan's behavior now.
All the girls are sitting in court. They're in district court for that ticket right now. They're waiting. So they're inside.
Oh, what do you mean all the girls? Only one was arrested. What are you talking about?
No,
for the beeping the horn ticket.
Yeah.
Right.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4 mods that are all there with her to support her for the ticket for beeping. And it was like $245 or something.
Yep, $245. Yep.
That's right, Gail Dunnels, and that's why the judge made such a big issue out of. That's the biggest issue she addressed in the motion to dismiss. She wanted to make sure that no jury tampering is acknowledged by her. Period.
Right.
But it doesn't matter whether she acknowledges it or not, because when this goes to a higher court, it's going to be acknowledged whether she likes it or not.
Yeah. And Aperture Guy, the insurance companies that he worked for, they're gonna all be Chapter 11, out of business, done.
Oh, no
There's
doubt,
no
dude.
way. There's no
They
way.
did-
The lawsuits that they got coming against them.
Oh, fuck,
Woo!
dude. Yeah. So that guy's father-in-law posted a picture from Facebook when that guy had to do 100-car pileup reconstruction in Texas when they got a little bit of black ice.
Okay.
So you can
remember
imagine what's going on with that one.
Can you imagine just putting that together? 100 cars all crashed together. Oh, oh, oh. All right. Life is
That's
good.
what it was all about. They had to give it CPR.
All right. Nice. Thank you.
And it's
Well,
back.
whoever's watching us, thank you.
It lives.
Yep.
Number
I
5
need
is
coffee. I swear to
alive.
God. We're clapping over a fan. God help us.
Yeah, I still got no reporting from anyone else. Over here. Hang on. Aiden, what did he say? Nope, still nothing. Still no reports from anyone. Per Annalise in EDB's chat, they're heading back into the courtroom.
Yeah, right.
Goat boy, they're going to toss the youngest girl, I bet.
I love Goat Boy. I was reading this thing about octopuses. I didn't know they had 3 hearts. Dead silence.
Megan Fox is covering this trial now. I don't know if he's near that. From Johnny Depp's trial, Megan Fox. Not the Megan Fox.
Oh. Wow, really?
See, Goat Boy posted on the 17th of May. I don't believe Bev's warning today was to keep the jurors in check. I believe she's setting the groundwork to tamper with the jury once again. They've already targeted who they need to get rid of. And then here it is today. For those who don't know who Goat Boy is,
Yeah.
Microdots interviewed him way early in the piece. He knew John. He played ball with John, I think.
Yeah, he knew John. Yep. Yep.
Right.
Well, that's a cool tattoo, man. Yeah. Well.
Still no updates from the courtroom. Hang on, some shit just happened.
Oh, here we go.
Yep.
John DePietro, Road Patrol Live. Great to have you all here. Flood.
The fan's off.
All right, so jurors, I still have a couple of questions for you. Were you able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? And we've discussed the other two questions, but I do need to stress for you that it's very, very important that no one discuss this case. Don't let anyone talk to you about the case, no comments about the case. You've seen how hard the lawyers have worked to pull this case together for you, and everybody's given it so much time. So please let's make sure that we follow that. That means each other. So
Well, there's your answer.
we started, we're going to take an abbreviated lunch today, only 30 minutes, and abbreviated breaks. So no morning break. We're going to start now and go till 1. All right, Mr. Brennan, and we're taking a witness out of order. I apologize. We've got a witness here. Sometimes we take witnesses out of order. Ms. Healy
There you go.
later for the rest of her testimony, but we've got a witness here that we'll call out of order. Thank you. Mr. Brennan, thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Dr. Wolf.
Here we go.
You're welcome to go watch it somewhere where there's no commentary.
You solemnly swear the evidence you for the court and jury in the case now and hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
We have to talk during this, or we'll get copyright strike.
Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
I know we got to tell people every day they don't get it.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spell your first name and last name for the court reporter?
Sure. My first name is Isaac, A-I-Z-I-K. It's phonetic. Last name is Wolf, W-O-L-F, like the real thing.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a brain surgeon.
Is there a special part of medicine that you study?
One juror is gone.
My main interest in brain surgery is brain tumors and trigeminal neuralgia. But I also specialize in movement disorders. I do pediatrics and adults.
Are you an active working neurosurgeon?
I am very active working neurosurgeon. I get up every day at 4:30 in the morning to go to work, 5 days a week. I take call 300 days out of 365 days a year.
Did you work
fix your
yesterday?
collar.
Yes, I did.
What type of work did you do yesterday?
I did 2 brain surgeries yesterday.
Are you working tomorrow?
I have 4 surgeries scheduled for tomorrow, which is why this is a little bit delayed for me, and I have 4 on Friday.
And what type of surgeries do you have tomorrow and Friday?
I have 3 brain tumors, 1 trigeminal neuralgia, and on Friday I have 4 patients with movement disorders.
You're here today as a witness. How much of your practice, how much percent of your income is from being a consultant or a witness for a case?
Probably less than 1%. I don't do this for a living.
I want you to take us through some of your education and background. Could you share with us where you went to medical school and where you graduated from?
I went to Yale Medical School. I graduated summa cum laude.
Was that in 1981 that you graduated?
Correct.
After medical school, did you begin internships in medical residency?
I did an internship at Hennepin County Medical Center, which is a trauma center in Minneapolis. I then did 5 years of neurosurgical residency at the University of Minnesota.
And was that in Minnesota?
Correct, in Minneapolis.
Is there something about that hospital that has some specialty?
It was one of the #1 training centers for chairmen in neurosurgery at the time.
Did you, in your residency and in your fellowships, do any work or study in pathology?
During your residency as a neurosurgical resident, you do 6 months in neurology, you do 3 months of neuroradiology, you do 3 months in pathology, which includes autopsies on brains. And then you do rotations through a trauma center as a chief resident, through a VA hospital, and then ultimately at the university hospital for elective cases. We also do 6 months of pediatric neurosurgical residency.
Did you do a fellowship at New York University?
Yeah, at NYU, I did a fellowship before I went to the University of Maryland as a professor in brain transplantation. The interest was in using cells to create dopamine centers in rat brains with the concept of Parkinson's being curable with transplantation.
I'd like you to take us through some of your faculty positions, and so you can share with us some of the progression of your training and experience. And did you begin at the University of Maryland Hospital?
Yes. In 1987, the University of Maryland recruited me to start their epilepsy surgical program and skull-based program. And then part of our responsibilities as assistant professors was to cover shock trauma.
Could you explain for us what shock trauma means and whether the University of Maryland Hospital was a shock trauma hospital?
So the University of Maryland and shock trauma were actually two separate entities when I started. A man named Cowley had basically developed the concept of the golden hour. So prior to Dr. Cowley, most trauma was just taken locally. That meant as a community hospital, if a patient had been in a motor vehicle accident, they needed an orthopedic surgeon, they had to call the orthopedic surgeon in, could take 15 minutes, could take 3 hours. The same thing for a vascular surgeon, the same thing for a neurosurgeon. Dr. Cowley came up with the concept that you needed a center that was strictly for trauma, and every attending had to be in the hospital 24/7. So that was the concept of shock trauma back in the 80s. When I got there, we were transitioning from a very small center to a 125-bed hospital that was completely committed to trauma.
In that experience, in the years you worked there, did you have an opportunity to treat a number of people with brain injuries?
We treated well over 100 patients a year, a month, basically, with brain injuries at shock trauma, along with spinal cord injuries.
Did you perform surgeries in different types of brain trauma and brain injuries?
Yes.
After Maryland in 1993, did you move to Miami Neuroscience Center?
Yes. In 1993, I left academics. I went into private practice in Miami, and I started the Miami Neuroscience Center. We were the first private community hospital to have what's called the Gamma Knife. So we were the 13th in the country, but the only one that was non-university based. And Gamma Knife radiosurgery is using radiation to operate on the brain.
Are you presently the director of the Miami Neuroscience Center at Larkin Hospital?
Just sent you
Yes,
a
I am.
DM, Tommy.
Conduct a number of surgeries a year there?
Correct. So I spent 19 years at Doctors Hospital, and then we moved to Larkin Hospital 13 years ago, developing the new radiosurgical unit called ZAP, and also another fancy machine called high-frequency ultrasound to treat the movement disorders.
You've noted that you have a number of professional memberships. I don't want to go through all of them. I'd like to point out a few. Are you a professional member of the American Association of Neurological Surgeons?
Yes.
Are you a member, a fellow American of the College of Surgeons?
Yes.
Are you a member of North American Skull-Based Society?
Yes,
And is that brain related?
it is.
Are you a member of the Society for Neuro-Oncology?
Yes.
Are you a member of over, or at least 34 different professional memberships?
Yes.
In your career, have you engaged in research?
Yes.
Has that research focused or centered on brain injury?
Yes, it has.
Is some of your research as a principal investigator for THAM treatment of brain tissue, acidosis, and severely head-injured patients?
Yes.
Did that research and as a principal investigator help you in your diagnosis and treatment of brain injuries?
It actually was in the treatment of severe head injuries, patients who are unconscious, the concept of trying to relieve the increased intracranial pressure that occurs from the injury and to increase blood flow, thereby increasing oxygen to the brain.
Did you also serve as principal investigator for research for the PEG, SOD, and severe head injury?
Yes.
Could you describe that very briefly?
Basically the same, one of the biggest problems in brain injury is the fact that blood flow ceases to exist as the brain swells up. And so one of the things we try to do is preserve the neurons by making sure that they have enough oxygen and blood flow to them. All these are agents that try to assist that.
I won't go through all of your research and principal investigator roles, but I want to ask you about one more. And that is, did you serve as principal investigator relative to the IRB protocol for brain pathology?
Yes.
And what did that do? What was that about?
It was about looking at what happens after a brain injury to blood vessels and tissue as the intracranial pressure increases in the brain.
Have you been part of publications of a number of different books?
Yes.
I won't list parts of all 16 books, but can I point out a few?
Sure.
Were you the author of a book chapter regarding head injury, difficult medical management?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter on pediatric neurosurgical emergencies?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter on complications of head injuries in adults?
Yes.
Were you an author of a book chapter, Imaging of Craniocerebral Trauma?
Yes.
Were you an author of a book chapter in emergency room assessment of the head injury patient?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter, Intracranial Injuries?
Yes.
I won't list or ask you about the other book chapters that you've been the author of. Have you been involved in journal articles?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you just about a few of the 70 journal articles that you have published.
Your Honor, objection.
So go ahead and ask the question without a comment, please.
Were you an author of a journal article, Intracranial Pressure in Non-Traumatic Ischemia and Hypoxic Cerebral Insults?
Yes.
Were you the author of a journal article, Post-Traumatic Cerebral Infarction?
Yes.
Were you the author of the journal Fractures of the Clivus?
Yes.
Could you tell me a little bit about that paper?
We used thin cut CT scans to identify fractures of the skull base. Prior to this, prior to CT scans, it was very difficult to actually identify radiologically a skull fracture with plain x-rays. The idea was to see if we could identify them more clearly. And so we classified them and delineate them in the paper and discuss the outcomes that were relative to those type of injuries.
In the last journal article I'll ask you about, were you the author of a journal article regarding acute traumatic midbrain hemorrhage?
Yes.
Were you the presenter in a number of presentations regarding head injury and brain injury?
Yes.
You've listed 93. I'll ask you just about a few. Were you a presenter in fractures of the clivus, clinical and radiographic features?
Yes.
Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Clivus.
Thank you. Were you the presenter in acute head injury?
Yes.
And a separate presentation, fractures of the clivus, classifications and clinical features?
Yes.
Do you lecture?
Yes.
Do you have peer-reviewed publications?
Yes. That was one of them.
Thank you. And are you heavily involved in clinical research?
Right now, my research is more based on radiosurgical techniques and outcomes.
Over your career and your study and your clinical experience, have you treated different types of brain injuries?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a number of different types of brain injuries?
Yes, we still treat them.
Were you asked to review materials relative to this case?
Yes.
And do you recall the materials that you reviewed?
Yes.
Could you share with us some of the materials that you reviewed?
I reviewed the chief medical examiner's assessment of the case. I reviewed pictures that I'm assuming the medical examiner took of the autopsy. And I reviewed the report from the forensic pathologist.
And before I ask you about your review of specific materials and your opinions in this case, is there a benefit to your clinical experience in studying brain injuries as opposed to the experience you had as a fellow simply with pathology?
Well, I think that for the jury to understand is a clinician understands the process from the time the injury occurs till the patient either leaves the hospital or dies. And it's a process. And as a neurosurgeon, I have a tremendous amount of experience with that, if that's what you're asking me.
Yes. And so, doctor, you reviewed a number of items of information in this case. Did you have an opportunity to review photographs of a laceration to Mr. John O'Keefe's head?
Yes, I did.
With the court's permission, I'm going to ask to display Exhibit 160.
Okay.
Dr. Wolf, I'm going to ask you to take a look at this photograph. Have you seen this photograph before?
Yes.
I want you to explain to us what you're seeing here and take us through the process of your observations.
Well, what we're seeing is an approximate 1.5 inch laceration with bridging tissue and contusions and abrasions. To us, that's just a classic blunt trauma injury. There's nothing other than just vanilla about it. This is what happens when soft tissue hits a solid ground. The skin tears apart a bit, but not through and through. As you can see, there's the bridging. You can see all the bruising or contusions and just the tear, a little bit serrated along the edges.
This dude is so full of shit.
Yeah, I just heard him say ground. I'm like, what the fuck? That was so unnatural.
Further look at information provided to you about the actual inside the skull of Mr. John O'Keefe.
Yes, it was the pictures that I was reviewing showed a non-depressed skull fracture extending linearly through the clivus and into the frontal fossa of Mr. O'Keefe.
So it somehow traveled across the brain plates.
He had fractures along the temporal fossa as well. So it was a classic linear basilar skull fracture.
Is basal skull fracture a characterization?
It's basically the base of your skull is what it encompasses. So the opening at the very bottom is what we call the foramen magnum. That connects your brainstem to your spinal cord. And then as your brainstem goes up, it goes into the different skull areas that, talk about what we call the cerebral cortexes, your occipital lobe, your temporal lobes over here, and then your frontal lobes.
So can you walk us through what happens when someone incurs this type of injury to the back of the head, how it happens, and what are the next steps for a person?
So what happens is, you fall backwards, and the linear acceleration starts to take you back down with gravity. The skull hits the ground. It gets, in layman's terms, smashed a little bit. And then the brain moves forward as a response to that. And it moves forward because you have cerebral spinal fluid and because you have the deceleration, acceleration again. As it does, your skull, if you were to look inside your skull, it's like mini mountains along your temporal bones and your frontal bones. So the brain is being thrust forward at a fairly good speed, and it's getting bruised. You can think of it as if you took a hammer to your thumb. It's really turning black and blue. Those are the contusions. And so the temporal poles and the frontal poles are getting contusions because of that. At the same time,
so his own brain broke his bones.
Subarachnoid space. And I'm sure they're going to hear about the subarachnoid hemorrhage. And
this guy's all banged up
that
last night.
Is it's very clear, thin membrane that covers all of your brain and all of your spinal cord. And normally you really don't see it unless you open up the brain and you're operating. But when you either have a traumatic event like this where little vessels are pulling apart underneath that membrane, or for example, the classic, when you have an aneurysm burst, the space that the aneurysm bleeds to is the subarachnoid space. The other thing that occurs in trauma like this is you can get a subdural. So the dura is the membrane that covers the whole brain and also right down your spinal canal. And it's a very thin membrane that looks like very thin leather. And in that space between the brain and the dura can be a lot of veins that go towards a central vein called the sagittal sinus.
Oh,
and if
yeah.
those
Yep.
tear, you have a venous hemorrhage from, which is not arterial, so it's not quick, but that can develop into a subdural as well.
Oh, shit.
If
Okay.
you tear
Really? All right.
portion of your brain as well, and you get a little arterial bleeds, that could create a much faster subdural hematoma.
Oh, you don't
And
say.
so when you look
Okay.
at the pathology, the autopsy of his brain, you're looking at a subarachnoid hemorrhage, you're looking at a subdural hemorrhage, neither one of them which was huge or would have required surgery.
His coup and
as
counter
well
coup
as the
theory
contusions
means that it rattled
that I
around in a
described
triangle.
in his frontal poles, in his temporal poles, and then the original bang, which was in the occipital area. These are all findings that you would see on a CT scan and an MRI scan without requiring an autopsy if he had made it to the emergency room.
I want to take a step back. At the beginning, you said that this laceration on the back of his head was caused by a fall. Could this be caused by a fall landing on hard ground?
Yes, I mean, like I said, it's a classic blunt trauma laceration.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether this injury, the laceration and the basal fracture, was caused by Mr. O'Keefe falling backwards on the ground?
My opinion is that that's what caused his whole injury.
The pattern of the laceration, do you have an opinion whether that is consistent with hitting the cold, hard ground?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we have sidebar on that, please?
So I'm sustaining the objection, so no sidebar.
Your Honor.
Do you have an opinion, doctor, about whether that laceration on the back of his head was caused by a particular movement?
Well, the only way he could get this kind of an injury was to fall backwards, hit the back of his head, and then the resulting, energy forces going into his brain and to his base of his skull.
Would that type of laceration require Mr. O'Keefe to have hit a line type or ridge type object?
A ridge type of object?
Yes.
No, I mean, like I said, the tearing of the skin in that fashion, you could look it up, would be just a classic blunt trauma injury.
Is there anything about that injury that would suggest to you it had to have been something sharp or ridge-like to cause?
Objection, Your Honor. Again, request kindly a sidebar on this.
All right, we'll come to
Thank you.
Oh, Bobby's on fire.
This dude's pretty smart.
Oh,
But
yeah.
At least he's just as smart. Think about that, Mike.
No, yeah.
On a bunch of different levels.
This guy rattled off a ton of things that he can do, but
Yeah.
all we need him to do is one thing today, right? Just talk about this one injury. So Bob doesn't have to know everything about brain surgery, but he has to know about contusions, right? And
He's got to know what the specific about his thing. He's got to be thing. There's no need to know other parts, just the specifics. Yes.
Exactly right.
Yep.
Exactly right. And, can this guy elaborate on no broken bones below the neck? I don't know if you go there, but if Brendan opens it up, we can.
I think he already did with the CT scan. But how?
I stepped out
head
for a minute.
connected to your neck. It's all one piece, right? The brain.
Right.
His coup and counter coup story isn't adding up because that causes brain bruising. It doesn't cause breaking of bones. He's saying jello, the brain is jello,
Okay.
it coming forward to the temple area broke those bones. It can't.
What?
No,
What?
It's
No.
jello. It's jello against. Well, those are probably the hardest bones at the front of the
His
face.
forehead.
Softer
Yeah, I
ones
played
are-
soccer. Trust me, I
The
hit the
so-
head the ball with my face. Yeah.
the
And
softer
plus
ones are
you've
around
had balls
your
in your head
nose.
before.
Different areas are softer than those two bones at the temples. But he's saying that those temple lobe fractures are from the counter coup action, and that's just a load of crap. There is no such thing as counter coup breaking bones.
No.
All right,
Actual
what is
temple
counter coup?
coup is the original bash on the back of the head. Then your
Count-
brain
All
bounces.
That's really a medical term?
Yeah, coup and counter coup. So the coup part is the impact, and then your
I wouldn't
brain's
know.
jello, so it wriggles, it like bounces forward.
So
in the
back
front
off
of
the
your head.
back of the head and then towards the front again, right?
Right. And he's
so
saying
they-
that forwards, jello forwards brain broke both temporal lobes.
Aussie, can I ask a question, Aussie?
No fucking way.
So when as you say, well, damn it.
Sorry. Thank God.
Damn it.
Bobby, I'm gonna smoke you a Lessie.
So as we were discussing, Dr. Wolf, you said this is a classic fall backwards. Is there anything about the pattern of that laceration that would suggest that there was a ridge or a line type edge that caused that wound?
Not necessarily.
And have you seen, in your experience, similar types of lacerations and breaks caused by falling on hard ground?
Yes, you can see that both in the occipital region. You can see it if patients fall on the, forehead. The skin tears, they're still bridging, and then they get bruises.
Some of your work was in Minnesota.
Correct.
Was it a colder part of Minnesota?
Very cold part of Minnesota.
Did you-
It's Minneapolis.
I'm sorry. Did you often see these type of injuries there?
Yes, I mean, we took care of a trauma center, Hennepin County. Very frequently, patients that are drunk fall down on ice sidewalks and could develop, lacerations in their head, epidurals,
This guy is so
which
good.
are blood clots above the dura because they fracture a bone in the temporal area and they can get a bleed from a fractured artery. And it happens when people are shoveling snow and have a heart attack and fall backwards. So there are various ways that people fall, resulting in head injuries and lacerations to their forehead or to different areas of their head.
Can somebody suffer this type of injury simply by falling backwards?
Absolutely.
You had taken us through the process of falling backwards and then talked about what happens to the brain. Can I ask you a couple of detailed questions about that?
Sure.
When you explained that the brain upon impact then shifts forward and hits the front of the skull, is there a medical term for that process?
Well, the medical term is a coup counter coup injury. So the coup is when you first hit. In this case, it was the back of the head, as summarized by the laceration in the back of the head, and the contusions that the pathologist and the ME found in the back of the brain. And then the brain shifts forward, and as it's traveling at a certain velocity, because it's thrust forward on the floor of the base of the skull, it's getting bumped. And it's getting, again, you can think of it as a hammer hitting a thumb. It's getting black and blue in the areas that are sharpest.
Are there symptoms that result of the process?
Yeah, but if
of
I hit
counter
my
coup?
thumb, my bum doesn't get bruised, does it?
This is clinically, it varies. I mean, you can go from anywhere from
Depends how hard you hit it.
concussion,
I was just gonna say
where
that.
you sort of are unaware of what happened, but you're still awake, you're confused, all the way to, ultimately being in a coma.
Can this type of injury, the coup counter coup, and what you see in the review of your files, could this type of injury happen from an attack by a weapon, like a bat or a hammer?
Well, he did not have a depressed skull fracture. So any focal hit like that would more likely than not have caused a depressed skull fracture.
Pretty sure the ME said
Blunt
he did.
trauma, the way he had,
He didn't have that.
the assumption, would cause the coup contre coup without a depressed skull fracture.
Correct.
You said coup contre
When
coup. You
the
just said it.
coup contre coup process happens with the skull fracture, does anything happen to the front of the skull?
Well, you're asking me, does the rest?
Yeah, it goes in a triangle. Your brain rattles around in your brain, in your
depending on how hard
Yes,
they are,
it
can
bounces.
generate
It back
fracture
and
lines
forth.
all the way to the anterior fossa.
No, left and right. Because it broke both temples, so left
you
and
can
right.
have fractures
Yeah, okay.
along
So
the
he's saying
lateral
from the
temporal
forwards
area.
backwards.
You can have
impact.
fractures along the orbital
He's
roof.
got
He's saying
left and right
The
injuries.
orbital
Jello
roof is
broke
very
bones.
thin.
Is what I'm hearing, right?
Right.
And so those
Because of
forces
the
go all
velocity.
the way to that area.
Which is no.
Did
And
you
he was
see any
clipped.
sign of orbital fractures in Mr. O'Keefe?
You know, you see when you get hit
Yes,
the 50
he
caliber
had-
weapon.
He had
That's what happens.
Orbital fractures.
both the ME and the pictures taken and the neuropathologist mentioned fractures of the orbital roof.
Well, he fixed his
Do you have an
collar. Thank
opinion
God.
to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how those fractures occurred?
From the trauma.
Could you just explain a little bit how that would happen?
Well, as he fell backwards and he struck his head, it was clearly at a very high speed generated by the gravity. The bone, depending on the quality of his bone, the
generated by
density,
gravity.
No.
generated
can't.
forces, there's a
No.
certain amount of lateral
Not
give,
enough
Boy.
distance.
and
Not
then
enough
like
distance
a
to make
linear
velocity.
force going forward,
Dr.
drives
DeRoja,
all the
Dr.
way up the
DeRoja.
clivus and forward into
Bullshit.
the anterior fossa where his orbital roofs lay.
Nope. Nope. Never.
And this is why people like this get what they call raccoon's eyes.
But they
Do you
weren't
have an
raccoon's eyes.
opinion
They were
whether the brain
swollen.
itself could have caused the orbital fractures?
No, the brain is a soft substance. You could literally put your finger through the brain. We often operate on people fully awake. The brain couldn't possibly cause a fracture.
We
The
often
fracture was
accidentally
caused by the
stick our
forces
fingers in their
generated
brains.
through that clivus, that middle bone in the middle of his base of the skull.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not the brain in any way could have caused these orbital fractures?
The answer is absolutely not.
There you go. They couldn't
In
cause
your
it.
study of the records and
All right,
photographs,
get this fucker off the stand.
experience treating these types of injuries,
We're done.
Yep.
do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not a person would remain conscious or would be immediately unconscious after the impact of the ground?
Well, it's impossible to know whether he became immediately unconscious, but his injuries were very substantial. And it's more probable than not that at some point he quickly became unconscious and was unable to do functional activities.
What does functional activities mean?
The ability to, get himself up and about would be one of the functional activities. The ability to call for help would be a very significant cortical function. And that's why I was talking about, that there's a variation on the theme from a simple concussion to a severe concussion like this.
If a person does not have functional abilities because they are rendered unconscious, does their body, could it still move?
Yes, this is the
Could
interesting
he
thing
still
about our
answer
brain.
his
So
phone? Check
the
his text
cortex, which is
messages?
the top portion of your brain, can get
just did.
separated from your brainstem functionally. And what happens then is that your body is not acting autonomically, meaning
This guy's on his
vegetative.
fifth
So why
life.
does that
He's
happen?
got a
We think it's
shitload of
because
alimony.
as we were cavemen, and if a caveman became unconscious, as an animal came up to eat it, the animal
What
would
the
touch it.
fuck are we talking about
Well, you
cavemen
have
for?
these automatic movements. One of them is called decorticating, which is where you draw your arms like this and you throw your feet out. And then a worse neurological
Caveman can
situation
do it. Did
is
he
when you
fucking say
decerebrate.
caveman?
Now you
That
push
fucking
your
guy
arms
say
out
caveman in a murder trial.
along with your legs. And that would scare off an animal. So we think
Cavemen
that
have entered the chat.
over time, genetically, this is what happened to our brains in order to create these.
Help.
But those kind of movements are not
Can someone
thought
send the waitress over,
processes. In
please?
other words, your brain is not telling you, oh, you have pain, go ahead and decorticate or decerebrate. It's an automatic movement in response to pain.
Part of what he's saying here is kind of true.
I
Like,
want you to take us back now
your brain
to,
doesn't register that you've been
after
injured
the
for a bit.
fall. Would Mr. O'Keefe, in your study and opinion, have died immediately?
No.
Can you share?
I don't.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I'll tell it. There is very few things that you
Probably does, Paulie.
head injury where you would die, quote, immediately. So if I took a knife and stabbed you in the back of your neck right below your skull and I drove it through your brainstem, you would probably die immediately.
Okay.
If
I
I
would say
shot
Then
so.
don't do that.
below your ear and went through and through below your ear and shot through your brainstem, you would die immediately. But traumatic head injuries, you would not die immediately. It's a process. And
Right.
it's a process of a combination of things.
Right.
Brain swelling, which
Check.
takes a while to develop.
Check.
Decreased blood flow to your brain because you're getting swelling.
Mm-hmm.
And ultimately, death of the brainstem that controls your heart and your breathing.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is why there is a whole big issue about brain death. You know, when is someone brain dead? Because it's not instant and it can take a long time to be conceived. In these injuries that are very severe that we took care of, there was a high mortality rate. In the linear skull fractures, it was about 67%. But it took time for them to die. It could take days to weeks to months. And also, these people got to shock trauma. So it was a while, whether it was hours, before they were even starting to be taken care of. And yet they weren't dead yet. That's why I don't think it was immediate.
Was there any other observations you made about Mr. O'Keefe or his body that support your opinion that he didn't die immediately?
Well, the medical examiner took pictures of his periorbital area and diagnosed Raccoon's eyes. So Raccoon's eyes occur because there's leakage through the orbital fractures into the periorbital space. Normally, it takes about 24 to 48 hours to develop. It has been noted as early as 1 to 3 hours, which would make it not immediate.
Could we please have Exhibit 14?
I wonder what they're paying him for the day. Oof.
Dr. Wolf, could you share with us what you see here in this picture?
So right here, you can see the black and blue that sort of configures, if he had his eyes open, like what we describe as Raccoon's eyes, right? And that's not caused by direct trauma to his eyelids. It's caused by what I described as
because his
basilar
brain
skull
stuck
fracture,
his
which went to
eyelids
the
and
anterior
split them
fossa,
open.
which is right over
That's
the
how it happened.
orbit here,
Externally.
inside, with leakage of blood products into that periorbital area.
You mentioned that starts or takes at least 1 to 3 hours to begin.
Minimally, yes.
You take that down, please. If Mr. O'Keefe had been brought to a trauma center or emergency room, what would the process be in your experience?
Well, he would have been intubated if he wasn't intubated in the field. One of the first things you need to do in a head injury is control the airway. Why? 2 reasons. One, you want to have enough oxygen going to the brain to feed it. And 2, you want to keep your carbon dioxide down because that causes increased intracranial pressure if it elevates. So you want to constrict the blood vessels a little bit. Then he would have had a CT scan immediately in order to assess whether he has a surgical head injury, meaning he needs to go to the operating room to evacuate something or not. During that process, he's obviously going to be getting medication to decrease the brain swelling. And from there, you make decisions based on his neurological function and what you're, capable of doing to, spare the brain from the rest of the injuries that will result. One of the things that occurs with contusions is a great medical term is they can blossom, which means they can get bigger. And if they get bigger, they might require surgical intervention to decrease the pressure as well as the volume of the blood that's destroying brain. And so you do serial CT scans in these patients over time, anywhere from every 6 to 12 hours to on a daily basis, depending on what the case by case, production of blossoming is occurring.
You mentioned that about 2/3 of your patients who suffer this injury pass.
Correct. What we saw is that in the patients that suffered linear clavicle fractures, 2/3 of them ultimately went on to die and 1/3 lived.
Is there commonality on how they pass?
One of the common reasons they passed is if they trapped a major vessel in one of the fractures, they would get a significant brainstem infarct, meaning a stroke, meaning lack of blood flow to a very significant portion of their brainstem. And so that was one of the causes of death that ultimately we understood. And then the others died from the increased intracranial pressure that drove the brainstem down through the foramen magnum.
Did you review any materials that talked about or identified Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature when he was treated?
As I recall, his core temperature was 80 when he was found.
Is that significant in the process and development of his injury from the moment he fell and hit his head until his ultimate passing?
Well, hypothermia, if you define hypothermia, it starts at 95 degrees. Your core temperature is usually about 98, 98.6. 95 is very mild hypothermia. When you get to 82 degrees, you're in severe hypothermia. What happens when you're hypothermic, and I'm a neurosurgeon, but I can tell you that you get into multiple organ failure. Your heart starts to have problems. It can have arrhythmias. You're not breathing. And ultimately, at hypothermia, you also become unconscious and go into a coma-like state. Below 80 degrees, you're probably going to die. So all I can tell you, it wasn't helpful that he had a significant head injury and that he was then found hypothermic.
Is it uncommon in your experience for people that suffer this injury to pass within 5 hours?
Well, none of the patients we treated died within 5 hours, but it also didn't mean that we didn't realize that they were going to be in a potentially vegetative state. When someone's hypothermic, you have to warm them up in order to establish a clinical status, meaning you can't declare someone dead with a temperature of 80. You have to warm them up slowly, appropriately, and then reevaluate where they are clinically.
I've asked you questions about whether you had an opinion about Mr. O'Keefe and when he died. I want to ask it in the form of a formal opinion. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether Mr. O'Keefe died immediately or within 15 minutes?
No, I don't think he died immediately. Neither the hypothermia nor this kind of head injury would kill you immediately in any clinical experience I have.
Dr. Wolf.
Okay. We'll see what Bobby has for him. Bobby, big guts. Let's go.
You guys, the guy didn't mention the tear in what's called the dura matter. If that was torn, there would be no pressure built up between the brain and the skull, which would not allow the buildup of the orbital nerve to create the raccoon eyes. So they're saying that there wouldn't be enough pressure to make raccoon eyes, Aussie.
I'm going to sign off because
Okay.
apparently I'm upsetting your chat being here. So I'm going.
You are?
I can't read
Yeah,
it.
Your Honor.
You
I'll
serious?
talk to you later.
All right.
Okay.
You sure?
Morning, Doctor. I don't think we've had the pleasure of meeting. Welcome.
Thank
That
you.
sucks.
I don't
Sir,
see
I
anything.
wasn't
But
even-
describe.
I wasn't paying attention.
You started
didn't-
to do it a little bit on direct.
Maybe let's have a mod. Take a look at it later on.
I wake
yeah,
up at
please.
4,
I don't
4:15
know what.
in the
I
morning.
don't. I just got.
I go to
I wasn't saying
my
anything.
I
center.
got under my shoulder.
I set up
I'll
patients
stop you fucking pussy.
with frames for
What
their
happened?
I don't know.
radiosurgical
It upset-
procedures
something
or
upset her.
stereotactic
I don't understand.
craniotomies. I go
Oh,
home.
hey, Bitcoin's
I make
an all-time high.
cappuccino for my wife
sorry.
at 6 o'clock in the
You know
morning.
what? No, listen.
And then I get
That's
back
more
to work at
important.
6:30 and move on. I have
Hear what this guy
patients
says.
that I'm operating on, and I have patients that I'm seeing through the day.
What type of patients and what type of work? Just in a typical day. What are you doing? What type
Avi, you're
of
gonna have to
patients and what
explain
do
it
you
to
do?
me. I don't understand it.
It varies. I mean, I see patients with brain tumors. I see patients with hydrocephalus, which is water in their brain. I see pediatric brain tumors. I see subacute and chronic subdural hematomas, post-traumatic. I see patients with strokes that are being misdiagnosed. I see patients with cancer, metastatic disease. I used to see patients with cervical problems. I stopped doing that 2 years ago. I mean, I don't know what else
Yeah,
you want
so
me to tell
two
you.
No, that's
jurors
great.
just had to
And
switch
is
seats.
that typical day, typical of the type of days you've had for the past month, past few years? Is it generally, without specifics, is it generally?
Correct.
So no Erin today either, huh?
So
She's probably working.
none of your typical days, none of the past typical months have involved forensic pathology, have they? You haven't acted as a forensic pathologist in.
I am, if you could have asked that question, very straightforward. I am not a forensic pathologist. I'm a brain surgeon.
Right. And you don't perform autopsies, correct, sir? You're a brain surgeon.
Correct. In other words, I see more brains than the forensic pathologist.
Right. And is it correct to say that the brains that you see are of living people?
Correct.
Okay. So what I'd like to do is to go to a different part of the head than was discussed, but sticking with the decedent.
Excuse me, I didn't hear the last
I'm
word.
sorry, with, the topic is going to be Mr. O'Keefe, the decedent in this
Okay.
matter, sir. You testified about raccoon eyes. The medical term for that, sir, is ecchymosis, right?
Correct.
And ecchymosis, raccoon eyes, does not cause a laceration to form on an eyelid, does it?
No.
Are you aware that Mr. O'Keefe had a laceration to the outside area of his right upper eyelid?
I am aware that the ME described that. Yes, sir.
Now, could, Your Honor, I'm going to, with Your Honor's permission, ask to publish what is already in evidence in a moment.
Okay.
Mr. Wolf,
What exhibit number, Mr. Alessi?
we're going to, 165, Your Honor.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Wolf, have you seen this photo depiction before today?
I believe I have.
Is it correct that that injury on the upper right eyelid is caused by the application of force directly to that area of the front of the head, again, namely the upper eyelid?
That's possible, yes.
Is it more than possible? Is it probable that that injury was caused by the application of force directly to that area of the front of his head?
Well, an easy answer to that would be is that that's not part of the periorbital ecchymosis.
Thank you, sir. That was exactly going to be my next question. This injury is unrelated to any of what you've been describing, the fall backwards, the force transfer inside the skull, the, as you described it, the dura, the cerebral spinal fluid, all of that dynamic that you so ably described on your direct examination. This injury has nothing to do with that, correct?
Correct.
Thank you for answering my questions, Dr. Wolf. A pleasure again. No more questions at this time, Your Honor.
Any brief follow-up on that?
No, thank you.
All right, Dr. Wolf, you're all set. So we can get out of here.
Thank you very much.
He's the smartest guy in the room right now, and he knows it. That's that's a big
May we have a
swing.
moment to inquire of our next witness?
Sure.
Thank you for the $2 grand.
Feel free to stand
I
up
got
and
2
stretch.
surgeries tomorrow at Mass General. That guy was awesome. Hello, Trebek.
So we got smart people. That's good.
Here's the thing, though. I was asking this question. Why are you getting an old grifter from Florida when you have the best surgeons in the world here?
Why?
I'm just asking. I mean, that's a good question that the Twitter was asking. I'm like, yeah, that does make sense. But
Yeah.
you know what? And it didn't seem like he tried. Hey, Lou, what's up, Eddie? It doesn't seem like he's trying to like bedazzle anybody with this bullshit. He's just telling you straightforward. It could. That's all it was.
You're exactly, Mike. Yep.
Right?
That's good. How's that, Mike? If you sever the base of your neck,
Yeah.
you're probably gonna die. He says.
Well, you can't fuck with science, right? Science is science. You can't punch holes in it, right?
Ahead of schedule, so why don't we take that morning break that we can take? So We'll take
Oh.
a 15 or 20 minute.
All right. So
nice,
let's not,
Connie, nice.
let's not do
Yeah.
anything else.
Right.
So
Hey,
the
go
news
ahead.
is they kicked the juror out.
I heard they
They
switched seats.
What they put him
Go
back
ahead,
in
but
they put what do you mean switch seats?
they had two jurors that were sitting next to each other and talking during the trial, I guess. So they just separated them. That's what I heard.
They didn't ask one
I
to
read.
leave.
I asked you. I saw that tweet as well. But I
Yeah.
saw more tweets that were they just moved seats.
Okay.
I think
But
Aiden might have said the same thing.
that makes sense if they make all
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
All right.
No, so I caught that too. So that was like breaking news. It was like a good source, but I think they jumped the gun a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
But I saw three or four other tweets that had they just moved seats.
And this is absolutely unprecedented. I mean, all this stuff. I mean, unbelievable. This whole trial, Mike. Everything about it is there's a asterisk on everything here. At Daniels, here we go. All jurors returned. Badass. Sweet.
Yeah. Okay. So they just moved a seat. Okay.
So they got in trouble. They got moved to the back. Ah, that's all. All right, I get it.
I think they're watching the dismissals. Yeah.
Wow. And here comes the camera to go where?
I don't know.
Here we go.
Hey, Sue. Sue and my Subaru. Oh, the packed courthouse today, Val. Jimmy brought the mimosas up.
As well.
Yeah. I wonder how he's feeling. That's Nan, right? I think.
Right there.
Sue? Yeah.
That's
Nan.
Annie, I think.
No, it's Nan. I'm telling
that Nan. I thought Nan was to the left of him.
I thought she was at the end. I could be
Okay.
wrong though.
And that does look like her. She looks young, doesn't she? From here.
Yeah. Hey, there's Lou. Lou O'Connell just stepped in for her brother. I mean, for
Yeah.
his
I love the cut. The cut's
the
perfect.
purple. Purple's like that in between. You're not red. You're not blue.
Yeah.
You vote both ways. You're
Shines
like
on the
that.
face a little differently,
Yeah. Like there's a
It's a
special
little reflection.
little snowflake out there for her. Him.
Something. I mean, she must be so talented with that damn phone. So they got yelled at. Two people that were on the jury got yelled at for talking. Is that what it is? Is that what this is? This is all about? They got yelled at.
Yeah. Yeah.
You freaking
Yelled
kidding.
at, and they had to switch seats. So they had to move them to another part of the jury room. Just saying. I wonder if Aiden won the lottery, right? I don't know if they're doing it. I don't know when they get notification. Hope he does, dude, man. You saw some of those charges that were dropped against him. Buchanan dropped his, and Proctor, I think, dropped theirs, or for protesting or whatever. Picketing. I bet you there's not a jury ready. I mean, not a witness ready. They thought he was going to take longer.
I know, just like that. Boom.
Yeah.
We're good.
And then Hank's like, you know what? Let's make it a 5-day weekend, 4.5 days. Let's go, boys.
Wow.
Which I don't blame him. Totally.
Wow. This is crazy town, bud. Where do you even begin? Where do you begin?
Canton. You start at Canton and you work your way to the other side of Canton where the Norfolk County DA's office is. Isn't that weird that the Norfolk County DA's office is in Canton too?
Yep.
People don't realize how like Canton PD and Norfolk County DA is probably a 10-minute ride, maybe.
Yes.
If you don't catch the lights and whatever, it could be 10 minutes. If you go by the school there, Blue Hill Country Club. But you can get, so when they go, we had to pick up evidence at the Canton PD. That was 10 minutes.
In the snow, right?
Well, just,
And if
if you had to drop shit off, like if you had to drop shit off, and Mikey P lived in Canton, just, you know, or still lives here, I'm not sure. And he could, that's where he went to work, you know? So those who got manhandled by the stormtrooper fund.
Oh my goodness, thank you so much.
All right, man. Thank you so much.
It's wrong what they're doing to us. They've destroyed the buffer zone, Mike. You realize that? And they put us in that little spot between. Yeah, I'll get my email. I'm checking it right now. My head's gonna explode. I can't do this. There's so much going on at this moment.
You've been busy. You got a lot of shit on your brain, dude. You do. You get lawsuits, buffer zone, your injury, knee, Aussie. Take a break. You want to take 10 minutes? It's up to you.
I'm just trying to catch up on stuff.
All right, man.
Got it. Check. Yep. Okay. You see, the problem, the problem is I can only type with my one hand. How it's next? Try it. Put your phone down and type. Tell me it's easy.
Yeah, that's right, because you can't hold it.
No, and I can't even like type back. It's so much.
Have you ever dropped your phone in the urinal at a game or something?
I don't think so.
I've
seen people do it. You hear clink, and you're like, damn it.
Yep. And I see it myself every time I see one. It's not that often, but I'll be like,
you can usually hear it.
Yeah.
All right. Look at this. The fire department, the police department, and the Mass State Police and the DA are all less than a mile apart.
Glock. Thanks for the details.
A mile, Mike. You can walk that in a heartbeat and get anywhere you want.
So you understand, like, they literally could drive and have lunch and meet anywhere at any time, do anything they want, all together now. It is like the mob bosses all living in the same neighborhood. That's what it really is. Oh, dropping toilets. My worst fear at Six Flags, that's gross, by the way. Fucking gross. Is to lose my phone in a porta toilet. I swear.
Oh, God, no.
I'm fucking just gonna leave it there. No. I am never
gonna
risk it.
What are you doing there? What are you doing there to begin with? I mean,
well, I gotta go to the show Sunday night. I know there's gonna be porta toilets there, and I get worked up about it. Like, make sure my phone's in the front pocket. I'm still only pissing, but still,
back pocket.
I'm just thinking sometimes I piss in the thing on the left, or I piss into the toilet, depending on what's available. And I'm always afraid I'm gonna drop. I don't try to put my phone down on anything. People sometimes put their phone down on something, right? And it slides off, bounces up your knee.
No, never put your phone down. No.
Yeah. I've seen it happen. Well, I've heard about it happening.
No.
Just you're embarrassed, but you know someone's gonna find the phone eventually, the cleaner guy.
Yep.
And you know.
How many phones do you think he finds? Hundreds of dollars.
I bet you every concert they find one or two. I bet you. I bet you they
got to, man. And everyone walks away. Yep, getting a new phone.
Imagine them finding like dead mice and shit in there, and
no,
small animals.
No, absolutely not.
What do you think the craziest thing is that's ever been dropped in a porta toilet? Like the craziest thing, other than the phone.
Probably like a fish or an animal or something.
Stuffed animal from a fair.
Oh, that's easy.
Oh, how about your wallet? You drop your wallet into the. What do? You getting it? I am, because that squeeze is worth the juice.
Yes,
phone. I'm like, I probably get a plan or something. I'll spend the money, but I don't want to lose my IDs and shit. You're right.
No, yeah. Steve Crowley, $20 Stormtrooper Fund. Look at that. Yeah. Thank you, Steve.
You got it, buddy. Thanks, man.
Steve Crowley.
Yeah, I know. Actually, someone just mentioned in the chat they didn't even go to the bathroom. Number 2, I never have. I don't think I ever have. I don't remember doing it, but that was one of the things, man. Especially if you go to a Pats game and it's like 8 guys deep for the next 16 toilets, and it's like 10:30 in the morning. It's not a good time to go to the bathroom. It's just not. People are just working through the morning. And oh man. All right, let me change the subject. Yeah.
Okay. I hope I fix that. Check.
Check 1 2, check 1 2.
Done. This guy is telling us stuff that we don't need to know, right?
Yeah. No, he basically explained what a head injury was and how it works.
So when the brain hits the front of your skull and bounces back and hits the back of your skull, I think when that happens and it causes that bruising, I think that's what they're saying is the cause of CTE, which is making some people that play sports with head injuries constantly head. That's because their brain keeps getting bruised, right? Because it is soft, right? Every time it bounces on the front of your skull, it's gonna make damage.
1000% right. 1000% right.
And how can it not, right? Go slam your head into a tree 20 times
science.
and talk to me, right?
It's science.
It is science, Mike. It's simple science, right?
Right.
But here we are. Why are we here?
I'm glad he did it though, because if we're going to take it this far, listen to what he has to say, let him reinforce both sides of the argument, so to speak. He didn't hurt us or help us, but he did say ground. He did say ground in his first 1 or 2 questions when your head hits the ground. He made sure he was thrown in for that was extra $500 bonus.
Mike,
so
here's the problem I have with that, okay? And please fact check me.
All right.
My friend says that all the time, and I love it. John's height, his head to hitting the ground, the velocity that he would have to take in order to create the pressure, to create the break in the skin, break in the skull, break all them membranes, get through all that stuff, get to his brain. To get that deep, it's got to take a lot of force. How much that crash studies can tell us. It doesn't. The numbers don't work.
I was just gonna say how you get around this whole testimony right now, and don't even want to get around it. Is crash studies say the car never hit John never hit the car.
See, there's no velocity. So how does that happen?
It's funny you just brought that up. I was thinking the same thing. How fast would John have to get? Was using mid torso to fly back without breaking anything in there in his chest, right?
Yeah,
and then land can crack in his head.
And land just on his head, not break his neck. By the way, his neck wasn't broken. Just create just the thing on his head.
But they're saying now he's been clipped. But they're saying he's been clipped, so it's not even all that force. It's probably I can't even tell you the percentage I would use. I can't measure it, but
zero. No number works.
Well, you got to hit. It's got to hit something, right? I mean, it's got to come out. But my point though, the 3-point turn doesn't even line up with hitting John. Because the back of the SUV would be going the wrong way. The taillight.
Yes, that's right.
Right.
In the way that his arm was, the way that the injuries are on his arm, if a car hit him, they'd be coming this way. The injuries would be scratched differently on his arm.
If so it went through a car,
it's a simple right. So you can't say the car clipped him. Because the injuries don't even line up. The scratch marks, if that's what you're going to call them, from the taillight that you're saying that she used to kill him. You're telling me that taillight friggin' wiped him out? Just that taillight itself?
Nope.
Not the vehicle, because the vehicle is pristine, Mike. It's not dented.
Yeah.
Just the taillight caused that death.
No DNA on the mud flaps, no DNA anywhere.
This is an embarrassment, dude.
When you say it out loud, Tom, a couple of things, you're just like, how crazy is this trial still going on? Right? When you say it out loud, I think it all the time.
Yes.
And then I say it out loud, I'm like, oh Jesus, man.
And here we are. And you don't understand it. It doesn't make sense. Because that number doesn't equal it's not there. You can bring up all these people and tell us that this over here equals out and that and that and that, but that's not what we're talking about.
Right.
Talk about this.
Yeah. That's all I want to know about is that how much pressure from where he's standing does he have to be hit So enough force hits the back and causes it without being hit. Because if you get hit and you move so sudden, you get hit out of your sneakers, well, your brain also is going to slide somewhere too.
Correct.
So growing up, Tom, growing up in sports like you did, we hit our heads all the time.
Yeah.
It was the norm. Like it was
How
like
to growing up, dude. You
Yes.
out to play, you're hitting your head. Yeah.
we never thought of anything with long term. I never wore a helmet, but anything from basketball,
God, yeah. I went,
baseball.
Mike,
That
the
was
last time I went skiing, I'm looking around, looking at everyone, and I'm going, "What's
Yeah.
wrong with this?
Yeah.
Everybody's wearing a helmet, and I'm the only one without one." And they're like, "Dude,
Also-
you're crazy." I'm going,
I know,
Yeah,
I know,
I am.
I know.
Yeah.
But there's nothing better than skiing with your hair going and the wind blowing through
Oh,
your
yeah,
face.
no.
Because people started wearing helmets, but I never saw anybody going down in a fucking stretcher with a bloody head. I always saw broken legs and shit. So you put your arms out. It's a natural fall. You put your arms out, unless you run into something like a Kennedy, hit a tree on the way or something. I don't know. That's another whole story. But
People, they mess their knees up sometimes. It happens.
oh, Jesus, man.
You know?
I guess I get you go off the trail, you get whacked, but I never had that problem. I always stayed on the
Two
outside.
people colliding into each other. I've
Yeah.
seen people hit good, and then that was a whole yard sale, man. Skis, gloves, everything. Just the masks.
I've seen
snow. Snow.
Riding a lip and seeing a whole boot in the ski go down the fucking mountain. So it didn't have the brakes on. It was just going.
Zip.
It was just fucking
Yep.
flying.
Yeah.
Dying.
And then you have to go chase it down.
Oh,
Never
that
go
kid was
skiing again.
Yes, he slid on his ass. He couldn't ski. I was like, oh, fuck.
Oh no.
Yeah, feel bad for him. Oh man. I think Bob Alisi and that guy could have a drink together if Bob Alisi drank. Like that guy, the old doctor, what was his Wolf?
Yes.
Man, he's probably been married 5 times. Probably belongs to like 3 or 4 country clubs up and down the East Coast. Probably flew here on a private jet, or lease jet, I should say. Probably leased his timeline, right?
Who
And the state
paid?
paid all the fucking money for this guy.
Paid, and why would he do this? Why he'd make
He
more
would
money?
do it.
Make more money cutting people open.
Yeah, but he probably did it, and with a large check attached to it.
Yeah, but it
And
still was.
he's
He
probably
did us
doing
a
3
favor,
operations
man.
tomorrow. Yeah,
No.
but he's
That's
doing
a
3
favor.
operations in Boston tomorrow. Don't tell me he didn't waste a trip to Boston not to do something.
Paid by them. Wow. Wow.
Well, oh.
Ah.
What
were we
my
talking
goodness.
about before? But we
Brain
were
doctor.
nope. It was something I was going to say, and then we started again.
Skiing, we were just talking about. Sorry. Like, so I want to know the force of falling backwards. What's speed going to be? 80 miles an hour backwards to hit off of what kind of how hard was the dirt that night? No one fucking knows.
Frozen, whatever, right? But there's none of that. There's no dirt in the wound because the 3 feet of snow that fall within 3 seconds on top of it, he just cleaned the wound out or something. I don't know, but there's no way at his height. There's no way he can hit the ground at that force to create that injury. Not just with the tail light, because he doesn't have a broken collarbone, Mike.
I agree, man. Squiddy Bello was huge for us. That was like a steal at home win for us. This guy didn't hurt us.
No, I don't think he did.
Because they have no one. You just had crash reconstruction. This guy get his ass fucking handed to him on live TV.
Yep.
Legit handed to him. Like that guy, I'm surprised he has a job today. And if not today, then they're gonna talk to him.
Does he?
Well, you might be right, but the way he's gonna hurt the reputation of the business. Maybe it was a business move. Someone wants to buy the company, make it less fucking value. I don't know. I don't know.
Idea, huh?
Right, and then get a buy for pennies on the dollar. But I guess my points being is that to get a guy up like that there and stand there on that court right there for a brain surgeon will probably cost you a fucking good amount of money for the day. and they jumped over another witness to get to him.
Did this guy take into account how much John drank that night?
He did. I think he might have mentioned alcohol. I'll have to go back and see. So it would have no bearing on that.
Well,
Maybe
it's got to.
The thinner blood might have
Alcohol affects your brain, man.
Right.
It's got to.
It's not going to protect it.
Exactly. But it's got to thin the blood, right?
Yeah, thin the blood for sure. So his eyes could have been a lot more swollen than they probably were if he had the regular blood alcohol level. But who knows? I'm speculating. I'm not a doctor. I just play one on TV. But yeah, I think that was the smartest guy in the room, and that guy knew it. Oh, Thomas got me on mute. The jury throwing up shade today, man. Now the guy's not retired, man. He's got all kinds. He wakes up 5:30 every day. He's open for business 300 days a year. So that's 60 something days off a year. It's only 2 months, right? We want to do like a 4-month hiatus somewhere, like travel, like the Philippines, for 3 months, just live out there. Fucking cool. Oh, Africa or South Africa, Dubai. Imagine spending 4 months in Dubai. Fuck. Oh, that's a good. Oh, look at Nanny. You're making yourself a good Bloody Mary there, my friend. Wow. It's saucy Bloody Mary. Everyone. You got the shrimp in there. That's from Boston for sure, Nanny. Yeah. Hey, Diddy, on your tweet, I wonder what his success ratio is versus loss. Can I just see the percentages? Sure, please. Just 1 second. Oh, God. Oh, man. Oh, I'm glad you're back from your break. We're going to go take that lunch now. The defense has another Emmy as well. We do. Yeah. So Bitcoin's at its all-time high today, if you guys are into that. Guys, I have a folder for you. Okay. What does that mean? Oh. All right. All right. Thanks, Aussie. Tommy's taking a phone call. Yeah. Unless he let him off early, the first time he's probably let anybody off after 4 questions. Pick your battles, right? Pick the ones you're going to win. Don't waste your energy. Just having an argument with somebody is not good. And he's not like that. He's too smart for that, I think, too. He's too smart to pick a fight with a guy like that. When he agrees with most of the things he said. When the guy said ground, I was pissed off. I didn't like that. How you doing, mediocre? I'm doing all right. I'm just waiting for Tom. Tom's on the phone again. My union contract says I don't have to be on the screen this long, but geez, I tell you. What's everybody doing for the weekend, man? Oh, okay. Thanks for that, Gunny. Oh, yeah, you got to. It's funny. Like we're on about 3.5 hours, 3 hours and 44 minutes. When you do an 8-hour show, you do the full thing, and you just take maybe a 45-minute break. It's a fucking long ass day, man. I know. I told Tom from the rip, no, I don't want a dollar. I'm here for Johnny Kid. and wishing I had my basketball legs back again. I forget that lady with the black hair that was on the trial. She works for the NSP. She is a forensic glassologist. She's trying to tell us what types of piece of glasses and what they're made of and do they fit, I believe. No biggie. Fuck, Bitcoin's at 109,000. Whoa. Canal fishing this weekend. Okay, cool. No plans. Okay, yeah. Well, it's gonna rain hard tomorrow. Is that what I'm reading? Seeing? Oh no, I'm seeing. Yeah, Thursday and Friday are both 95 and 85% chance of rain, and Saturday 60% chance of rain. And it's gonna be cool. Oh, great. Great. I gotta get some plants in the ground tonight. This is a long ass break, man. Enough's enough. Anyways, so if you're a hockey fan, Marchand's playing good for the Florida Panthers now. Good for him. So what else? Any questions on the chat? Oh, Kirk sent me something from London. Didn't know that. It's gonna pour tomorrow. Yeah, yeah. I have to go help my father-in-law or something. Probably go during lunch break or right after this. Get so many trees around this house. This shit gets in the gutter and shit, And if they, I think might even have a bird nest in the corner. So I'm gonna head over there for a minute. Literally a mile away. I love having that. Oh, Peggy was in court earlier. And then when they came back, I don't know if she was in the out back or something. I haven't ripping a butt. I don't know. Marcia, yeah, Marcia, thanks. Yeah, I tell you, man, I can't believe it's like I'm actually living in the town. It's creepy. To be honest with you. Tom, this definitely exceeds my contract limit, please. Oh yeah, so there's a show this weekend at it's called Boston College Harvard Stadium. Check it out. It's a 3-day event, but you can buy individual tickets. I'll be there Sunday. Dave Matthews is playing Sunday. If you've never been to Boston College, it's a big graduation party. It's a 3-day festival, and I forget how many bands are playing. They have 3 stages though. It's fucking sick. So you get rain in Virginia, huh? Really? I think it's heading this way. I have no idea what Tommy's doing, but it looks important. Well, I know Western Mass is going to get smoked, Shelby. So I mean, you can jump on here anytime you want, Shelby. I don't know if you're around. Because Tom's completely fucking annoying me. Look at him. He's probably doing his fucking bills or something. Fucking cock. Richard Hurts from Holden. All right, Tom. What the fuck, dude? Come on. I got shit to do, things to do. Oh, look at this ice machine. Ah. All right, what's going on here now? It's been like a half an hour. You know, we're gonna wrap it all into one. You know what I mean? We're gonna go straight for the next 3 hours. We go. Court's back in session. Jesus H Christ on a fucking popsicle stick.
Court's back in session. You may be seated.
All right, may we have Ms. Hanley, please?
Why didn't Hank Brennan just call her Bev? You know, I want to speed things along.
And ma'am, I'll remind you, you're still under oath and to keep your voice. Thank you.
Good afternoon. All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. And ma'am, if you could just please introduce yourself to the jury again, spelling your last name for the record.
Sure. I'm Christina Hanley. Hanley is spelled Hanley.
And Ms. Hanley, given the break, if we could,
Tom, what the fuck are you doing?
questions just to reorient as far as the items that we were speaking about yesterday in your testimony.
Is he stroking down on me?
Starting
What the
with
fuck is he doing?
the items of glass that you analyzed in this case. The first of those items was an item 3-2. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if again, if you could, please describe for the jury, or please provide the jury with the description for that item that you received.
Sure. So item 3-2 was a clear glass cup with broken irregular edges. And there was some dirt debris material that was noted on the exterior and interior surfaces.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Did you show counsel? All right.
I gave Mr. Jackson my copy. Yes, thank you. Showing you a photograph, Ms. Hanley, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
So this is a photograph that I took. It's item 3-2, but it's also, I would have to double check on my notes, but I believe it has item 7-12, one of the pieces that I'm holding that's showing a physical match between those two items.
Your Honor, call both seek to introduce in the minutes of the next exhibit.
No objection. Okay.
Exhibit 195.
So Alan's going to be doing the cross.
And Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9490.
Tommy, I gotta go run errands. All right? Yeah. I'll wait for it.
Ms.
Give
Hanley,
me a
what's up
couple
on the
minutes.
screen? Is that the photograph that I just presented to you?
Yes, it is.
All right.
And
I'll be back, Sharon.
if you could, please describe for the jury what we're looking at here.
So that is a photograph that I took upon examination. It is the clear glass cup, item 3-2. And I'm holding another piece, which again, I believe it's one of the pieces from item 7-12. I would need to confirm in my file, but I'm showing that one of the pieces physically fits with item 3-2.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you two other photographs. If you can look at those, look up when you're finished. Did you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those as?
So these are photographs that I took of item 7-12.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit A and B.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Thank you.
Exhibits 196A and 196B.
And Ms. Hanley, if you could just remind the jury as far as the physical description that you received in regard to item 7-12.
Sure. So item 7-12 consisted of some clear plastic pieces as well as 9 pieces of glass with broken irregular edges.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have first photograph 9476. And if you can enlarge that just a bit, Ms. Gilman. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So this is the photo that I took of item 7-12 as I received it. So there's the several pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9477. And if you can enlarge that just a bit. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Those are the same pieces of glass as in the previous photo, just a little bit more up close of the clear glass that was recovered and is item 7-12.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Ms. Hanley, as far as a comparative analysis between items in 3-2, the glass cup, and 7-12 regarding the glass pieces, what, if any, conclusions did you make in reference to your comparison between those two items?
Sure. So upon comparing those items, I did note that 6 of the 9 pieces of clear apparent glass had a physical match to item 3-2, the clear glass cup.
And if you could just remind the jury as far as a physical match, what does that mean?
So a physical match is basically if an item breaks and those items have broken irregular edges, if those pieces come back together like a jigsaw fit, then it's a physical match and they were at one time together as one larger unit.
Now, as far as each of those items within 7-12 had a letter associated with them, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall which of the 6 were a physical match for item 3-2, the glass?
I would just need to refer to my notes for the exact letters.
Sure, you can take your report out.
The 6 pieces of glass from item 7-12 that physically fit to item 3-2 were A, B, C, D, F, and K.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Well, let me ask you this first. I'm sorry. So, Ms. Hanley, during the course of this physical match analysis that you're conducting, are you memorializing that process with photographs as well?
Yes, I am.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
And I'm presenting you with 4 photographs. If you could review those and look up on the bench. And do you recognize those, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Those are photographs that I took upon my examination of items 712 and item 3-2.
Your Honor, the combo is introduced and admitted as the next exhibits, A through D.
No objection.
Thank you.
Exhibits 197A through D.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9502, please. And Ms. Hanley, what's up on the screen? Can you please describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph?
So this is one of the photos that I took of one of the breaks that physically fit together between item 3-2 and item 7-12.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9514. And again, Ms. Hanley, can you please describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph?
Sure. So this is a photo that I took when I was doing my comparison of item 3-2 and several pieces from item 7-12.
Now, as far as the individual pieces had sort of little white stickers or labels affixed to them, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that something that you did, or is that something that when the items were provided to you was already done?
So item 7-12, I received those pieces with the labels already on them.
And again, those items, especially 7-12, had been with mixed veneer in your unit prior to coming to your table or your station, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9518. Again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
So this is another photograph that I took of the physical match. It's just another view of the items together of item 3-2 and several pieces from item 7-12.
And lastly, for this batch, Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9520. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
So this is another picture that I took of the items just slightly rotated of item 3-2 with a physical fit to several items or several pieces from item 7-12.
Ms. Hanley, is there a laser pointer on the desk in front of you?
Yes.
If you could, preferably using this screen just so it's visible for the jury, could you delineate where you see in this photograph item 3-2 and where you see the items associated with item 7-12?
So this right here is item 3-2, and these pieces up here are several pieces from 7-12.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, the other two items that you analyzed or examined in this part of your physical match analysis were items 3-3 and 7-14, correct?
That's correct.
And turning your attention specifically to item 3-3, if you could just remind the jury as far as the physical description of that item that was provided to you.
Sure. So item 3-3 was 5 pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges that were recovered from the bumper of the vehicle.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Single photograph, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
That is a photo that I took of item 3-3.
Your Honor, Commonwealth seeks to introduce in the minutes of next exhibit.
No objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 198.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9446, please. And Ms. Hanley, in addition to the 5 pieces of glass associated with item 3-3, what else is depicted in this photograph?
This is a photo of the 5 total pieces that are from item 3-3.
And in addition to that, is there a ruler depicted in this photograph as well?
Yes, there is.
And what is the purpose of that ruler in the photograph?
It's there just as a scale.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that one down. And Ms. Hanley, the last of those items, 7-14, if you could just remind the jury as far as what was the physical description that was provided to you in reference to item 7-14.
Sure. So item 7-14 was a clear piece of glass with broken irregular edges that was recovered from the road.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Again, Ms. Hanley, just showing you a single photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize?
This is a photo that I took of item 7-14.
Your Honor, Commonwealth seeking to introduce in the minutes of next exhibit. No objection.
All right.
Exhibit 199.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9471, please.
So
And again,
the two screens don't match. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hanley, again, if you could just describe for the jury what is depicted in the photograph up on the screen.
This is the photo that I took of item 7-14.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. So, Ms. Hanley, in addition to the physical match analysis that you did between item 3-2, the cup, and 6 of the pieces that you found to be a physical match from item 7-12, did you also compare pieces from item 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude in your physical match analysis of those items together?
So upon examining and comparing item 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14, I had concluded that 6 of the 9 pieces of glass from 7-12 physically fit with item 3-2, and the remaining 3 of the 9 from 7-12 did not have a physical fit to item 3-2. I also compared item 3-2 and 7-12 to 7-14, but there was no physical match to item 7-14.
Now, in addition to that, did you also do a physical match analysis between item 3-2, the drinking glass, 7-12, pieces found from the roadway, and certain pieces from 3-3 from the bumper of the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude based on that physical match analysis between those items?
So upon examining and comparing those items, so two. So there were 5 total pieces of glass from item 3-3. I used 2 of those pieces for physical match comparison to the items recovered from the road. Upon my examination, I did not, there was no physical match between those 2 pieces from item 3-3 to any of the pieces recovered from the road. So that included items 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14.
Now, as far as the 2 pieces that you had selected from item 3-3, do you recall which of those 2 lettered pieces you chose for your comparative analysis?
Yes.
And which were they?
They were pieces A and B.
And if I could ask why pieces A and B versus other pieces?
So A and B were used for physical match. The remaining 3 of the 5 were not used for physical match comparison due to their size and condition.
Now, those same 2 pieces from item 3-3, pieces A and B, did you then do a physical match analysis between that and 7-14?
I did.
And what did you conclude from that analysis?
I concluded that there was no physical match between the 2 pieces from item 3-3 to item 7-14.
Now, did you also do a physical match analysis between piece E from item 3-3 from the bumper?
I did not. No, not a physical match examination.
Did you do any comparative analysis between a piece of glass E from 3-3 from the bumper and item 7-14?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude from that analysis?
So I selected piece E for further examination. I did microscopic examination as well as instrumental analysis, and I did the same microscopic and instrumental analysis to 7-14, and I compared the data, and I came to the conclusion that the piece that I sampled from item 3-3, piece E, was found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties to the sample that I took from item 7-14.
If you could, Ms. Hanley, could you please explain to the jury when you say instrumental analysis, what is that? What does that consist of?
So the instrumental analysis that I conducted was on the GRIM instrument, which measures the refractive index of the samples. So after I had ran my samples for both item 3-3 and 7-14, I compared the data to determine whether they were consistent or not consistent.
And so when you say that something is consistent in instrumental properties, what does that mean?
So in this instance, they had consistent refractive indices.
In addition to that comparative analysis for the glass items, what other additional examinations did you perform in this case?
Sorry, could you say that again?
In addition to items 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, and 7-14, what other items did you look at in this case?
So I also examined item 3-1 and item 7-18.18.
And what was the description provided to you in reference to item 3-1?
3-1 was a taillight, and there were also some other plastic pieces as well.
And taillight from the same vehicle as the glass from the bumper, correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
You have another single photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
This is the photo that I took of item 3-1.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce in the minutes.
No objection.
Thank you.
200.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9394. And Ms. Hanley, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 200?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
This is the photo that I took of item 3-1.
And what's contained in here, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what the item 3-1, the taillight housing, looked like when you received it?
Yes.
Now, as far as, and we'll get to this more a bit in a moment, but as far as any sort of comparative analysis that you did with any other item, what part of this taillight housing were you comparing to that other item?
So there were clear and red plastic portions of the taillight that appeared to be broken. So I sampled portions of the clear plastic as well as the red plastic on the taillight.
And just for clarity purposes, if you could with the pointer, as far as which of these pieces up on the screen were you sampling the clear and or the red plastic from?
So the red plastic that I sampled was from this area. It's a little hard to tell from here. I think I'd have to refer to my photo in my notes, but I think there were a couple of different areas that had clear broken plastic. I think this might have been one of the areas that was broken that I sampled.
And just for my purposes, really what I'm asking, Ms. Hanley, is the clear plastic that you used from item 3-1 was from the housing unit itself, the large piece, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, the other item that you were comparing this to was item 7-18.18. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what was provided to you as the description of that item, 7-18.18?
7-18.18 was debris that was collected from 2 pieces of clothing from the victim.
And specifically, that would be 7-17, an orange T-shirt. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct, yeah.
Okay, as well as 7-18, a gray long sleeve shirt. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you say that item 7-18.18 contained debris, what did that debris consist of?
So the debris consisted of one clear piece of plastic, as well as several pieces of red plastic, among some other trace material.
Now, were there measurements taken of those items within the debris, specifically the clear plastic and the red plastic?
Yes.
And what were those measured to be?
I would just need to refer to my report for that.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so the clear piece of plastic in 7-18.18, it measured approximately 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. And then I measured the largest and the smallest of the red plastic pieces. And The largest piece of red plastic measured approximately 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch. And the smallest piece among those measured approximately less than 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch.
And so those particular pieces that you measured, about how small are we talking about?
So the largest for the red plastic, the largest piece measured, just for visual purposes, it's roughly like the size of a grain of rice. The rest of the pieces were smaller than that.
And who within the lab provided that debris in that taillight housing to your unit, to the trace unit?
So the debris from the clothing was transferred to my unit by Maureen Hartnett, and the taillight was submitted to the lab by Trooper Christopher Moore.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a series of 5 photographs. You could review those and look up when you're finished. Generally speaking, Ms. Hanley, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those for?
Those are the photographs that I took of 7-18.18.
I'm going to come both to seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit, A through E.
No objection. Thank you. It's 201 A through E.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9352. And Ms. Hanley, what is depicted in this photograph on the screen?
So this is one of the photos that I took of 7-18.18. This is how I received the clear piece of plastic.
And is that a tin that it's encased in at the time that you receive it?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9355. And what is this, Ms. Hanley?
So this is a photo of the clear piece of plastic that was within that tin.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9364. And Ms. Gilman, if you could enlarge this just a bit. Maybe just a little more, please. Thank you. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the photo that I took of the debris that was collected from the clothing items.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9366. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
This is a photo that I took under a microscope of the red plastic pieces that I noted within the debris.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, if we could have photograph 9369. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
This is a picture that I took of the red plastic pieces that I removed from the debris.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Ms. Hanley, in reference to your comparative analysis from item 3-1, the taillight housing plastic, to the clear and red plastic pieces of debris from plastic debris from item 7-18.18, the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, what types of instruments did you utilize in this comparative analysis?
Sure. So after completing my examination, I utilized a comparison microscope as well as a polarized microscope, a FTIR, which is Fourier transform infrared spectrometer. And I also used a microspectrophotometer, also known as a microspec.
And what is a microspec?
So a microspec is an analytical tool that we can use to examine samples that have color. So it provides information on the sample's dyes and pigments.
And how is that utilized in your comparative analysis?
So I ran samples from both items that I was comparing, and I compared the data from those two items as a part of my comparative analysis.
And when you run that sort of data, can you describe for the jury sort of what that data looks like? Like what are you physically seeing when you're examining the data from a microspec?
So what we refer to it as a spectrum or just a graph, and when we do the comparison, we can overlay those spectra or graph to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
And I know you spoke a little bit about it in your testimony yesterday, but if you could remind the jury as far as an FTIR, what is that and how is that used in your analysis?
So an FTIR is another analytical tool that we can use. A sample is exposed to infrared light and it reacts in a certain way with that light. And what's produced is a spectrum of peaks and valleys that are representative and unique to your sample. And so that instrument was used to run samples from both items, and then the data was compared from both items.
Now, from your comparison of starting with the clear plastic from the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, from your comparative analysis of that clear plastic to the clear plastic from item 3-1, the tail light, what did you conclude?
So the clear plastic from the debris was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties to the clear plastic from the tail light. So accordingly, the clear plastic from the debris could have originated from the clear plastic from the tail light or from another source with the same characteristics.
And with reference to the red plastic from item 7-18.18 from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, in your comparison of that red plastic with the red plastic from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle, item 3-1, what did you conclude from that analysis?
So the red plastic that I sampled from item from the debris from the clothing from 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance, and instrumental properties with the portions that I sampled from the red plastic from the taillight. So accordingly, the red plastic from item 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic that I sampled from the taillight, or from another source with the same characteristics.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, if I could just hold on 1 minute while the sirens pass. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes. Actually, is this a good time to take a break, Mr. Lally?
Entirely up to the court. I probably have another 3-4 minutes left.
I'm going to see counsel for 2 minutes, but this.
All right, guys. We know they're hungry. They got to eat sometime, right?
Like I told you earlier, we're ahead of schedule, so we will take a luncheon break, and we'll take an hour, so I know.
Lunch break.
Okay, we'll see you back here. So, we're just going forward.
All rise to the court, please. Jurors, close your notebooks, follow me.
Goodbye, they say. Goodbye. Wow. So, she used a microspec to look at the pieces of glass and whatnot. It just doesn't. I am just so checked out of this stuff. I don't care. Because what they give her is what she's gonna test. Okay? It's gonna come up exactly what they give her. I don't doubt that. You're gonna tell me it's plastic, okay? Tell me it's glass, okay? I'll buy it. Right now, I'm just no. I'm in a little I'm a little la la land today, and I don't know. I'm kind of out of it. I've been making phone calls, so had to mute you guys. I'm sorry. Yep. And the jury stuff. So they just swapped jurors because they were talking or something. They got yelled at. Isn't that something? Wait until these jurors come out after the trial and start talking. Oh, it's gonna be beautiful. So I remember when I was in court at the first trial, looking at the jury, I could almost tell which one was for the prosecution and defense. That when Alan Jackson would get up, they would sit up in their chairs and they'd be a little more attentive, and their pens would be in a different direction. They'd be in a writing position versus a resting position. It's how you hold a pen. They don't realize it. Donkey, I love you, my friend. There you go. See, the world knows that. Me and you, it's a thing. It's all right. How do you think you got your name, big guy? Yeah. What else? Yeah. Let's take a peek at Twitter. You guys want to look at Twitter? Let me share this real quick. All right, Twitter. Refresh this page. Check it. There we go. And it's like roulette. Who do we got? We got Peggy O'Keefe, who dutifully sits through every minute of the trial, is not in the galley today. She also wasn't there for the ME's testimony. It's just too hard for her to hear how her son, John, suffered, praying he was unconscious as he died. Meanwhile, Karen Reed just sits and looks irritated. Isn't that yesterday's trial? That was a news clip. Yeah, I don't buy it. Let's see what they're saying.
Controversy in the controversy in the courtroom as Karen Reed's lawyers fought to keep this video out of court.
And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, "I think it looks like he got hit by a car. It looks like
but trying to get it in because it makes my client look bad.
The judge said she'll make a decision on the video Thursday. Karen Reed had previously said,
"Come at me."
But today,
You had said, "Come at me." Why don't you want that clip played?
all morning, John O'Keefe's friend
Stupid.
Kerry Roberts testified. She says Karen Reed had pointed out her broken taillight in the early morning hours before the group of women later found O'Keefe's lifeless body in the snow.
Karen pointed out and said, "Look, my taillight." And she said, "Do you think I hit him?" And I said, "No, I don't think you hit him."
Then controversy in the courtroom.
Dude,
Karen Reed's
there's no
lawyers
way.
fought to keep
Shut
this
this up. No way. No way. Just the taillight. Just the taillight did that much damage to that guy. It's an impossibility. Doesn't happen. Aperture. It appears Aperture has not just killed the hyperlink to his LinkedIn, they've completely removed all of his false and fraudulent education claims. Of course, the damage is already done, and this was calculated as they did not do it until after he testified and lied on the stand. First two pictures are from a few days ago. The second were just updated in the last few hours. Okay. Wow, that's it. This TCP/IP. That's all that is. TCP/IP. Routing. Subnet mask. That's all that stupid is. Idiot. Wow. Say a goat boy. Let's hear this. This is going to be good. Full screen this. This is going to be good.
Goat boy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You ready, Mikey? You ready?
Oh, yeah, he's awesome. Yeah, he's awesome.
Sure. I'd like to provide a supplemental report on the fact that Dr. Garino is not actually a doctor. We'll call him Trooper Garino. And I'd like to highlight that I am currently in pursuit of a Bachelor of Science and Medicine and many other doctorate theses, which I hope to be achieving by 2026. So my module has been affected by these telematics and infotainment centers, and that is the vehicle data. Sure.
Yeah. Oh, he did good with that.
Yeah, he's a funny dude.
How do I get out of this?
How was that witness, dude? I didn't miss much, did I?
What witness?
The one with the glass.
She's just that. Yeah, I looked at it under the microscope. Stupid.
Did she get
stuff.
crossed?
No, not yet. All right,
She
not
doesn't
gonna
get crossed
show.
yet?
No.
Don't tell me they went to lunch.
Yes, of course they did. You think anything different? Come on, man.
I actually put you on. I put you on my phone on the way back. I'm like, oh, Tom's fading. Because I don't know about this glass. It's glass. And looked underneath the microscope. I'm like, oh my god. You're like, oh, I gotta get off the subject. So I was that way yesterday, dude. Oh my god, the guy got obliterated. And then she came on, was like a completely different fucking person, like calm.
That's gonna happen again.
You know, just this guy was just all over the place. Yes, sir. It does, sir. That's a mistake, sir.
Check this out, Mikey. This is that's you in the corner. You ready?
Yeah.
Can you just make sure no one knocks it down? The bus driver? I know the bus driver. She's gonna get in trouble. Get bag.
Busloads of kids. He's yelling at them.
Yeah, Tom. So there's going to be a huge buffer zone issue. Yeah.
Check this out. We may have to work on this.
All right. Keep going.
Yeah. Because you know why? The buses in the crosswalk, they stopped the light for people, and that put her where she was. See how she's in the crosswalk?
See how good your sound is, Tom? What I got to deal with sometimes?
I gave her back her life. Hey,
Yo. Did she win?
unfortunately, I have bail money, unfortunately. So
I bet money.
all right. How much you think that ticket was for?
$245.
Yeah. So she went in today and they dropped the whatever beeping charge, but now they're still gonna get her on the crosswalk charge. So to appeal it, it's $50 to appeal it,
Right.
the crosswalk charge. And what she did is she listened exactly to what the police department said and what the order was. The guy said stop. He stopped her from continuing up and not being in the crosswalk. He
true.
stopped her in the crosswalk.
Yeah.
As every cop is allowed to choose the stop, you choose where you want to stop the vehicle. He chose right then and there. That's his decision. You can't be responsible for that stop decision. That's already been argued. So,
well, she was fucked either way. If she continued going, they would have got her trying to leave. So that's how I read that.
exactly.
Right. She was fucked either way.
Yep.
Whether they told her to pull forward or not, I don't know.
But we gotta find out when she goes back.
Oh, she's okay. She's already out.
Yes, we have to go back.
Okay.
I don't know the date. I've been making all sorts of appointments. I have to make appointments now. I got more doctors now, Mike.
Well, yeah, it's that time of year and your age, man. You just getting old and shit. Oh my God, they're making fun of that girl that was up in the stand saying, I'd hit. I love it. It's funny. Because you guys all know what I was thinking about that last witness. I'm just going to say it out loud. Right? Oh, God.
Let me see it.
Well, so is she getting crossed next? Is that what happened?
Yes. They're asking. Lally was still asking her stuff.
Oh, he was?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. He's the filler.
That's killing time.
Yep. Oh, look at Howie. Oh, man. Oh, is it the front page?
Nice fucking front page, dude. That's awesome. Good for her.
She takes a mean picture. Like, I
Can you
see
zoom
why
in on
she's
that?
I can't know.
No, I can't either. But, yeah. Good job, Howie.
Yeah, he's been on our side, man. He's been, what's this one here?
Lover. The lover. Sexy on the cover. She coming is a bombastic.
No, I'm not sure about that. I don't know, man.
Like,
fantastic.
Yeah, no.
Oh my God.
Oh
my God. Jesus Christ.
Can you imagine that that outcome?
Where's Jimmy?
Oh
my God.
That's dangerous, bud. I can't imagine.
Retweet that fucking thing.
June 18th.
Oh,
Kristen, 9 o'clock.
All right. Put it on the calendar.
That's freaking hilarious. Free Lally Boulevard.
Only one that I have ever known. Don't know where.
Fucking priceless. Oh my God. Dude, they'll get me gigged on this one.
He does not give a fuck about. Lally didn't care about the crowds at all. He did not give a shit. That's why he's gonna make it. That's why he's gonna make it. Because he gives zero fucks. You know what I mean? He's like, whatever, dude.
Wow. Oh boy.
This is
Grant. Deeply concerned. Yeah.
I love how he just puts a little extra in there for you. Oh my God.
What the hell is that?
God,
Is that Chewbacca in the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man or Michelin Man? Which one's that? Marshmallow guy.
Yeah. Michelin Man, it looks like, but
Stay Puft Marshmallow Man from Ghostbusters.
He's rocking the bee's hat.
Is that a pile of laundry?
What is it? Like a disco globe in front of his face? What is that thing?
It's a thing here. What is that?
No, the thing he's talking into. I
Oh,
feel he should be rapping right now.
he just likes the way it looks, I think.
All right.
I don't know.
I'd have it like up here and you grab it and talk down to it. Like, you ready to rumble?
Remember them days? Oh my
Yeah,
god.
dude. Remember Jimmy Fly, Superfly Snooker?
Yep. Remember him? Oh my god.
He was the man.
Andre was freaking the giant. Was it?
Oh, he was a freak.
Dude, the Hulk came along. Crazy town. We lived in a different time, Mike.
Different world.
Bird McHale Parish. That's all I gotta say. And the Red Sox and remember Fisk, Carlton Fisk.
Fuck yeah.
All over. Oh my
Leaving it fair.
Yeah.
So, all right, so what we got here? 34 Fairview, one
These are the
Meadows.
cameras on the way, bud. But yet we got no footage. We got 0 cameras. Even though they're here, they exist. They don't work when Karen Reed drives by. She's got that superhero superpower, you know. Drives by and shuts off cameras on her way.
That like that Trump golden dome where nothing can penetrate it from the
Yes. As
Yeah.
she's driving, it
Right.
goes with her car. She plugs right into it. It's got to be like an option.
Yep.
And just all these cameras don't work. I mean, shit, how many are there? There's none of them.
I got 30.
That's pretty good. That's a good. I want some of that superhero power. Superhero power. Man, 34.
Jesus Christ. Crazy shit, man.
That's just not right.
No, she could have went straight right here at that corner when you first pull out and went all the way around, but no, she didn't. She took the shortest way home.
Yeah,
absolutely took the shortest way home.
GPS.
Yeah,
I would have done the same thing.
Yeah, that's the residue over there. And then this long road right next to you on the left is Pleasant right there. Yep. And what's John's right off of Pleasant, and then up to the right.
This is where Craig Casey.
Yep.
Had an accident right here.
Who also lived in Meadows Ave. Oh, yeah, Chris Albert.
Yeah, right about here. He lived right about
right.
here. Yeah, right
That's
about
right.
there, maybe. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
But he ended up on someone's front lawn too. Just happened to be.
After they cleared it. Remember?
Yeah,
He
they
showed
cleared
up.
the scene. They sure did.
That Resi picture right there with the it looks like a sweater. Yeah, there's the arm on the left. There's John's scrape marks in his arm on the right. See that on the right?
But he had a
that's the
scratch
bite marks. Yep.
Didn't they find a body here? 62-year-old lady who doesn't exist anywhere.
No,
Still
that's
missing.
That's a Ponkapog at the top. But close. Same body of water leaks into it. Tom, you're
Man.
getting bad.
Too many bodies around here, bud.
Yeah, there's 8 bodies in the last 9 years, I think it's been, or 10 years now, that we know of.
Yep.
But
No
Berkey
doubt.
Berkey can tell us where all the bodies are. Oh God.
Somebody put Auntie Bev working on an oil rig. I seen it all
She-
now. Who
oh,
had
she-
that on the
yeah.
bingo card? Auntie Bev and an oil rig. She's what's the roughneck? Is that what they call him? The roughneck, Mike?
Oh, I don't know, dude. No neck.
All right, that someone's talented. Oh, so is she leaving? Bye. Judge Canone has ejected the First Amendment from the courtroom in the Karen Reed trial. Potential jury tampering afoot. You know, we don't know what they were talking back and forth about, right?
Nope. And it's under protection. Some of these people on here are fucking great, dude.
I'm amazed.
Regarding
Somebody made an oopsie.
any certifications regarding computer hacking?
What was that last part? Sorry.
Any certifications regarding computer hacking?
No, not currently.
This is his current resume on the website right now. It says CHFI, computer hacking forensic investigator. Bro. Somebody made.
Oops. Oh, there's a lady I met. That's Annie Elise right there in Karen Reed. That's a great photo, huh?
Yeah.
Nice. Good. I'm glad she's here and she's seeing this, Mike. I'm so glad she's got a big following.
She does. It's worldwide, dude.
Yeah, we like that.
It's just hard to fathom that it's right here with us.
a bachelor's degree to be competent
in this area?
No, I do not.
Is a bachelor's degree?
Do you need a bachelor's degree to be competent in this area? But you still pretended you had one online.
Ian.
A prerequisite of success in a particular field?
No, it is not.
You ever hear of Bill Gates?
Oh, fuck off. Fuck off. This they should have objected to if they don't.
Yes.
Stephen Jobs?
Yes.
Oprah Winfrey?
Sustained.
Yeah. Also, it's kind of false. But you know what the difference between Bill Gates and Steve Jobs? I mean, Oprah Winfrey's got a degree, so you can go fuck yourself, Brennan. But Bill Gates started a $1 billion company. Steve Jobs started a $1 billion company. Oprah Winfrey started a $1 billion company. This guy, the only thing he's achieved is that he's really like sweated up his underwear the past couple of days, right?
Is he drinking? Yeah.
You have to be. How can
Bill
you
Gates dropped out? That doesn't mean that every dropout is Bill Gates.
Oh yeah.
In this area?
Isn't that great though? And he's Mike. He's great, and he's really fair.
Yeah,
So
he's from Canada, right?
I love how he sees stuff. He's just dynamite.
Yeah. Richard Hertz from Holden. I love it.
Oh, this freaking guy.
Let's see what
Oh,
he's
this
saying.
guy.
What's he saying?
That is unusual. Richard, I guess you mean that as nice, but fuck off. I mean, it's none of your business. Who are you to tell me what to do? And I don't really want you to tell me how I look because I feel good and I'm getting stronger every day. So politely, fuck off. All right. So this is important to me because too many people in the public don't understand what's going on. And
Including you. Go away. I don't even want to hear the rest of it. I'm done. Michelle McPhee, I like her. Okay. State expert witness in Karen Reed trial forced to admit on the stand that he lied about his credentials and, in fact, has been pursuing a bachelor's degree for 17 years. Despite his resume that prompted the Norfolk County DA to hire him at taxpayers' expense. Oh, Michelle. Mark Randazza. This is also why you should both cultivate and value friends who are on the opposite wing from you. If you only have people on one wing in your life, you truly can't fly. There you go.
Reed did the same thing.
Yeah.
You was talking about the two parties. Yep.
Yep. Oh, isn't he cute?
That's Deanne's new puppy.
Oh, he's freaking awesome. Look at him. Oh, what a cutie.
I think his name is Buffer Zone.
No, they wouldn't do that to the poor dog.
No,
boy,
I'm
he's
kidding.
he's cute, huh? Is he like a beagle kind of, or just a
Yeah, he got a little something.
terrier something going?
I
Wow.
like the black eyes and the brown.
Yep.
It's good.
Like a mask.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Badass. I love it.
Nice black nose.
Now, listen, tell me how animals don't improve quality of life in people's life, right?
Oh, you
How
have
do
no
they
argument
not?
for me, dude. You have no argument for me.
See, they just do. They enhance people's lives when they're here, right? And they have so much love, and you give them love back, and they just, I go see my friend and her dog. Her dog's how big is Rain? He's got to be 125-pound Rottweiler mix. Dude comes at me. He loves me. Me and him play. Oh my God, he loves me. Yep. Oh, what's this? Jen McCabe. Pull behind me. Pull behind me.
Oh yeah, they're gonna crush this. So Jen's text doesn't line up with John's phone timeline. Okay.
Really?
Yeah.
This text doesn't. This went from her phone
Yep.
through the network
To John's.
through a bunch of different pieces of equipment. Ended up received as by John, whether he received it connected to USB or wireless or through
This is
someone's
the one
network.
This is the one he opened, I think. I wrote it
At
down.
12/31/47.
I wrote the other ones down. Shit. Yeah, I think that's the one. That's the timeline they're trying to beat. They don't want that timeline. They want it a little bit later.
I thought, what is he doing? Why don't they just pull behind me in the in the
Oh, I know
driveway?
this.
I sent to John, pull behind me at 12:31.
And what were you referring to when you said hold on?
So at this point, the car had moved from the prior spot where I originally saw it. So I thought, what is he doing? Why don't they just pull behind me in the in the driveway?
Mike, can you see that right there? See the bottom piece right here?
Yeah.
See source info?
Yep.
This is that digital fingerprint. Okay.
Yep.
That fingerprint is every single solitary bit and byte that's on the phone right now. Complete. It equals that equation right there. So if you modify that in any way, it's going to change the bit and byte number. So that's going to be a different key. That's how you verify the file. Okay, right here.
Yep. You're talking fucking Japanese to me, but yeah, I'll agree.
These
with
numbers here, right? But this is where it's located. All right. Full zip /private/var tells you the net. That's the network operating system. Mobile, which is the phone. Library, which is where everything's stored. Core Duet, knowledge base C, the database it's running, and this is exactly right here the file, and that's how big it
Okay.
is right there.
Thanks for the education.
This whole thing is this whole message is exactly right here. Every single piece of it.
Chat, is this the right phone number or time? What they're trying to make seem like it didn't happen? This happened before allegedly the trigger event. So John had answered this, and then Karen allegedly backed into him. I'm checking with you guys.
At that time. When did she get home again? Did they say?
12:36. She connected to the Wi-Fi.
So that's impossible, right?
The way I see, so John answers this, then Karen pulls forward or is already forward and comes back and takes him out allegedly.
Okay.
And drives home. So at this time
So
here,
it's 12:32 when he gets hit. If that's the case, give her 10 seconds to accelerate backwards. That's 10.
Yeah, right,
12,
so it's
12:32.
12:32 and change. Now
Right.
she's going to be home in 3.5 minutes.
Not happening. No. Nope.
So this is where they're trying to
Still
get
doesn't work.
This is where they're trying to get around.
So are they saying that this is looking at the Lexus time, which is got to
No.
be changed
No.
or skewed
Yes,
or
yes. You're right. So
to
this
line
this is
up?
the-
That's
this
what
is
they're
the
trying
base.
to do.
They're not going to argue this at all. This happened, right?
Right.
They're trying to change the timeline, the infotainment system, and whatever else they can and adjust it inside there to say that the trigger event happened right after this. So that nullifies this. Because their timeline prior to this was, gave her enough time to get home and all that bullshit. But John allegedly was able to answer the phone at the same time with his face while he's being hit and then fall on the ground. So this is in stone, and they're working the infotainment system and stuff, schematics behind this. Am I right?
I believe so, Mike.
All right. So Aussie's like, so John's Texas haven't been but this is for JJ. I don't know why we have this one then. In any motions I don't know.
They
Aussie,
needed this though. They needed this one.
Yeah, this was presented by the not all of them. This was presented by the prosecution. This is already into evidence. Yeah. But I don't think I don't remember you're reading this. He only wrote.
Oh my word! Stop! Dude.
What? Dude meant that. What? Wow. Yeah, that's it is what it is.
Wow. That's kind of wrong. Aiden made it. Aiden's in.
Oh, good.
But
Get somebody there.
oh my word.
That
That's
sucks.
crazy, dude.
Yeah,
That's insanity.
Because if she goes, Grant's gonna leave too. But Grant hasn't even been going.
He can't. Because Jess is there. All right, let's check this out. Look, there's something here. 10 minutes ago. You ready, boys and girls? You please subscribe to Microdots.
Another one came out?
Boom.
Miss Gilman, would you tell me if you didn't like my curtain?
Judge Beverly Canoni, often displaying high signs of paranoia. Upon closer inspection, you will come to learn that it is not just regular curtain anxiety, however, an anxiety to please the Dark Lord.
Belly, why didn't you just tell me you didn't like my curtain?
The curtain is mentioned again. A darkened room is preferred for those engaging in demonic ancient ritual. Notice Beverly Canoni's obsession. Keeping of the records and transcription, a vital step in pleasing the Dark Lord. Watch as the court reporter speaks in tongues into her demonic machine. Look how nervous she is. Let's take a second look at the way her eyes peer around the room, looking out for the devil. Another part of ancient ritual is the use of magic powers. Watch as Miss McCabe forgets which body she has taken over.
Hank, please don't ever get that close to me again, okay? I'm not Bella's mother.
The hostility and overall cuntiness in Miss McCabe's tone indicates demonic possession. Carrie Roberts also took the stand, another powerful for shapeshifting. Take a look at the lines on her neck, an indicator of skinwalking. Skinwalkers are also known to speak with inanimate objects.
Before I spoke to the trooper, after I talked to the timeline. After I called 911, we called the timeline.
Not only speaking to, but calling the timeline. Though powerful, it seems as though Miss Roberts forgot who she was supposed to be for a moment. A quick shapeshift. Miss Roberts appears and reappears as Jennifer McCabe right before our very eyes. Didn't notice?
Oh my God.
Upon entering the courtroom, Nuttall appears sweaty and nervous. Once he sits down, he seems to have lost all control of his senses and his motor skills. The work of sorcery.
That's so cool. He's a fucking funny motherfucker.
I love him. Oh my God, Mike.
Miss Gilman, would you tell me?
Seriously, really, how blessed
How
are we
blessed
to
are
have,
we?
to have
Say it together,
people
we
like
know.
this in the movement? We
Yeah.
really need people like
You need
this.
to laugh. You need to laugh.
We do. He's such a valuable contributor to this whole movement from the get-go, Mike.
Yeah.
From the get-go, he's been dead on. He is awesome.
He really is, man.
And and even Richie's got that too. Richie's got that little extra touch that is like,
yeah.
What are we doing to deserve this, man?
It's an art, dude.
Yes,
People realize it. It's an art.
it's a whole different level, and they get it on that level. And thank you to them, really, because we'd be crazy people.
I definitely would be. He makes if you If you
Don't get
are
many.
up at like 6, if you're up at like 7 in the morning, he does a show at 7 in the morning from a parking lot.
Yeah, and you get everyone laughing.
He's got 2,000 people in there yucking it up.
Oh,
Just
easy.
yucking it
Oh
up.
yeah,
Oh,
no, it's a fun
funny
time.
shit, dude.
Yeah.
So
Gail, yeah, we're in discussions right now. Our people talking to their people, and they're working out logistics. It's going to be a thing.
Yes. He's been. We had a show
I
last
can't
week.
wait. Actually,
it was pretty funny.
Yeah.
But he is a funny dude. Like
Oh my God, yes.
You got to do stand up.
Yes. Listen, I've seen him in real life do that, Mike. I've watched him. I'm telling
telling
I've seen
you.
that guy transform. He's like Superman. Rah,
There you
comes
go.
out and he's just there. And
he's a whole other person, right?
Oh, two different people.
Yeah.
And he's such in character.
Yeah.
It's like that, like no other. It's like
If you're
no
on
other.
Twitter, if you're on Twitter, take that video and tag
Shit the hell out of it.
Tag Saturday Night Live. I've
Yep.
sent a couple of clips to Saturday Night Live because I think he would walk on there.
Hands down. Oh yeah.
Right? Don't you
Oh
think?
yeah. Oh God, yes. Dude, all
Imagine-
the people in New York are watching Karen Reed. Get him up there. Yes.
you,
I
even
vote
if-
yes. 100%. Get him there.
Even if he did Weekend Update, I'd be okay with it. If he came on his Auntie Bev during
Yep.
Weekend Update, right? Like
Done.
once a week. Would you not watch it? I'd fucking
America's
bomb
most
you.
hated judge.
'Cause
Legit.
they used to do it with
There's
OJ.
people that have- listen, how many people have yelled at that judge on from their house at that television at their judge?
Well, imagine like you get that Chinese judge from the OJ trial. He was
Yes.
on Saturday Night Live all the time.
Alito, the Judge Alito.
Yes. Now you have Auntie Deb come up as Jim, and you have him on Weekend Update talking about the Karen
Definitely.
Reed case. Are you
Yep.
fucking kidding me?
Oh, without a doubt.
So Lauren Michaels, if you're out there, I've sent you something to your general inbox.
Why do I see him in like a Caddyshack type of movie with like,
Dude.
and you know what I'm saying, like that? How that all came together? Remember how that all came together?
Yeah,
It just
he's
did.
Got the height, he's got the height. He's got the personality.
He
he's
can
got the
do it.
hair.
Yep.
He can do it.
No
He can
doubt.
do it. I've told him that because he can take any conversation with anybody. Like he did.
Oh, God, he
12,
owns
12 people in 12 days, and everybody's personality was different, and he was able to boom shape shift right into that person.
Oh
That's
my
funny.
God.
Tom
That
Silver
is
Sling,
great.
yeah.
Great.
Yeah, Bailey, you're right. It's too woke for Jimmy, but you gotta stop. If he gets a shot, man, you gotta
Oh
take
yeah.
it, right?
Oh, without a doubt. He wouldn't see. He would. He don't care about that. He's
If
gonna
he
go do his
doesn't-
thing. That's all.
Well, we should find an open mic, raise some money, and have Auntie
Get
Deb
him there.
go do a
Get him right in
stand-up.
front of that microphone.
We'll do like all free Karen Reed people that we can get to go to his comedy club, right? Go there
Okay.
and just see Jimmy, and Jimmy will have other people that don't know anything about free Karen Reed, and he just
Oh.
goes up and does like a 10-minute skit.
You could probably listen. You know how they do that bingo, that adult bingo with the people that.
No, I don't.
Okay, well they do bingo with people that dress up as characters, and they go into character.
Oh.
When they do the bingo, it's for the adults. He could
Oh.
warm that whole thing up, like be like the opening act.
A buffer. He'd be like a little buffer.
Yeah, like fluffer,
you all-
fluffer or
Yeah,
buffer.
fluffer.
Yeah, that's what it
Get
is.
you all worked up and stuff. Make sure you're ready
Yeah.
to go for the
Yeah.
like the cat. Yeah.
He could do that. Get the
All right,
crowd
yeah.
riled up.
I think the sky is like, and this is gonna suck. Pain is temporary, regret is forever. Now I put it into his head. He's got to give it a shot. Because what if? He's looking back 10 years from now, going, "What if? What if I just give it a shot?" Well, who knows?
He would do it well too. I know he would.
And he could do it without even telling anybody and just go try it and see if it works. And if
Oh no, it works. When Mike, I seen it. When he's there, it's there. There's no, he's all in there. It's amazing to see the transformation. I've seen it. It's amazing. So we need more.
Gail, I've seen you in the chat at the Auntie Deb's in the parking lot, man. Holy fuck.
Yeah.
But the good thing about Jim is that he's gay. And it makes it even funnier.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I don't give a fuck at all. I swear to God.
Oh no,
But that's what makes it even more unique. He's
Well,
not your regular heterosexual guy. He has a whole.
He sees things differently, Mike. It's just different
He can
how
bring
he's
a whole different audience in, like the Chinese kid is doing for Saturday Night Live right now. He's an
Right.
Asian kid, and he's fucking super funny. but it's a diversity thing, right?
I see it.
Like Jimmy could play like the Italian guy in Medford. He could do a lot of different
Medford
things.
guy, the guy from Medford.
Oh, I'd
Medford.
love to see Medford guy. Yeah. Oh my God, he could do like a rendition of Google Hunting, The Town.
Yes.
He could dress up as Ben Affleck and pretend to be interviewed by somebody, answering questions like a Charlestown rat.
I wish I remember them opening a Flipper made for us.
Yes.
I watched that like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
He's another one that's got that talent. He's got that way. You know what I'm saying?
He doesn't have time for us anymore, Tom. He's too big now.
Well, hey,
he's big time now. He's moved on.
Is he going on what? Good Morning America? Sounds like that.
No,
Fox and Friends in the morning. Is he that
He's
big?
like, guys, thanks for the stair step. We out.
Tapped
We
out.
are gone.
Yeah,
See you later.
in the sunset.
I'm
like,
just kidding, dude.
like Grease. Remember the two driveway in the car?
And he just get the zone around her.
Yeah.
What kind of car was that? That black
Oh,
one.
that was an old round.
Falcon?
It was like an Oldsmobile or something. An old.
I don't know. Remember the one that spit fire out of the exhaust? We revved it
Yeah.
in front of the hamburger place. And then they
Racing cars. Oh, listen, convertible cars racing them. Like they flip, you're dead.
Oh yeah.
Because the windshield collapses and you're done. Yeah.
Right. Oh, Turtle Boy is not in, Kyle. Okay. Sean LeBlanc is like, he making an appearance at our 90s fundraiser.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely could do that. Oh, he'd be great with that too.
Check with his schedule because he's a big shot now. He's like flip ahead. I don't know. Let
There
me
you
check
go.
with my people. He's starting to say, let me check with my people. He's got a clipboard out now. Oh, it's brutal. Get FaceTime with that guy.
So this is cool, Mike. We have 1,017 people in from Twitter, and then like 500 from combined both channels watching us right now. So that's like 1,600 something people, man.
Twat is cool.
That's awesome. Thank you, every single person that's here. I gotta say, listen, we appreciate you guys being here with us. So if you're here, just hit the like, the thumbs up, subscribe button if you want.
And if you don't, we're cool
That's
with it.
cool.
If you,
No, it's all right.
If you want to check another channel out and just listen to no commentary, Fox is right there, and just go do your cleaning and do your shit. I get it, man.
Bingo.
So much she can take on me and Tom. Seriously.
Well, in the same, right. And we do offer a different alternative. That's all. Right?
We are a little biased in some areas. Yes, I will give you that. I will definitely give you that. But you know what? The 5 days a week, it's kind of fun.
Yeah, we've been on top of it.
We started in January, dude. We have not. I don't think
We're going, man. Who else has done that?
We try anytime the court's off, though. We do take a day off. Just so you know.
What about this weekend? We gotta take some time this weekend.
I
gotta need a day just to do nothing. My arm, dude, is screaming.
Saturday is gonna pull like a mofo.
Okay, Saturday. What any standout Saturday? Heads up, standouts.
No, but there's a concert at the Boston Calling. You should look up and see who's playing.
Okay.
And
that's Saturday.
If it's raining, dude, it's rain or shine. You'll get in. You'll get fucking unbelievable.
Yeah, right up front.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna be there Sunday if you want to head up. Remember I told you Dave Matthews Band was playing.
Yep.
Melanie Little, Roia, Dave Matthews Band.
I'd like to go see that.
Yeah, dude.
Maybe we can get a group of us to go see that.
Well, I would. It sucks to drive in there, man, because it's so busy. But Sunday's not gonna be bad.
We'll just drop us some Braintree, bud. It's not that far.
No, but I understand what you're saying. But I went last year, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah.
Friday, trying to get in there is crazy. Sunday, you can drive right in.
Okay.
Yeah. So I want to back up.
How about getting an Uber? How about going from Braintree to Boston? That Uber's cheap money.
Tons of people getting Ubers there. Yeah. They pack in like
drop us right off. We're good here.
It's boom, and then you get this little thing around your neck. You go right to this pass, and you're fucking all 3 stages are right there. All the vendors and food are on your left and right. Bathrooms everywhere. And you can sit down on the turf.
Bus. Mike, we take the bus. We bring all our fans with us. We tell them all.
Well, that's only 2 seats. It's me, you.
Oh, we have a meeting place in there, and all our fans of people that want to come and hang out with us for the day.
If you're gonna go Sunday, I'll be on the field at like the 50-yard line, towards the end, towards the way back. You'll not, I'm gonna be out of the crowd.
Is it Fenway or is it at Gillette?
Stadium.
Harvard. Okay, that's right. Is that the one that overlooks the hospital overlooks the cancer hospital overlooks it, the field? There's a bunch of fields down there.
Oh, dude, it's so
I think
historic.
I've seen it from.
There is a bunch of hospitals in the area because it's near Longwood, so to speak.
Yeah, but you can look down. You're like, there's the field hockey field,
That's
and then there's
Northeastern.
another field, and the baseball field over there, and
That's Northeastern.
okay, is that what that is?
That's in Cambridge.
Yes. Okay.
But it's a good time, dude.
Nice. Okay.
We serve all this weird beer in cans, but if they have Heineken, well, you don't drink. But the food's good. This is like my third. I was supposed to go see the Foo Fighters during COVID, so that's when I started going. But,
I'm thinking Dave Matthews, man.
Dude, so he'll only play like 6 songs because they have 3 stages.
Yeah,
But then
that's right.
if you go to Sunday, look at the Boston column, you'll see the lineup. There's some really good bands playing. Like they have rap, country, rock. It's pretty cool.
Can the mods take a note of that?
Contact Locomotion Abrasive.
Yeah.
There you go.
We definitely want to even do that because we just want to get us in, right? All meet one place. Then we have to get home from there, so we'll have to rent it backwards. That would be something.
Trust me, it'll be the fucking best thing you ever did because we go through JP and through the fucking Blue Hills and Brookline.
Yep.
It's just left, right, left, stop, you know. So
Yep,
on a Friday, it took us forever to get there, but on a Sunday it was nothing. And I usually don't stay for the whole thing, but you totally can. And it's fun to people watch too. Like
Yeah. The people that always that guy that just gets hammered and he's just like a mess.
yeah.
There's always one or two of them, you know.
And you always find a woman now too, but the outfits, man, and down there in Harvard, Cambridge Square, and shit, people are just fucking funky, man.
I don't think Dave Matthews is like they don't wear skimpy clothes to that, do they?
Oh yeah. Oh, because
do they? I didn't think it was like that. I thought they were like baggy and like sweaters and long.
He's only playing 6 songs or 4 songs. If you look at the lineup, you'll see all the different bands playing right now. Boston Calling Sunday. It's a good
I'm
take
looking right now.
It's a little secret.
You need tickets to get in, right?
Oh yeah.
Right there.
You can buy
Harvard Athletic Con. Let's check this out. Let me share this.
The Sublime's playing.
All right, here we go. Music Festival. Luke Combs, Fallout Boy, Dave Matthews Band, Megan Maroney, Avril Lavigne.
Yeah.
Vampire Weekend, Sheryl Crow.
Yeah.
Cage the Elephant, Sublime, Keep the Black Crows, Public Enemy, Remy Wolf, TLC.
Yep.
That ain't the TLC from.
Yes,
No, it's not.
It is.
Oh man, All Time Low, Goth Babe, Mike, James Bay, and many more. Dude, really?
Swear to God, dude. You just pick one day too. You don't have to go for all 3, obviously.
What 1 day general admission ticket? Doors open at 1.
Yeah. How much are they? $180.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Saturday. That's gonna be raining, so you don't want those. Sunday. 181.
A 2-pack.
There you go. That's all you want right there. 2 of them for 177. Yeah. And if you type in Boston Mikey for your code, you save nothing. No, just so you know, it's pretty cool, man. If you guys want to go, good time. And we don't stay for the whole thing.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing Sheryl Crow and Dave Matthews Band.
I don't know what day you have all the dates up there when she's gonna be playing. So you might want to find out. $1,400 for 8 tickets. Fuck that noise.
So, yeah.
And it's gonna be shitty out. It's gonna be cold out.
3 stages. So just as one stage is working, the next one's setting up, and the next one's setting up, and it just goes down the line, right?
So once one bin finishes, they get clapped off. Then you hear
Next
the other
one
bin they're starting to tune in. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And then all of a sudden, within 5 minutes, the other bit, whatever bin's playing, and so people are spread out. Like there's not like one stage. You see the typical stadium concert. This is like spread out through like 75 yards of stages. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like you just look. Yeah, they have these huge. They have these huge billboards. Yeah, they have all kinds of stuff, dude. Ferris wheels, all kinds of shit.
So it's gonna be like a
Because,
little fair or something there too, right?
well, yeah, graduation week too is up there.
Ah, there you go.
All the parents are up there. All the kids are partying. It's a good time.
General admission tickets will be $354. General admission. Please note, price listed per ticket. You'll automatically buy 2 Sunday general admission tickets. Total will be $354. Cop may explore 2 packs.
That's to get in. Just get it from Friday.
Yeah. Just for general admission.
So a 2-pack.
$354. So it's $150.
Oh yeah.
$159 plus fees.
Yeah.
So
whatever.
Yeah. I mean, I would go if I could see all these. Are these all playing in the same day? Is this
No.
no? See, that's the thing.
They're
So
playing about 3 days. Yes.
they're gonna have each one of the people be the premiere for the day. So you have to go see the other ones to wait to see them. That's what they do.
Because like Luke Combs could sell out a stadium, Matt Matthews could,
Right.
Could do all right, Cheryl could do all right. So
Yep.
they draw like one every night, and then they have some other great bands that you probably haven't heard of, or you heard of a while ago, and that's how they do it.
Right in between. Yep. I get that.
That's what we should do when Karen Reed's found not guilty.
Hire Dave Matthews come and play for us. Okay.
Yes, we take
we
all
can
the
do that. We could raise money in a freaking heartbeat for that, Mike. What's it cost? Let me Google that.
Dave Matthews we get for $50,000 plus some of the ticket sales, right? We get him to play for fucking 2 hours. Well, she likes you too, but I think that's out of the budget.
Yeah, Bono's a little high priced.
Yeah, he owes me a favor. We'll see.
Maybe you know a guy that knows a guy. I got his booking agent. Cost idea. Oh. All right. Yeah, of course, you're gonna imagine. Here you go. Here it is. Booking.com. Booking Dave Matthews Band. Hiring Dave Matthews Band for corporate events, private parties, and weddings is easy with Booking Entertainment.
I have him on my speed dial.
Entertainment request form.
Oh my god. So he'd be cheap right now if he's in Boston. You know what I mean? Can you Google how much what does it cost to, or?
That's what I did, and this is what I got so far.
Yeah.
Can I hire for a private event?
And I'm sure you
wedding.
Yeah. I remember when Coldplay went over to the Vineyard to play at a wedding before there were anybody.
Ooh.
I was on the same ferry with them. I didn't know who the fuck they were, but I never saw them either. I was told afterwards. Oh, look at this stuff, huh? Wow. These guys repping. Celebrity speakers, chefs. We'll sit Eminem up there for sure.
Old school hip hop. Okay. Maybe not.
Oh, okay. Eddie Vedder play. Yeah, I can see Eddie Vedder playing for a cause. Yeah.
It takes 3 to 4 months. How much does it cost? Like they don't give you a price so far. Like a ballpark. Not. Give me a ballpark. 50, 200 grand and above. Estimated speaking fee for the estimated speaker. Let me open this up. Where is it? Speaking fee, live event, 200,000 and above. Virtual event, contact. Celebrity event. That's a speaker right there. 200 grand and above for Dave Matthews Band.
Karen will be on the speaking tour just like this.
Yep.
Making money.
Check availability. Here we go.
Couple of courses at colleges, in the Northeast. Like, the Clintons get speaking fees and all the presidents get speaking fees.
I've never heard of these people. Do you know who they are?
I have not read it, but it's not on the. You don't have it on the screen.
All right, hold on. Mm-hmm.
We still have the fan up, so nothing to worry about.
Dave Matthews Band live event, 200 grand and above.
Wow.
3 doors down.
Oh yeah, yeah. Wow, they want all the money too.
311.
Yeah.
50 Cent.
How much is 50?
200.
1,000 above. A Tribe Called Quest, yeah. Aaron Sorkin, Adam Devine, Adam Driver. These guys.
100 grand.
Adam Sandler, yeah, buddy.
There we go. 200.
Adele. Imagine Adele.
Yeah, please contact, of course. 200 grand and above.
I saw her in Ireland.
Yeah, imagine seeing her at your house singing. What it costs? Al Pacino. Oh, he's big bucks. Oh, he's gonna be big bucks.
Please don't insult me. Oh. If you need to call me, then you can afford it. But other than that,
that's right. If my phone's ringing, it's you're paying.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Alanis. Alec.
He'd be funny.
Him? Oh, he's a nightmare, this guy.
I know. Get a couple drinks in him, we're good to go.
Alex.
Jesus.
Yeah. Wow.
Jesus.
He's charging it up there too, man, huh?
You whore.
Alison Krauss. How come I'm not up here? I should be up here.
You gotta see Karen Reed.
Andrea Day. I have no idea who these people are.
We can move on.
Wow. So you can hire people. So there is a price.
Everybody has a price.
Everyone has a price.
Yep. Oh man.
Yeah.
Everybody's talking about concerts in the fucking
back in the day.
Oh man, I've seen them a couple times. Yeah. But Melanie goes to this thing in Mexico where Dave Matthews is like premiered for 3 days. I think it is.
Imagine we're just going to watch him for 3 days
in Cancun. Yeah.
You know what? Let's show this real quick because we're community orientated, right?
I guess if you say so. Yeah, I really don't want to.
Oh, care about Canton. Check this out. It's what you talked about earlier. Stop this. Share this so everyone can see. Happening now, Fox 25. Happening now, large search underway for an armed man. This is what the guy looks like, Mike.
Just so you know, I've been here the whole fucking day.
4 hours ago, right there. Right. But that's what he looks like. He's walking around Canton. I guess he's got a gun, they say.
Yeah, right at the street. There's a park, right? It's got that shit that people take, Narcan dispensary right there.
Oh, God, yeah.
Yeah, I'm telling you, you walk from that park, Cabot Field, up to Will Drive and no problem. So that's what the shit is going to bring down here. This is what we want. I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe
not right.
I don't know. I'm not going to get politics on now.
Well, back to the fan, because that is not good.
Is this fan spinning at least?
Yes, fan. We have movement. We do have movement right there. It's alive. Man, thank God, right? What would we do if the fan wasn't spinning, Mike? We're all stroking out over a fan. That's right. Kind of like, are we that desperate? Are we that hung on this thing with every stinking freaking word that these scientists say that this happened and that happened, and yet here we are.
Gotcha. It's a fucked up world we live in.
Hey, here's a great thing. If John O'Keefe could not get himself up and about, according to Dr. Wolf, because of his injury, right?
Mhm.
How on earth did the blood and vomit flow downward?
Again,
Free Karen Reed.
wait for me. That's a great point. Who said that?
Trial by fire.
Nice pickup.
Yeah. I mean, look at the shirt.
Yeah, you're right.
There's
If that
gravity.
is the case, like your point, he would have bled out in that grass, and it would have been iron all over the place on a soil test.
All over the place.
That's
Yep.
right, Tom. You said that months ago. I'm going to give you credit where credit's due. I'm
Yep.
not going to steal you. I'm not going to steal your thunder. But yeah, good point.
It's just an easy way to prove it never happened.
That's right, man. Tom was like, we got to test the soil. I'm like, what are you talking about? He goes, if he bled out there, that soil's never going to be the same. I'm like, you're fucking right, dude.
Yep.
Talked about it. Nothing happened. Someone stole our thunder, though.
It costs a lot of money to get that testing done, but you can actually grid test the front lawn of 34 Fairview, and you can tell where the blood was based on the soil tests.
Question.
Yeah.
Cadaver dog.
Yeah, no. A little
No.
different. A little different.
No. Can you get a bloodhound?
Not enough. I don't think it's enough. No. The Jay Gouds band. Remember them?
Yeah, the Jay Giles band.
They were,
yeah.
I have
Love
Rage
stinks.
in the Cage. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, yeah.
There was so many good bands out of Boston. Boston, the band
Yeah.
Boston was great.
That was a big thing. That one guy made the whole entire freaking album.
Well, just another band out of Boston.
Yeah, that was a big thing. He made people get up and sing, and it wasn't them doing it. It was all the stuff that he made.
So Steve Miller never used to perform live. I saw him live.
I saw him at Great Woods. It was great. Amazing.
I thought he was awesome. Oh,
Yep.
God, man. He's
Yep.
never on a cover album. He's never anywhere.
Oh, man, the days. The days we used to get, man, you know what the trick was to get tickets back in the day?
What's
Sears.
that?
Sears. Sears had a Sears and
Yes.
Roebuck. They had
Yes.
their own ticket master in the
You're
back
right,
of the tire department.
I used to
in
get him in
Hanover.
Hanover. I used to get him in Hanover.
Exactly. I'm talking about the same place. It smelled like the tire right in the back by the garage. Ticketmaster.
got-
Back there. That's
I
the
got-
secret stash, Mikey. You get the best seat. I got front row for almost every concert.
Oh shit! I went to U2 through there, and I went to Rolling Stones through there.
And were the seats really good?
Definitely, we were on a budget. We were a bunch of kids. You know what I mean? But they weren't bad. I was on the grass.
I think they get allocated. So if you're first in line, you get the first set. The
This
first
is the days
seat.
before Ticketmaster, though. Let's be
Yeah.
honest.
It was Ticketmaster back at Sears,
Oh, all right.
wasn't it?
I forget, Tom. I'm going back now.
It was Sears, yeah. That was the trick. Oh man. At Great Woods, we left Great Woods one night, Mike, and we pulled into it was a Cumberland Farms on the right hand side.
I know exactly where it is.
So we pulled in, and there's a gas island there, and I go in, and there's people just walking around drinking and eating stuff, and I'm like, "What's up? What's going on?" The kid who worked there quit. He just walked out. Now, in a matter of minutes, people realize that there's no one attending the store.
Gas is getting
Dude,
chewed up.
we looted the freaking store. Like
You just
people
said
were
that
walking
live
out.
TV.
People are walking out with the entire candy rack, not just the whole rack that has all the candy on it. They're walking out. They're dragging it out the door. There's bread on the floor. This is before
freaking cameras too.
Oh yeah, no cameras, no nothing. There was a kid flipping over, hitting the gas pumps, like putting 99999. So all the gas pumps were active. Every car was backed up to a hose, Mike. And then when we left, I needed a set of tires because I kind of sat in the parking lot and I kind of got stuck maybe. So the rear end was spinning. So there was nothing, you couldn't see nothing. It was all smoke. So not only were people still there, but they couldn't see because I smoked the whole entire parking lot up. And when I left around the pond, you could see nothing but blue. And all the cruisers must have been at the station because they went by me at a high rate of speed, heading to the Christie's, Cumberland Farms, whatever it was. Yeah, that
There
first
is
store on
still
the
a
right.
gas station right there. Yeah.
Yeah, the first one on the right.
You're gonna be getting a summons in the mail.
Yeah, I know. Well, I don't think what did I take back then? I
Oh,
think it
look
was
at
something
it.
stupid. I think it was
FYI,
something because I couldn't believe it. I was shocked that like someone was taking the scratch tickets.
Oh,
It
yeah,
was
fuck.
really, dude.
Yeah,
People were just they couldn't believe it.
yeah.
Took the cash register. Some guy took the whole register, and
Yeah.
the candy thing kind of blew me away. The kid took the whole rack. I just couldn't believe it.
Oh, the fan's slowing down.
Uh-oh. Oh, no. 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 Don't do that. Keep going. You can do it. Come on.
Come on. Oh, that sucks. Someone's gonna hire. We're gonna hire another electrician.
I know. Or maybe they're going green. I mean, it's 2:10. They have longer lunches. They have longer breaks. They have longer. And right when they get back, they're going to pull a sidebar. How much? How much?
I tell you what, they better not fucking say defense. You only have an hour. I don't want to hear it.
Let's finish this up today.
Yeah.
Oh, my. Misty. Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
Misty.
John DePietro's trending on Twitter. I hate that, but still, I'll deal with it.
Good morning. Good morning. Good
Good
afternoon.
afternoon. Yes. The fan's dead.
Yep, the fan gave up the goose. Oh well, it was good when it ran, man. It was a good fan.
It was a good run.
It was a good one, yeah.
Yeah, it was a good run.
They don't make them like they used to.
They don't, buddy.
Yep.
So we still have more of the glass girl.
I'm glad that they're not dragging this out, Mike. Like, why do we need to know all this information? I understand. Yes, does it match? Yes. Okay. We had a bunch of mods in the buffer zone today. I'm surprised none of them got arrested. I'm shocked, actually.
Well, they're fucking ladies, you know. They know how to behave.
Still.
Oh, we got it. That was fucking super long, dude.
As usual.
Jesus Christ. I'm hungry.
Hey, this court's back in session. Please be seated.
Jimmy, couple of fucking stiffies. Let's go. Jimmy 2 Cubes McDermott. I like that name.
That works. That works.
Jimmy 2 Cubes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Hanley,
That's all
we
I
left
have.
off
Ms. Hanley.
discussing the comparative analysis you did between
I'll be back.
item 7-18.18,
I'll be here.
Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, and item 3-1, the taillight housing or the plastic within the taillight housing of the defendant's car, correct?
Correct.
And there were a number of different instruments that you used through the course of your examination and analysis, correct?
That's correct.
And what were those instruments that you used again in that portion of the analysis?
Sure. So I used a polarized light microscope, a comparison microscope, an FTIR, and a microspec.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing you 3 documents, if you could review those with Dr. McFinish, please. And do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And starting with the first page of that 3 pages, what do you recognize that?
It is the FTIR comparison data for the clear plastic from item 3-1 and the clear plastic from item 7-18.18.
If I could direct your attention to the second page within that, what do you recognize that?
So this is also FTIR comparison data from for the red plastic from item 3-1 and item 7-18.18.
And lastly, the third page within that set, what do you recognize that?
So this is the comparison data from the microspec from the red plastic from the item 3-1 and the red plastic from 7-18.18.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next three exhibits individually.
No objection, All right, thank you.
You want them marked individually or just in a set?
Individually, please. Thank you.
Exhibits 202, 203, and 204.
Thank you.
And again, Ms. Hanley, when it came to your analysis of the clear plastic material from the debris from John O'Keefe's clothing and the clear plastic material from the defendant's taillight, what were your conclusions from that analysis?
Sure. Upon comparison, the clear plastic from item 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties with the clear plastic from item 3-1. Accordingly, the clear plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the clear plastic from item 3-1 or from another source with the same characteristics.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I publish, and I'm sorry, I forgot already the exhibit numbers, but Ms. Gilman, if I could have the clear plastic. And Ms. Hanley, can you describe for the jury what we're looking at in this, what's up on the screen right now?
Sure. So this is the FTIR comparison data of the clear plastic from item 3-1 and the clear plastic from item 7-18.18.
And Ms. Hanley, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, if you could direct the jury's attention to which is which as far as the top and bottom.
The top,
That's okay.
the top spectrum is item 3-1 and the bottom spectrum is item 7-18.18.
And Ms. Hanley, when you're comparing these two as far as the data that you receive, what is it specifically that you're looking at in your comparison as far as the data is concerned?
So when I'm comparing the spectra, I'm looking at the peaks in each sample to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
Thank you. And if I could turn your attention to the red plastic material from the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing and the red plastic from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle, what did you conclude in your analysis there?
So upon comparison, the red plastic from 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance, and instrumental properties with the red plastic from item 3-1. So accordingly, the red plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic from item 3-1 or from another source with the same characteristics.
Thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the red plastic data. And Ms. Hanley, directing your attention to the screen again with the laser pointer, if you could delineate for the jury as far as which set of data is associated with which item.
So the top spectrum is item 3-1 and the bottom spectrum is item 7-18.18.
And again, if you could just direct the jury's attention with that laser pointed to the areas as far as the data peaks and valleys that you're looking at in comparison of this data.
So when I'm comparing them, I'm comparing the peaks to each other in each of the spectra to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
And in this case, you found them to be consistent. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, lastly, if I could have the microspec data. And Ms. Hanley, if you could describe for the jury, please, what are we looking at in this particular data set?
So this is the comparison data from the microspec of the red plastic from item 3-1 and the red plastic from 7-18.18.
And as far as the data in any microspec, but particularly this one up on the screen, using that laser pointer, could you illustrate to the jury sort of what these individual lines or what this data means?
So these are the samples that I ran, and they samples that I ran from item 3-1 and 7-18.18, and the spectra are overlaid in order to determine to look at it and to determine whether they have a consistent or not consistent pattern.
And from overlaying the data from the pieces of plastic from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing and the pieces of plastic from the defendant's taillight, what do you observe as far as from overlaying those two sort of data points?
So I determined that they had consistent microspec data.
Again, if you could just remind the jury as far as the microspec data, what type of data is that?
So the microspec, it analyzes samples that have color. So it provides information of a sample's dyes or pigments.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Thank you, Ms. Hanley. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hanley.
Good afternoon.
Nice to see you again. We met about a year ago. First things first, you were just talking about some plastic pieces in 7-18.8, correct?
It was 7-18.18.
0.18. I left the one out. 7-18.18. We're dealing with a lot of numbers. I'm going to see if we can cut through that here in a second.
Sure.
First of all, you indicated that you were doing a comparative analysis in different sort of different categorical ways, using microscopy, using the microspec, using the FTIR. I think you also use the FTIR in that as well.
Yes.
And you indicated that your analysis concluded with those pieces could have come from the same source, from the source that in 3-1, the taillight. But you're not conclusively saying they did, correct?
It could have come from, they could have a common origin, or it could have come from another source with the same characteristics.
Right. So in other words, another way to say that, Ms. Hanley, is it may have come from the taillight, may not have.
It's a possibility.
Okay. I also want to ask you real quick about the taillight manufacturer. You were shown an exhibit. I think it's exhibit 200, and I think we have that available. With the court's permission, can we don't have to cut the lights. I think the lighting is just fine. This is exhibit, or a photograph of exhibit 200 that you saw just a second ago. Quick question about that. In your inspection of that taillight, it's true, is it not, that that is manufactured entirely of plastic or plasticine pieces? There is no glass in that taillight, correct?
I have to check my notes. I don't think I noted any glass.
Okay. So in other words, you didn't note any glass inherent in the manufacture of that taillight. It's basically plastic.
Yeah, I think most of the parts were plastic. I'm not 100% sure if the entire thing was plastic. There may have been other material, but portions were plastic.
But you certainly didn't see any glass inherent in the manufacture process.
I'd have to double check my notes, but I don't think I did.
Okay.
Do you want her to check her notes?
Why don't you? Are your notes in front of you?
Yes.
With the court's permission.
Sure.
Okay, so I did not make any notation that I noted portions that were glass.
Great. Final point before we get into the actual analysis. On any of the glass, I want to shift gears to just the glass material that you analyzed and that you looked at and you inspected. You saw no blood, no skin, no biological material, no tissue, human tissue or otherwise, on any of those pieces that you inspected, did you?
Upon examination of those items, making observations of those types of material, that's not my area of expertise. I don't think I noted anything that was maybe consistent with that.
So in other words, even though you're not in the bio material expert section of the lab, you certainly would have noted if there was skin or biological material or obvious blood on glass pieces. You're looking at them in many cases through a stereo microscope, correct?
Yes, I would have made note of observations of anything that I would have noted on the surface.
Great, and you did not, because you didn't see anything that was suggestive of that, right?
I think I just made note. I have to check each item, but I think I did note that there was some dirt debris on some of the items.
But not biological material.
I did not note anything that would be maybe consistent with that.
Great, thank you. I want to talk about the comparisons that you did. And you'll forgive me, I'm a visual learner. So I'd like to talk about it in 4 categories.
Okay.
Linear categories. Category 1, item 3-2. Category 2, item 3-3. Category 3, item 7-12. Category 4, item 7-14. 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, 7-14. Can we talk about it in those particulars?
Sure.
Okay. 3-2 was the cup, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm going to use the word cup rather than glass for obvious reasons. You can get confused by that. So when I say the cup, do you know what I'm talking about?
Item 3-2.
Great. 3-3 are the 5 items that were found on the bumper, claimed to have been found on the bumper by NSD or Crown. Okay?
Yes.
5 items, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Correct.
Item 7-12 are 9 items, glass items, that were recovered at 34 Fairview by Trooper Buchanan in an evidence envelope, correct?
So sustained as to who they were recovered from.
Sure. Did you receive the items along with an evidence envelope?
I need to double check if it was an envelope, but I received it packaged.
Okay. And the packaging normally, under normal circumstances, the packaging comes with labels. It gives you reference about where things came from. For instance, when Mr. Lally asked you, were you aware or did you become aware that items were claimed to have been found on the bumper? You didn't actually find those items, but that was the description you were given, correct?
That was the description of the item in our limb system.
Okay. And going back to 7-12, that's our third category. Was that described as 9 pieces of glass that were found at 34 Fairview by a sergeant by the name of Buchanan? Or do you recall that?
I am not sure who recovered them.
Well, what it said on the evidence envelope, that's what I'm asking.
I would have to check my photos to see if it says that.
We'll get to that in just a second, but fair enough. 7-12, 9 items, A, B, C, D, E. And if my memory serves, I, K, and L.
And I'd have to refer to my notes to.
Can you please?
Yes. So the 9 pieces of glass from 712 were labeled A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L.
Great. And then finally, what was in 714, that's an easy one, 1 piece of glass.
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
If I could, Ms. Hanley, I'm going to hand you photographs. That should be 2 photographs of the exact same thing. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I've never seen. I did not take this photo.
Understood.
So I'm not. I haven't seen them, so I don't know.
So I'm asking you to look. I know you haven't seen
Yeah.
that photo. Does it look like the cup?
It looks consistent with the cup.
Okay. Set this aside for a second. Take a look at the second photo. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photo?
So I did not take this photo. It appears to be a photo of a container that another analyst took a photo of item 7-12.
And item 7-12 once again included plastic pieces and 9 glass pieces, correct?
Correct.
Do you see the evidence label on the very top of that evidence envelope?
I'm not sure which label you're talking about.
One under the red tape.
Yes.
Does that appear to be a label marker that's done to maintain chain of custody?
So I think that label. Sorry.
Sure, can we bring these over to the side?
Sure.
All right. Here we go. She should have an answer for that. Yeah. Stella, I hope you're all right. Yeah, I don't see again. I don't see this going good for the Commonwealth. And this is murder trial. And they're gonna say, "Yep, 20 days of witnesses." Right? They're gonna be able to say that 25 days of witnesses that said she did it. Still don't believe it. Commonwealth of people that they can control, but they're getting wrecked by the defense. Yeah, they really are. This may not be a good day for them. Again. Wow. And these people, I think, were vetted by the Commonwealth prior, right? Unreal. And here we are. If everyone takes a second, make sure they hit that like, thumbs up button. Also, Karen Reed Defense Fund is over $1 million, but it's not done yet. Got a long way to go. So if you can, KarenReedDefenseFund.net. Yeah, what do you call vetted? Exactly. They're fighting over papers. Wow. Yep. Good deal. Off the list, right? Oh my. Sweet. Sweet. I have no idea. You know that's called witness advocate, I think. $235. Who thinks she calls it?
Jurors, sometimes we're at sidebar in an effort to try and speed things up. So even though we take your time that way, this should make things move a little easier. So you can cut that from that.
Thank you. Ms. Hanley, I was asking you previously, we already looked at what's been marked for identification as triple G. I was asking you about what has now been marked as triple H. If you'll just look at that, what I'm most interested in is, do you see a name, a trooper's name in the middle of that evidence bag?
Yes, I do.
Is that Buchanan?
It looks like it says that, yeah.
Okay, and just so we're clear, that bag is associated with 7-12 of your analysis. The item 7-12, correct?
Yes, again, I didn't take this photo, but I have, yeah.
I realize that. It says 7-12
Yeah.
right on the photo.
Yes, yeah.
That's all I need. Take a look at what's been marked as triple I for identification. Do you see a name associated with that evidence bag?
Yes.
What name is that?
It's actually a little hard to read. It looks like it could say Trooper Proctor.
Okay, and that is associated with 7-14, our fourth category, correct?
It is labeled as, excuse me, 7-14.
Thank you. And finally, does that, which has been marked as, for identification at least, as triple J, does that appear to be the contents of that bag, which is a single piece of glass in 7-14?
This appears to be the photo that the analyst prior to me took of item 7-14.
And that would be analyst Valier.
Correct.
You see her initials there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So the four categories, just so we're clear and we can stop using so many numbers because they can get confusing. 3-2 is the cup, right?
Yes.
3-3 is the bumper glass, correct?
That is correct.
7-12 is the Butnick glass, correct? You just looked at it.
Yes.
Okay. 7-14 is the Proctor glass, the single piece, correct?
Correct.
So when I make reference to those items by those names, you'll know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Yes.
Hesitant.
No, I just, I'm just used to referring to them to the item numbers, but I will try to stay with you.
My brain will melt if we continue that way.
Can she do it both, Mr. Jackson?
Sure. Any way that you wish. I have another document that I would like to approach with, if I could, with court permission. Okay. Thank you. I'd like you to take a look at that. You got a copy of this? Have you ever seen that before, or a variation of it?
Yes.
Okay. Saw it last year, correct? Or something close to it last year?
Yeah, it looks consistent.
Okay.
Okay. If there are any others, Mr. Jackson, why don't we bring all the.
This is it.
She looks very nervous right now. Wow.
I didn't take that picture, she says. You hear that? I didn't take that picture.
Yep. You gotta love Jackson. Don't ever think he already doesn't know the answer to the question before he asks it. Not once.
Nope. You ever get so much information that your brain wants to blow up?
Every day.
And then it keeps coming at you. And you can't stop it. Do you get it? You know, like people like it's.
Well, that's when I shut down.
I can't it doesn't, I can't get it all.
I know, bro.
Oof.
You're super fucking man, okay?
Far from that. God.
Guy takes a beating, shows up at courts.
Oh, yeah.
Drives here. Yeah. I love it, man. I love your tenacity. Come on, man.
Someone's gonna do it. That was kind of my job. I signed up for it.
Why not you, man? Why not you?
Exactly.
Peg, wake up, Peg.
It's over here.
Peg.
Over here. No. Oh,
Oh,
she looked at you. She heard you.
She just looks so disgusted right now.
They all do, Mike. Look at them.
Oh, was Erin there this morning, or is she gone already?
I don't see her. Who's this guy?
It's Carl in the back.
Who's this guy?
On the left?
Right there. Yeah,
Paul.
next to Paul.
I don't know. I saw him. He's a big dude. I saw him come in.
Yeah.
He's in for the second half. He might be the head bartender for the group. I'm not sure if he's mixing drinks in the limo bus on the way here. It could be.
Channel 5 has the best sound. Is that what you're saying? I
Yeah.
can pop over to
Yeah.
Channel 5. Okay,
Let's do
you.
it. Let's fucking do it.
Let me find up, load up.
When the chat wants, the chat gets.
That's right. Where are we? 10. Channel 5. All right. All right. Stop. Boom. 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 Volume up. Full screen.
Go ahead.
There we go. See, I have no problem doing this because that it changes the stream, so you don't get
I see what you said. Yeah, you'll get ticked.
copyrighted on it because it's not. It's constantly kind of changing. But this is nonsense. No, he got into the courtroom, didn't he?
No, he got out. Someone reposted it.
Whoa. What?
Yeah, bad intel.
Whoa. He didn't get in.
Did not get
Oh,
in.
shit.
As far as I know.
Oh,
Don't
no.
What's going on?
So I think I gave somebody the copy that I was using. I need a copy.
If I may approach?
Yes.
Yes. That's gotta stop. May I approach it?
All right, so let's mark this first for identification.
Happy to.
KKK for ID.
Ms. Hanley, if I could ask you very briefly, I want to go through this chalk with you for a moment. Do you recognize something on the left, looking at the first category? Do you see 3-2?
Yes.
How is that described?
It's described as a cup.
Okay, and you see that there's a photographic representation of the cup just above it, correct?
It looks consistent with.
Okay. Moving to the second category. What category is
He wants
that?
nothing to do with this topic.
It's item 3-3.
And 3-3, first of all, there's a photograph above it. Do you see that?
Yes.
It appears to be of a bumper, correct?
Yes.
You didn't take that picture.
I did not.
Okay, let's look down beneath it. You indicated that there were 5 items in 3-3, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Correct.
Do you see A, B, C, D, and E represented in that category on this chalk?
I do see A, B, C, D, E categorized. Yes.
Great. Under A, you previously testified that the bumper glass sub A in 3-3 did not match the cup, correct?
That's correct.
Did not match anything in 7-12?
Sorry, just give me one moment. That's correct.
And did not match anything in 7-14?
That's correct.
And you see those represented by sort of the international symbol for negative, correct? A circle with a line through it. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Under subcategory B, glass B, or item 3-3B, did not match the cup, did not match 7-12, did not match 7-14.
That's correct.
Is that accurately represented on the chart?
Yes.
Finally, with regard to E as an echo in that same item, 3-3, you see that there is a green indication that glass recovered by Proctor does match, or did match in your analysis, or was consistent with the item in 7-14, correct?
It was consistent microscopically and instrumentally.
Does that accurately reflect that finding on this chalk?
Yes.
Okay, now turning to category 3. There were 9 pieces of glass that you looked at, correct?
Correct.
A through F, I, K, and L. Is that right?
If I could just reference my report to make sure.
Of course.
Yes, those are the correct letters.
And A, B, C, D, F, and K all matched the cup, correct?
Again, I would just need to confirm with my report.
Take your time.
Yes, so A, B, C, D, F, and K
All matched the cup.
had a physical match to 3-2, the cup.
Is that accurately represented on this chart? With green.
Yes.
And E is in Echo, I is in India, and I think that's L is in Lima, did not match the cup.
Wait for it.
That's
Wait
correct.
for it.
Okay, is that accurately represented on this chart?
Yes.
And finally, the last category, 7-14, that is the single piece of glass that was recovered by Trooper Proctor. That did not match the cup, and it did not match anything in 7-12, correct? And if you need to check your notes, feel free.
Yes, that's correct.
Is that accurately represented on the chart?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission with the amendment that the court indicated at sidebar of triple K.
Okay, I'm going to allow it in.
205.
205?
Jimmy, 2 cubes.
Your Honor, the court indicated that it would like to see us before anything's published to the jurors.
Okay, come on over for a second.
There
Actually,
we go.
have those
Jimmy,
redaction, have
Jimmy, ice cubes. Come on,
have
kid.
those been done?
It has been done, and I was going to explain at sidebar.
All right, then come on over.
You hear the blender going in a second. We know we're fucked. Bob's like, do I need to walk this far? Because you know what? I did squats this morning and I'm fucking hurting. What's up, Lou? Black and purple again, huh? Right in the middle.
So what's her issue right now?
Who? Nobody. I think Alan Jackson's just getting ready. He's walking her down the plank.
Oh,
He's walking her down the. Yeah, it's a deadly run. He's walking her down the plank, and I think she likes it.
Look at them people. They look defeated, don't they?
Yeah, they don't look happy.
Didn't they put the taillight pieces inside of the bag that had his clothing from the hospital?
Oh, I think that might have been some taillight shreds or something crazy. Yeah, that were never found on a shirt, but were in the bag. Yeah, I remember that. Those are the good old days of cross-examining. Yeah, she's gonna nod off.
$205.
Thank you. Request permission to publish.
Yes.
Ms. Hanley, you see the chalk that's been, or actually what's been marked as Exhibit 205 in evidence on the screen?
Yes.
Is that consistent with what you and I were just talking about at the witness stand?
Yes.
If you'll direct your attention to the screen on the right, just because it's a little easier and I think the laser pointer shows up a little better. You see the 4 categories represented in this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. So 3-2, I'm going to go over it very quickly one more time, just visually. 3-2 on the left is the cup, correct?
Yes.
3-3 represents the 5 pieces of glass of what we call the bumper glass, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Yes.
7-12 is the 9 pieces of glass recovered by Trooper Buchanan at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And finally, 7-14 is the single piece of glass recovered by Trooper Proctor, correct?
Yes.
Taking these one by one, just so everybody see. Taking these one by one, looking at starting with bumper glass category 2. Piece A did not match the cup, anything in 712 or anything in 714, correct?
Correct.
That's correct.
Piece B did not match the cup, did not match anything in 712, did not match anything in 714, correct?
Nope.
That's correct.
And moving over to category 3, there were some matches in these 9 items, 6 of them, A, B, C, D, F, and K, correct?
Yes.
But what those matched, Ms. Hanley, with a cup, nothing on the bumper, correct?
Correct.
And what didn't match the cup were E, I, and L. Is that right?
That's correct.
Moving back to category 2, however, there was one thing, item E, that did match something in this series of categories. Isn't that right?
Not a physical match, but instrumentally there was consistency.
All right. And this was an item, the only piece of bumper glass, the only piece of bumper glass to match anything else in your analysis. Match what? What was consistent with what?
Item 3-3, piece E was consistent in physical and instrumental properties with the sample that I took from item 7-14.
Which is the single piece of glass recovered by Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes.
But not a single piece of glass, nothing that you analyzed coming from that bumper matched the cup. Did it? Nothing.
Physical match comparison. There was no physical match comparison to the cup.
Oh,
None.
give her this.
Done
Give her
with
the
this, Mr. Jackson?
We can take this down, Your Honor.
Yeah, this is a much better presentation than last year's class.
A lot better. A lot
Isn't it?
better.
Yeah,
On point.
I even understood that one.
Your Honor, that's all I have. Thank you.
Yeah, buddy.
Mr. Lally?
It's science. You can't fight fucking science.
Nope.
Right? Am I right? You can't battle science.
Factual.
Oh,
Now, Ms. Hanley, as far as you were asking questions on cross-examination about biological pieces or tissue or things being on the glass, and you referenced that that was done in another unit, correct?
Yes, if that type of examination was needed, that would be done in a different unit.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that, but next question.
Which unit would that be conducted in?
Objection.
So the objection sustained. You need more, Mr. Lally, before you move on.
Now, as far as
that's all I have on it.
Come on, Lally.
you were just presented, as far as the 4 photographs that were depicted in there, have you ever seen any of those 4 photographs before?
No.
Do you know specifically who or where any of the items 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, or 7-4 were physically recovered from?
I just have the description that's put in the LIM system when it's submitted to the lab.
And do you know that 3-2, the drinking glass, was recovered by the Canton Police Department on January 29th, 2022?
Objection.
Do you know that item 3-3, the bumper glass, was recovered by Ms. Maureen Hartnett from your lab on February 1st, 2022?
Sustained.
Do you know that each of the 4 items were recovered by different people on different dates at different locations?
Yes.
Lally playing spicy.
Lally
Jimmy.
just fucking dropping the hammer. Spicy
Yeah,
Lally.
Let's go.
You see that, right? He's putting it out there. He's giving lip, this guy. Shade, look at him.
One too many. He had one too many gins at lunch.
He's got that liquid courage in him, man.
They're like it lit. She lifted her head. I'm liking Lally, she says. I need more Lally.
Wow.
It's the first time I've seen her fucking crack half a smile.
They brought this case to trial, Mike. Planted taillight, planted freaking glass in the bumper.
Yeah.
Everything's planted to make it look like she did something. And they did a horrible job doing it.
Look
And
at
they
that
got
trailer
caught.
trash next to Peg there. And
They got caught doing it. Yep.
Sleeves on. What the fuck is that? It's 50 degrees out and you're wearing a summer blouse. What the fuck? What are you doing? Is that that's a Sullivan girl, right? Yeah. Oh god. Oh god.
What's wrong with her hair?
I don't know, but her eyebrows are higher than the other one.
Oh, that one's the hair too.
What's up with that?
Oh.
I think she's fucked.
I mean, stress may do that to you. Oh. Up shut. Game over.
I'm gonna call for the weekend and
Ms. Hanley, from your conclusions that you testified about before, you found that the item 3-2, the drinking glass, was consistent with 6 different pieces from item 7-12 that were found in the roadway outside of 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That's correct.
And you also found that piece E from item 3-3, the bumper glass, was consistent with the single piece from item 7-14 that was found in the roadway outside of 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you also found that items from 7-18.18, the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, were consistent with the item 3-1, the taillight housing, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Sustained as to form.
Now, as far as the chalk that you were presented with on cross-examination, was there anything in there about item 7-18.18 or item 3-1, either the taillight housing or the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing?
No, there was not.
Nothing further.
Anything?
Very briefly. So in sum, not a single piece of glass on that bumper can be connected to that cup, correct?
There was no physical match to the pieces that I compared for physical match from the bumper. There was no physical match to the glass cup 3-2.
Thank you. So another way of saying that is not a single piece of glass that you analyzed on that bumper match.
Yes. Say it.
But the one piece of glass that did match something came from the same source, or was consistent with coming from the same source as the single piece of glass recovered on the possession of or bagged by Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
It was consistent with item 7-14.
That's all.
All right, Ms. Hanley, you are all set. I'm going to see counsel for a minute. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
There you go.
all the talk about the glass. So where did the glass come from?
The glass doesn't exist. Does not exist, Mike. Proctor
How can
planted
it-
the glass. There's
Oh
only
yeah. I agree with that. Jimmy, make that a stiffy gin martini, please. I think Lou O'Connell's brother needs one.
How can they continue on from this point, Mike? They got nothing to prove that Karen did anything, and everything that they have is wrong.
Just throw the flag in now. Throw it.
Really? Why put the jury through this disaster?
We don't need CTE.
This is craziness, dude.
Man. This is nuts. This is absolutely
Jurors,
bad.
we'll have a lovely day. We're on schedule. Bye. Yep. No doubt. Unbelievable. I don't even know what to say. I'm embarrassed.
Listen to this. The Boston Globe, 46 minutes ago. Former Mafia street boss Ralph DeLeo was arrested for probation violations last week because he was allegedly plotting to kill 3 current and former federal officials involved with him going to prison.
So he's mad, right?
Oh yeah, I'm
He's
gonna kill
mad.
you all.
He's mad. Definitely mad.
Oh, he big mad.
Wow.
He big mad.
Oops. There may be some of that going around. Wow. I mean, how many more jurors they gonna call, right? I mean, witnesses they're gonna call. They got how many, Mike, still?
Someone was saying they're gonna finish up middle of next week
Wow.
because they're not calling any popo.
Strategically too, right?
Oh, don't do it, Beth. Don't do it.
All right, so jurors, I know you don't like it when we're at sidebar. We don't like it when we're at sidebar, but I can tell you that after speaking to the lawyers now, we're ahead of schedule.
Yeah, they
They
see.
worked very hard to get us
What?
to this point where we're
Definitely.
ahead of schedule.
Yep.
So that tomorrow, instead of being a half a day, you have tomorrow off. So you have tomorrow and Friday, a good long weekend. It's very, very important. Do not discuss this case
Told
with
ya.
anyone.
It's over.
Don't say a word about this.
Knew it.
case. Don't let anybody say anything to you about this case.
Yep.
Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. I believe next week, except for Thursday, are full days every day. Watch your social media use this weekend as well. Have a great long weekend. We'll see you here Tuesday morning, ready to go.
Court, all rise to the jury.
Diddy, hold up on those gins. We'll be right down. Call the comments. You know what? I can use a timeout. I can use a timeout too.
Wow. And just like that. It's not like it's important or anything, right?
No, Karen. She didn't say, Karen, have a good weekend. No. She didn't
No.
say, Karen, have a good weekend.
Wow.
Jesus, what's wrong with this lady? She's so rude.
Yep. But you know what? You know what makes me feel good is I know we have people. I know we got people like Jess who will be down there on the Rotary with her sign this weekend. Of all times to be down at the Bourne or the Sagamore with the sign. How much traffic is going to be this weekend?
So no one needs to see me about anything. We get cleared up.
Put on the record that what's been marked for as actions that injured evidence 205. We're in the process of printing a new one. The one that actually went into evidence is not the one that we showed.
Okay.
Instructions. We'll get that printed to you. I think before we leave. I think he's printing it now.
All right, I'd like it before we leave. So before you leave, so. All right, have a good weekend.
Thank you, Court, all rise.
Hank's like, we out. I'm going to stop by Plant and Fitness. I'm going to show everybody I got a barbed wire tattoo and do reverse curls for a little while.
Yep.
Run on the treadmill. See how I feel.
Unbelievable.
I usually don't do arms and cardio the same day, but you know what? I'm feeling kind of weird today. So they're off tomorrow, Tom. They're off Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. We got some time, bro. Get
That's
like 6 days.
that's a long weekend. We need it. Need a break.
Yeah. Well needed break, bro.
All right. I have 2 doctor's appointments tomorrow.
Thank fucking God.
Yep. Not good. So there are in the morning, 2 doctor's appointments in the morning, and then I have court. I have to make it into Boston by 3 o'clock.
Oh, that's right. We're gonna do something with that, are we?
Yeah. I guess. Yeah. I'll pop on.
Yes. Yeah.
We'll set
I'll live
that
stream, yeah.
after I go.
Yeah, drive in. We'll do the drive-in.
Yeah. Yep. And I mean, wish us luck. There's a bunch of us that are going, so I mean, we need the prayers if you guys got extra time in your life. Yeah. been a day again. And just think, people, we have to go through this to get to the.
I don't know if an appeal issue is going to turn on this. Seems unlikely, but you really.
Shut that off. We have to go. We have to go through
ahead.
this nightmare. We have to go through this nightmare to get to the end. Unfortunately.
Wait till we just have all the cross directs going on. You got to be fucking glued to your computers.
Be out of your mind. Crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Just listen to Aiden Foothead. This is Aiden. Another wasted day ending at 3 p.m. filled with sidebars and boring witnesses who accomplish and prove nothing. Somehow we're ahead of schedule, and now there is no court again until Tuesday. I was Aiden. Flip ahead. Jurors, we know that you don't like the React sidebar. Huh? How would you know that they don't like that, Bev? Did the jury complain? And then I like, oh shit, no court tomorrow. No court tomorrow. Oh my god.
Yep. Unbelievable.
Let's talk pickleball. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Let's talk pickleball. You know what? I can get some stuff done around the house. Let me see. I don't know. I'll go around and like move some mulch or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Hey, go ahead. Hey, call me, Tom, this weekend if you're gonna stop by.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna do that.
I need like an hour or so. All right.
Oh,
Just gotta get
takes me that long to get there. Yep.
You have to bring something to put on the back of it to take. Okay.
Yep. I got it.
Because he's ready. I'm ready.
I'm ready. All righty. Listen, I'll give you a ring. I'll talk to you, my friend.
All right. Bye, guys.
Been a day.
Bye, chat. Yeah, I'll talk. Yeah, you
gotta rest, my friend. We'll talk.
Yeah, I'm gonna go take a nap with my dogs right now.
There you go. See, that's exactly what I would do. I had 5 of them. They used to go each one at this spot.
Oh, it's the best.
Yeah,
thing.
love it.
Best
Love it,
thing.
man. Well,
Dogs
give them some
are-
loving for me, man.
You got it, brother. I'll talk to you later.
Talk to you,
chat.
sir.
All right. Be careful this weekend, people.
Wow. And that's that. Pretty crazy amazing, if you ask me. So, with that said, I love you all very much. Thank you all for being here. Good turnout. Good turnout today, guys. Good turnout. We're definitely going to talk tomorrow. I have some stuff I can show you real quick. See if I can show you this. I can pull it up. Sometimes I can't. Yeah, I can't. It won't come up. So, all righty. So, you all, if you can donate to Karen's Defense Fund, please do. She needs it. This is what she's putting up with. This freaking disaster. And you got to make sure you subscribe. So, tomorrow when I go live on the way in, you'll catch the live on the ride. You all have an absolutely super wonderful, awesome freaking day. I love you all for being here. And I will catch up with all of you very, very, very soon. I love you all. Goodbye.
Cold mornings, cracked pavement, courthouse steps. He's there before sunrise while the world still rests. No cameras needed, no spotlight glare. Just a man with a purpose, always standing there. Facing the crowd, but the fight in his veins. Truth in his hands, pushing through the rain. Karen sees him, she knows what it means when you've got boots on the ground and you fight for your dreams. Boots on the ground, day after day, standing for truth in the hardest way. No fame, no glory, just a promise kept. Tom CPU, you never left. He don't ask for credit, don't ask for praise, just fighting the good fight in 1,000 ways. When the cameras fade and the voices die, he's still right there, never asking why. He's got a handshake that you can trust, eyes that don't blink when it comes to us. Karen smiles because she knows it's true. She's got a soldier and his name's CPU. Boots on the ground, day after day, standing for truth in the hardest way. No fame, no hoarding, just a promise kept. Tom CPU, you never left. When the courthouse is empty and the crowd's gone home, Tom's still walking, he's never alone. 1,000 steps, 1,000,000 prayers, because justice don't sleep and neither does he care.